Oh yeah, we live, we live, we live, we live. We are definitely live. My. All right, let's get this party started. Mm-hmm.
But you could call me the can man.
My God, what are we doing, TikTok? Okay.
But you could call me the can man, because anybody can get it. Africans, Americans, Dominicans, Mexicans, anybody can get it.
I became the can man. Everybody can get it. Dominican, African, Haitian, Jamaican, all you can get it. I'm the damn can man. You
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
It's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derives from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the color black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out the paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Bruh.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So, when we say black, we talking us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So, we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have. The Africans who was brought here, the first generation was African slaves. The second generation was African slaves. The third generation was in America because they stopped importing slaves into the country because the world said, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. What did America say? We go make niggas here. We're going to make breeding farms. So there was no longer, when they started breeding slaves here, these aren't Africans.
Hey.
These aren't Africans. They wasn't. These are not indigenous people that was already here. These made by the white man. And
Yeah, so if a fool like, hold on. So, yeah, so if a fool like Charleston White knows the difference between a foundational Black American and an African that comes to America, and you guys can't get it, yeah, that's an issue. That's an issue if you guys can't get it. So Tariq made a video, right? An obvious video explaining what we've always explained. You can't have the word African present when you're trying to get tangible, specifically lineage-based tangibles. The word African, it just can't be there. Roll the tape, Bob.
Like and subscribe.
This is why reparations we got to take Africa out of it. All right, I want y'all to understand something. When we're talking about getting reparations and justice, the word Africa shouldn't even be in the mix. Do y'all understand that? Africa, all that transatlantic, there's a reason why they're doing that, I'm telling you. Because right now, this is them countering the foundational Black American grassroots movement. We don't need to be using the word Africa at all because they know throwing the word Africa around over and over is going to dilute everything and muddy the waters. They know that. This is why they keep Africa, the transatlantic slave trade, displaced Africans, stole Africans, misplaced Africans. They just keep that African fucking talk. Listen. We had an ethnogenesis. We have to, when we go to reparations and talk about it to the government, we have to focus on the ethnogenesis, not that Africa talk. The U.S. government did not inherit a population. They engineered one. It was an engineered population on this land through violence, through law, through generational control. A lot of these other ethnic groups, the African identity and the Black indigenous identity, was collapsed into a single caste.
I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now. I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now.
You understand? Do y'all understand that? So, under this law, we were not just exploited, we were stripped of all previous identity markers, tribal affiliations from Africa, tribal affiliations from here. That got stripped too. You see? That's why we don't have to run around yelling Africa. We have indigenous ancestry too, but those tribal affiliations were stripped. And it was collapsed into one ethnic group, Negro. And we were supposed to be a permanent underclass. And understand that, I always tell y'all about the Treaty of Tordesillas. The Catholic Church put an imaginary line in the Atlantic Ocean. On the west side of the line, Spain could do whatever they wanted to do. They could subjugate everybody. On the east side, Portugal could do whatever they wanted to do. In the early 1500s, Spain and Portugal, they were over here just running roughshod. They were being very abusive. And there was a guy, a chronicler, de las Casas. Y'all heard of that guy, de las Casas? I think it's Bartholomew de las Casas. I think that's his name. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. But he wrote back to the Pope and the Catholic Church about the atrocities over here, like the Spanish and the Portuguese acting a fool. They were like, hey man, they decapitating people, raping the women, and just, yeah, he was a priest. Bruh. Yeah, de las Casas was a priest. Okay, he was a priest, right. But yeah, he wrote back to the Catholic Church, hey man, Pope, some of my people, hey man, I know we holy people, but damn, they doing the most. I don't think God is gonna like what they doing. Bruh. Oh my God. Yeah, Bartholomew de las Casas, right. I always get his name mixed up. But yeah, he wrote back, hey man, we going to hell if we let this go on. So the Pope, around 1537, they said, okay, let's just chill out a little bit. Let's do this. Let's make a new law. I forgot what the law was, but the law was, coming from the Pope and the Catholic Church, over there in the Americas, don't enslave the Indians, all right? Just chill out. Indians, they're human beings. They got to be recognized as human beings. So the Indians, you do not enslave them. You don't do that. So what the Spanish and the Portuguese did to get around that, they like, shit, we need labor. We making a lot of money. Hell, this is reclassifying. They call them Negro. That was the workaround and shit. We'll get around that law. All right, they just Negroes now. And then you said we can enslave Negroes, so boom, they're Negroes, and that's what happened. So that's why you see In the Spanish and Portuguese documents, they kept referring to the natives as Negroes. That's real. That is a reality. Then the English and all these people started doing it in Virginia. Once you got on those plantations, again, there were several Indian wars with the British and the white tea supremacists. And the ones they captured, they enslaved them. This is documented. I'm talking slow so y'all can verify anything I'm saying. With the Yamasee War, when they defeated the Yamasees, they enslaved them. All of these groups were enslaved, these Native American groups. And when you got on them plantations, everybody became Negro. This is documented. When you got on them plantations, they just called everybody got reclassified as Negro. The imported Africans and the domestic Indians all got labeled as one exploited group, Negro. Negro just basically was synonymous with slave. We're talking way before Walter Plecker. Then Walter Plecker, he came and cleaned it up a little bit later. He cleaned it up and really started reclassifying people because there were so many who slipped through the damn cracks. So yeah, he had to complete the paper genocide back in the early 1900s, but I'm talking about all the way in the 1600s, going all the way back then. That's why there were so many cases in the 1700s of people trying to get their freedom suits. They were going to court saying, wait a minute, I'm not a Negro, I'm a Native American, and I got proof. So they had to further finesse black people, finesse us into not realizing our indigenous ancestry here, because we would get our freedom. And that was messing the money up. They didn't want us messing that money up. You see? But again, we had an ethnogenesis. So I don't even get into the argument of how much indigenous or how much African. That's not even my argument. I don't even get into that. If y'all want to have, the people want to have that argument, knock yourself out. That's not the point. The point is there was an ethnogenesis. So at the beginning of this country, there were people here classified as Negro, like my family. Now, where they came from before they were classified as Negro, well, that's debatable. But I'm talking about at the formation of this country, I got relatives labeled as Negro. That's very well documented. And yes, some of them were indigenous here. Now, I haven't seen nothing from Africa on no paperwork yet. I don't doubt it's there. I'm not one of them people who say, oh, I ain't got no African. I don't say that. I don't say that because it probably is. I haven't seen it. But yeah, when I see Negro, I've seen people of color, I've seen mulatto. Sometimes some of my relatives at different points were called three different things. My great-great-great-grandmother, she was called a person of color, Negro, and then black in the I think around the 1800s, the 1870s, they had her just as black. You see. But understand, when we talk about reparations, we got to talk about the ethnogenesis. We got to talk about the ethnogenesis here. Not being an imported African. No. You see, because we had permanent captivity, even through territorial expansion. When the U.S. started expanding west under that Manifest Destiny, they were expanding the perimeter of the captivity. So wherever we went, we were targeted, and we didn't have sanctuary. And we were targeted by the U.S. government. When we went out there they had the Fugitive Slave Act, which was a federal law that targeted us. They had the Seminole War. They were sending the U.S. Army out there to grab the black people who were with the Seminoles and enslave them. So the U.S. government was knee deep in the slave trade. We couldn't get out of it because of the federal government. You see, we got to frame this thing correctly. You see, there was a militarized suppression of black sovereignty. Whenever we attempted autonomy, whenever we had our little maroon communities or fortified settlements or independent towns, the U.S. government responded with military force. You understand? And also, they were extracting our intellectual property. We were coming up with some of the agrarian culture to help sustain the food and the agriculture here. We were coming up with that. We were coming up with all types of inventions that we couldn't get patents for. We couldn't generate residuals off of our inventions because during slavery, if you were enslaved, you could not get a patent. So we couldn't even benefit off of our own intellectual property as foundational black Americans. See, we can keep everything domestic. We ain't got to do all that African transatlantic bullshit. We got to stay away from the transatlantic talk, all that. All the shit was going down here. Everything was going down here on this land at the hands of the United States government. We got to be very, 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 very specific. You see, we couldn't patent the shit we needed to patent. You understand? They would take our land every time. Free black people, our land would get taken. And our cultural production under duress, it becomes the national identity. That's the irony. American culture, under this brutal system, it became codified by us. The music, the language patterns, the cuisine, the style, social expression, that was shaped by foundational black Americans under conditions of oppression. And then those cultural outputs got absorbed and monetized and rebranded as American culture without real compensation for that. So it's just nonstop extraction under coercion. You see? That's how we got to frame that stuff. Man. Yeah, they owe us a lot. Yeah, it's just nonstop extractions. We weren't compensated for that. Yeah, man, we got to leave that African shit out of it. That dilute shit. No. It's too much stuff here. We didn't have any sanctuary. No African nation helped us. No, we ain't bringing no. Did no African nation help us? No African nation send for us? Nothing. So we had to create all of these survival mechanisms under brutal duress right here in this land. Where we have indigenous ancestry on this land too. That's the thing. Man. Yeah, we had to do it all by ourselves. We had to do it all alone with antagonizing tethers. Remember when we start, now people are trying to rewrite history. I heard there was a space earlier where some tethers was talking about all the shit they did for us in the civil rights. I heard some shit earlier.
Stop the cap.
Whose space was that? I think I saw the sister in here whose space that was. Yeah, oh my God. Man, they had a tether in there talking about all the stuff they did for us during the civil rights. Sister, you in here who had the man, I was listening in. I couldn't talk because I was at the barbershop and I was just listening in because I had the earphones in. He was like, yeah, foundational black America. It wasn't love. No, it wasn't love. I don't think it was love's word. It was somebody else. I don't know. But yeah, he was like, Kwame, was it Kwame Nkrumah came over to the U.S. and he went to an HBCU, and then they went to the UN and talked about how bad black Americans were treated, and that helped the civil rights movement. It's this type. Stop the cap. What? What the whole hell? Man. We didn't get no help from nobody. No African nation helped us in the civil rights movement. No. Talking about, yeah, hey, giving us a thumbs up. Okay, whoop de fucking do. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, and Nkrumah came over here and benefited off us. He went to an HBCU. Bruh. That was for us. That's us. Yeah. We didn't get no help. I don't want to hear that. We didn't get no help from nobody. So they went to the UN and all that. We had people writing charters at the UN. We had Ralph Bunche, people like that. No, we did all the hard lifting. We were out here putting work in the streets, forming militant groups and all of that. We were doing that here. How you gonna help us? And y'all were just getting decolonized. What are you talking about? How you gonna help us? And that was when y'all were real down bad over there. Yeah?
Are you dumb?
Yeah, we had the Deacons of Defense and the Black Panthers, man. No. Man. Yeah. Man, y'all were over there on the cover of damn National Geographic with your titties out. What you gonna do for us? No disrespect, but in the 60s and the 50s and 60s, y'all were on National Geographic in a leopard skin thong, running around there with some bush meat. Dude, really? Come on, man. Back in those days, y'all were down bad. You couldn't help us. What you gonna do? You couldn't help us. But send some breast milk over from them titties hanging? What you gonna do? I'm not trying to be mean, but what we gonna do with you and your titties out running around? We help you, nigga. Help me do what? Lord. Titties just flapping around. Titties look like tube socks just flapping around on the cover of damn National Geographic. I help these niggas. No, you didn't. Stop it. All right?
Stop the cap.
Tell us just be saying shit. Lord. Oh, my goodness. All right, let me get some folks in here. Who is to the reparations? How so? When the dominant society gets these groups and try to make them comparable to us, that's a problem and that's a red flag. That's what they were doing with Asians for a long time. They kept with this narrative that Asians, their struggle is comparative to the black struggle. They were doing that for a long time. Well, black people were enslaved and the Asians built the railroads. And they suffered while they built the railroads. Black people faced Jim Crow and Asian people felt they experienced Asian discrimination, anti-Asian discrimination. So that for a long time, they kept making these correlations. So now all of a sudden, as we saw in the last couple of years, well, we got to give a hate crime bill for Asians. Asians are being harmed just like black people. So let's prioritize Asians. Bruh. So let's give them protections and let's give them compensation. And we're sitting here looking like, well, damn, what about us? But hey, come on. You guys said that you were like the Asians. You guys have been supporting the Asians, saying that you guys are comparable. So let's prioritize them since you prioritize them over yourself. You see? We got to stop letting these folks play this chess game on us where we prioritize this black, brown, and minority and people of color coalition. We prioritize that, and then they get the alley hoop from us. They like, oh, cool. Since y'all made them people a priority, we're going to make them a priority too, and we're going to compensate them and give them all types of protections. So recently when the black folks in Buffalo got shot up, and then a couple of days later, there was an Asian on Asian shooting out here in California. What did the country do? What did the White House do? Let's bring some Asians up here to the White House so we can talk about these heinous hate crimes towards them, and we can talk about more crime bills that will help them. Nothing about the black people up in Buffalo who got massacred by that white supremacist. You see what I'm saying? When we sit up here and allow them to make other groups comparable to us, that's a trick bag, and that's going to lead to those groups being prioritized based on our struggle. We're piggybacking these groups. We let them piggyback off of us, and then they get prioritized. They're doing that now with Latinos. There's a reason why they keep talking about getting a Latino section in the African American History Museum. There's a reason why they had J-Lo, out of all people, singing the Motown tribute. And Negroes, goofy as hell, Smokey Robinson, and I like Smokey, but y'all co-signing that nonsense. The grassroots was like, hey, J-Lo singing Motown hits, and these Negroes in the industry who are scared to rock the boat, they got to go along to get along. They can't really say nothing, or they won't get invited to the next Grammy meeting or whatever. So they got to sit there and co-sign it like buffoons. Well, yeah, J-Lo can sing it. We all in this together. We all black and brown. We can. It's okay if J-Lo go out there and sing Respect with her struggle vocals. It's okay. No, it ain't okay. They don't let us go to their award shows. When do they let foundational Black Americans who are non-Spanish go kick it at the Latin Grammys or the Latin Music Awards? When they let us do that? Other people know how to guard their culture. Beyonce, one of the biggest stars in the world, she did a country song. The country music industry said, nah, we ain't letting you get that. We ain't giving you an award for that.
Bruh.
She had a song called Daddy Issues or something with the Dixie Chicks, I think, one of those groups. But Beyonce had a hot country song, and they were like, nah, we're not letting you get any accolades and awards. We're not allow that to be nominated for a country Grammy. No. All those other Grammys you can get, but we're our culture that we stole from you. We took country music from you Negroes a long time ago, so now it's ours, and we're going to gatekeep it.
Stop the cap.
They're shameless as far as gatekeeping things that they've co-opted. You understand, black folks? We sit here and because and I get on a lot of the black hip hop artists now, and I just saw a video with Grandmaster Caz. He was backpedaling. Somebody didn't got to him. He was kind of backpedaling and said, "Oh, I put my mouth." When I was on Vlad, like I said the other day, a lot of these cats, these old school hip hop artists, they have to sell the package of universal love for hip hop. It's an all lives matter culture, because that's who's going to those hip hop conventions. Those old school hip hop conventions where they get these brothers and sisters from the back in the day and parade them around and let them break dance and let them rhyme. These are mostly non-black people who put these things together, and non-black people who attend these things. Bruh. So they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to get out here and really, really, really tell the truth that none of these groups were around in the early stages of hip hop. Let's be very clear. This whole thing about Latinos they know good and well there were no damn Latinos around in the early days of hip hop. They know it. Everybody knows it. That's why when we're pressing them on showing proof, they get to backpedaling and explaining. They know good and damn well there were no Latinos in the early stages of hip hop, and the ones that came later didn't contribute anything. They didn't contribute anything new. These are just facts. And it's really going to be up to the grassroots to stop this, because when they sit here and let these other groups latch onto our culture, the name of the game is to erase us from the culture. That's what they're trying to make everything about Latino culture comparative to Black American culture. This is why they keep trying to tie them into slavery now. That's what the museum thing is about. That's why they're getting a section in the museum for Latinos, because they're going to try to find some black folks who were enslaved who had Spanish last names to say, hey, look, see, Latinos were right there on the plantations with you guys.
Stop the cap.
Y'all better see the goddamn chess game that these people are trying to play on us. Y'all better see the chess move they're trying to play. So now when we finally kick the door in for reparations, guess whose hand is going to be out there first? Well, I black too. I negra. I negra. You understand? Latinos going to have their hands out now. Look at some of the dialogue that's happening on Twitter. There's some Haitians up here talking about they're supposed to get some reparations, and understand Haitians are classified as Latino. Do y'all know that? Bruh. A lot of folks don't get that. I want y'all to understand that they were bragging about this on Twitter. I think today, look at some of the threads. They were on Twitter bragging, hey, you know, we Haitians are actually Latino. People don't really realize it, but we're Latino. Haiti is a Latin nation, which is true. Technically, Haiti is part of Latin America. It's on the island of Hispaniola. It shares the island with the Dominican Republic. That area is technically a Latino area. So many of them do identify with Latino culture, you see? And now you have some Haitians up here talking about, well, we should be getting reparations just like foundational Black Americans because, well, the U.S., they came and occupied Haiti and took all of our gold reserves and all that, so we should get reparations too. Now, if you want to talk about who you need to get reparations from, how come you ain't getting no reparations from France? You ain't saying nothing to France. You know why? Because we ain't there fighting France. So y'all got to go stand behind us. The people who really owe you some money, who've been robbing you for the last 150 years, were the French. Y'all been breaking them off a bag every damn year. That's who you need to be hollering at. That's who took your money. But see, we foundational Black Americans are not going after the French. We're hollering at the U.S. government, so they know where the energy is. So a lot of people see the direction here. They see how focused we are, so they're trying to get in front of this reparations thing, family. This all ties into reparations. They see that we're locked and loaded. We're laser focused on getting our tangibles. So now they have to attach themselves to our culture more than ever now. Did y'all see the thing where French Montana, they had an article talking about he's the first artist, the African-born artist to go diamond because of that song Unforgettable or what Unregrettable. I forgot the name of the song, but he did the song with Sway Lee. It's really Sway Lee's song. I didn't even know French Montana was on the song. I thought that was just Sway Lee's song. I had no idea. And Sway Lee is a foundational Black American. I think his family's from Mississippi. That's Sway Lee's song, but they're giving credit to French Montana. You understand what I'm saying? Most people forgot he was on the damn song. This is what I'm talking about, how they can erase you. They latch on and tether to you. And
they even have slave records that they don't want to give up, you know, and I think it's because of the reparations movement or whatever, but
let me address something, because I've seen video where they had like chairs that look like it has hair in it, but that's not really hair. That's from certain trees. When we're down in Louisiana filming, we're filming buck breaking down there, and we were on plantations, and there are these trees that they use, these trees, these real old trees, and the leaves, when they fall off, they get real brittle and they look like human hair. And they use these to stuff pillows, and they would use it for wall installations. So yeah, that's hair from certain trees down there. Let me get my brother Dwan B in here. Let's get brother Dwan B. Dwan B, what's up, brother? Hop on in. You know, reparations is a very hot topic, and we, foundational Black Americans, we have made it a hot topic. We're not letting up off of it. This is really the first time in history we have really stood on our square as far as the reparations conversation. Because usually we'll bring up reparations in a very shy manner, and we get talked out of it real quick. We get shamed out of going into reparations. But now we haven't let that happen. And the reason why we have not let that happen is because there's a cultural revolution going on. I've been telling people for the longest, once you get a clear understanding of what your culture is, everything else is going to fall right in place. All right. And we are understanding what our culture is as foundational Black Americans. And once you're rooted in your culture, that's going to keep you grounded. So people are not going to be able to sway you. This is why so many people are shook because of the FBA movement that's happening here. We're recognizing and appreciating our culture. And a lot of people are very shook now. So the article comes from the Washington Post. And I think they got a tether to write this thing. Somebody named Emmanuel Felton. I think this person is Jamaican. So they wrote for, and the Washington Post, this is the white publication. So the article they wrote was activists split over whether reparations should go to black immigrants. Now let's stop there.
Stop the cap.
Who split? Not really. I mean, you got a couple of Pan-African folks who just babbling, and you know who some of them are. But they're not taken seriously. All of these people, the N-Cobras and the plebiscite babblers who's got real questionable lineage background, who have lineage backgrounds that's not FBA, or they have anchor baby lineages. Yeah, they're saying, but we're not taking them seriously. We're not split on nothing. Let me read the article. It says activists split over whether reparations should go to black immigrants.
Stop the cap.
Boston, when this city announced earlier this year that it would consider giving reparations to the black residents, it was heralded as another victory in a national movement to offer recompense for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow segregation. See, they try to be slick with that. See, they try to loop themselves into the Jim Crow part.
Oh my
All
God.
right, let's be very clear. Because they can't do anything about slavery. They know good and well you're not qualified to get reparations for slavery because you were not here during slavery. But there were some immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, a very small few from Africa, but there was a small percentage of Caribbean immigrants who were around during the Jim Crow. So they're trying to loop on and latch on to the Jim Crow. But the reparations is not about Jim Crow. It's about slavery and what the descendants of slavery and the descendants of freedmen suffered during Jim Crow. Not all these other groups. See, I was on an interview the other day with some non-FBA hosts, and they were trying to use the whole, well, our people suffered, the legacy of slavery, it impacted us because of Jim Crow. They were treating enslaved people a certain way, and they kept treating black people the same during Jim Crow, and we were a part of that. No. You're not going to loop and latch yourself onto that because you came over voluntarily. See, that's the difference. You can't come over voluntarily and then claim, hey, look at how I volunteered to be mistreated, because you had a choice to come over. You chose to come over. You can't say I chose to come over and now I want to be compensated because I was mistreated like these other people. See, we got to watch the game. So let me finish reading the article here. It said the city played a major role in financing the slave trade and was the site of fierce resistance to integration. Now advocates said it's time to address the lingering damage. But as the mayor started choosing members of the Boston task force, the city quickly became one of the chief battlegrounds of an adjacent fight playing out within the black community. Should reparation programs be limited to people who trace their lineages back to American slavery, or should they include black immigrants who came to the country by choice? The debate highlights the tensions within America's rapidly changing black community and risks fracturing a movement that's already struggling to gain mainstream acceptance. It could also shape the reach and ultimate price tag of reparation programs being developed in more than a dozen states and cities around the country. They had one person saying this is not going to be some kumbaya moment, says Aziza Robinson Goodnight, a Boston-based advocate calling for reparations to be limited to the descendants of enslaved people. We're going to have to fight. We're going to have to make the strongest case possible. The factions are at odds over what it means to be black in America at a time when that story is rapidly changing. For most of U.S. history, nearly all black Americans could trace their ancestry back to American slavery. Immigrants, less than 1% of the black population in the 1980s, now make up 10%. Between now and 2060, about a third of the growth in the black population will come from immigration from countries like Jamaica and Ethiopia, according to the Pew Research. Now, it's very interesting that they named those two people because those two groups are some of the biggest FBA haters out here, especially the Ethiopians who don't even consider themselves black for the most part. Ain't that interesting? And some of them Jamaicans be on some, I ain't black, I'm Jamaican. Let's keep it a buck. If we're going to keep it, we're going to talk real. We're not going to play no games here. And we get calls from Ethiopians calling up, trolling with their anti-FBA hatred all the time. They sound like damn white supremacists. And you think we're going to share some reparations with them? Hell to the damn no. No, thank you. Hell no. No. We're very clear on who's going to get reparations and who's not going to get reparations. And we're not going to let them mumble and mix everything up. That's no disrespect to anybody. If you're not qualified to get it, you're just not qualified to get it. We're not going to play these games with people, and they know that, and they know muddying the water. They're trying to use the black immigrants to throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing. I've said before, if they allow the black immigrants to get it based on race, that's going to open the doors for everybody else. Now, I've seen some conversations from certain folks online saying that if reparations is lineage-based, that'll open up white people because white people can say that they're descendants of slaves or whatever. Well, no, this is why I use the term foundational Black American, because no white person can say that they're a foundational Black American. You understand? See, that's why we have to start using these terms interchangeably. And also, one of the requirements that we are setting forth for the reparations is that you have to be a person who is currently classified as Black. So making reparations race-based, that's going to really throw a wrench in it, because now you'll have not only all of these Hispanic people now claiming their abuelas, the Black abuela back in Puerto Rico or back in Mexico, they'll start claiming to be Black. The minute you say we're going to have race-based reparations to Black people, that includes immigrants, Pablo Nim, all of a sudden they're going to start combing out the Rico Suave hairstyles and getting afros. They're all going to start claiming they're Black abuelas. I'm Black too, papi, to get a check. And then the white people are going to start saying, well, I'm 1/4 Nigerian. You know, I like hot Cheetos, bro. They're going to start claiming some great Black distant ancestor from back in the day. They're going to start doing that too. So this is why lineage base is very important. Foundational Black Americans, descendants of freedmen. Let's make it very, very clear. We got to get the language 100% right and exact, because they're trying every little loophole they can put in to undermine us. Remember, like I did a broadcast yesterday talking about how it's part of the culture here to undermine us, to beat us out of some kind of financial windfall. That's a part of the culture. We have to stop that part of the culture. And I hate Negroes with the whole throwing the towel mentality. Man, these white people ain't gonna give us nothing. We need to sit down somewhere and just be quiet. Now, Sambo, eat your watermelon and hot pickle somewhere over there. We're not playing the throw in the towel game. We're standing up to this demonic beast and we're letting them know what we want. We don't give a damn if they don't want to give it. There's a lot of stuff they don't want to do. We'd be really ass out if we waited on what they wanted to damn do. I hate these old po-mouth niggas always whining about what white folks want to do and don't want to do. Who gives a damn? We're talking about what you need to do and what you're going to do. If it was up to them, we'd be somewhere in some flood high water pants, barefoot, picking cotton and shucking corn all day. If it's up to them,
No.
it ain't about what they want, it's about what we want. We got to get off this thing where if the white supremacists say they don't want to do nothing, we just got to give up. No, that's not in our spirit, dude, especially as foundational Black Americans. And again, a lot of that, we ain't going to get nothing. Usually, it ain't even no FBA saying that. They love using the we term when they talk about our business. Just the fact that y'all speak like that, ain't no we in that. Look, where you from? And you start looking at these people's backgrounds, you see that they're tethers. Even on YouTube, look at all these folks on YouTube. Anytime you see some buffoon talking about, we ain't gonna get no reparation, we don't need no reparation, what we need to stop begging for reparation. Usually it's a tether who's faking the funk, some cowardly ass fleeing tether who didn't get it popping in their homeland and they fled, and they're trying to infuse that same failed mindset onto us so they can feel better. Yeah? But we're standing on our square. You understand? We have human rights. And we are supposed to make these people stand on justice. See, we have to stop being afraid to push that line. And we have to stop letting people come in and try to undermine the conversation with scared Negro talk. Well, let me see if I can read some more of the article and see what it says. When we talk about the nation's Black population, we understand that it's one that's changing and it's more diverse than it already was, said Mark Lopez, Pew Director of Race and Ethnicity Research. They always got these foreigners in charge of the racial data and all of that stuff. Immigrants are a big part of that story. And so the immigrant experience is a growing part of the experience of Black Americans today. Okay, nah, that's tether talk right there. It's a debate playing across the country. A California panel recommended billions of dollars in reparations for its Black residents, but it will exclude anyone who cannot trace their lineage in the United States back to 1900. You're welcome. That's us out here on the West Coast. We were pushing that line and we were standing on that heavy. Even though we had these reparations task force meetings flooded with agents. There were agent provocateurs just flooding the zone. We still stood on our square.
My God.
The article continues. Smaller reparations programs launched by cities in Rhode Island and Illinois have not made a distinction, and Black immigrants are able to apply. And those are not reparations programs. Those are con games.
No.
That jive ass nonsense they got going on in Illinois, that's not reparations, and we've discredited that. Y'all not going to throw some horse crap against the wall and call it reparations, and we're going to sit here and accept that as reparations. That ain't no damn reparations. All of these other programs that they got, that they're letting all the tethers and all of these people in, those are not reparations programs. We are discrediting all of that. Anytime they come to us, hey guys, look, we got something. We got a brand new reparations program where we're going to have a lotto and we're going to give a grant and everybody's going to get some bundles, and then you're going to get some Chick-fil-A coupons, and then there's going to be another grant that people might be able to win, and everybody's qualified to get it. That ain't reparations, buddy. That ain't reparations. That's a potluck bingo game. That ain't no damn reparations. Let's go back to the drawing board and get it right. We're defining what reparations mean. You understand? We are defining what it is. See, this is why it's so very important to make a power move to self-identify, one, and then you determine the terms of your compensation because you're now self-identifying. See, what happens when we let other people identify us, then they can determine who gets what and what gets gotten. See, we let them run that game on us with affirmative action. See, when it was time to give us compensation in the 1960s, instead of reparations, they remixed the word. They said, well, we'll give you affirmative action. It's an action and it's affirmative and it's going to give you something. And then they defined us. They redefined us instead of black. They were like, okay, you're now a minority. You're a minority, and so are white women, and so are Asians, and so are Hispanics, and so are LGBT people. So we're going to give this affirmative action to help black people. But we're going to give it to you because you're a minority. You're part of a big minority thing because you want to be equal, right? And we're up there like, yeah, I guess we want to be equal. Okay, well, what would be equal is everybody who's been disenfranchised in any way. They're going to be a part of this minority coalition, and we're going to have compensation for all of the marginalized minority groups. Now, doesn't that sound like some good equality there? Yeah.
Stop the cap.
And then what happened? All of these other minority groups started getting the majority of the affirmative action benefits, and we were left with crumbs. And then they took the crumbs away. So we're left with nothing because we let them define us. That's mistake number one. So I'm glad we're learning from a lot of the mistakes that we made. Now, when it's time for reparations, okay, we want it for foundational black Americans. Who's that? Us, people who descended from slavery, people who descended from the freedmen, people who built this country. The term has a patriotic vibe to it, so they can't say that it's un-American. No. America's right in the term. Because, see, that's how they like to do. When you start identifying yourself, see, the problem that a lot of black folks would do, when you start identifying yourself, you do some real radical ass name, which makes you into an out group. So then they can redefine you as some kind of nefarious organization that's trying to undermine the government and all of that stuff. And they can easily play you off and play you off like another. Play you off like a foreigner. Let's see, niggas get to talking all that plebiscite Pan-African talk. Well, yeah, we didn't redefine ourselves. We are the new Republic of American Ghana. It's some real goofy shit. It's always that. No. Yes, we have defined ourselves. We are a new organization. We are the United Slaves of Hot Tamale Land.
Stop the cap.
Dumb shit. Yes, we want to get part of Texas and part of Mexico so that we can grow crops and form our militia groups. And we're going to do a march with our weapons to show you exactly who we are.
My God.
That stupid shit. Yeah. So no, we're not even doing that. No. We're not no group. We're not no organization. We're talking about the 40 million plus people who come from the descendants, who descended from the people who built this country, the foundation of black Americans. So we're not othering ourselves. We're grounding ourselves in the American culture because we built the country. We have to really understand that. We really have to own that. And we're stopping these people from running the whole Wakanda game. That's why why do y'all think Akon is out here crazy? Have y'all noticed Akon is doing a lot of interviews? Why are they platforming this guy? I want y'all to think about it. Notice Akon ain't got no music out, but he's doing interviews all over the place selling Wakanda. He's out here doing these interviews telling us we need to go to Africa. Every interview is all about, yeah, man, these black Americans, man, y'all over here suffering. Man, y'all need to go to Africa. It's everything you need is in Africa. Man, you go over there, you gonna have it made, man.
Stop the cap.
I don't know why y'all suffering and struggling. Y'all want it. Y'all niggas love punishment. Y'all go to Africa, it's on and cracking. Y'all get to eat good and gold and diamonds. And then when I build Akon City, it's gonna be Mountain Dew sprouting up from the water fountains and shit. It's gonna be no, brother. We're not. Yeah, stop. No. They've been running that hustle on us since the 1920s. Even before Garvey, the 1910s. The Chief Alfred Sam hustle. They're selling the Africa Wakanda game, and we're just not buying it. We're not buying it. No disrespect to Africa. Hey man, we want you to do good, but don't sell us the package.
when you trying to bring your ass over here, Akon and those guys, y'all trying to get over here. Let's be real. Y'all doing everything y'all can to get over here. And then trying to get us over there with them tribal beefs. No, thank you. And shout out to y'all. Much love to y'all, but no, thank you.
No.
But there's no split mindset. We're not split on anything. It makes zero sense for an immigrant to get reparations for slavery, and none of your descendants suffered in the slave trade or slavery in America. And I've heard some arguments, well, we suffered because some of our peoples was taken away from Africa, and some of them was our relatives, our distant relatives, so they took our people away, so we suffered for a loss of our people, so shouldn't we get something? No, nigga, no, because that means you was selling folks. No, you're not going to get double the money. No, you already got paid for the sale. Y'all was selling some of the people. What kind of ass backwards con game is that? No. No. We're going to have to be real about this. A lot of them were very complicit in what was going on. We can play this game if we want to. A lot of them were very complicit. You know, Elmina Castle was over there untouched for a long time. Nobody was burning it down or breaking it down. The place is still standing since the 1400s. And they're still making money off of it. You go over there and they're showing you where we sold you. Look, nigga, over here in this dungeon, my people put your people here and sold you for jewelry and glass plates. You know, that type of shit. You niggas suffered here. This is the door of no return. I've never had, to be honest, I've never had a desire to go to the Elmina Castle. I've never had a desire to go there. Never.
No.
Because I'm like, how come y'all niggas weren't out here trying to burn this shit down? Yeah? How come y'all weren't trying to break this thing down and stop the whole trade from going on? Because y'all were complicit in it. Yeah, I don't want to see that. But I digress. We got a lot of people in here. Late night. Y'all raise your hand if y'all want to get on. Let me get some of y'all on here. Ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget,
Where Tommy Tuberville was the one said, we're not giving anybody no reparations. Speaking of reparations, since I'm running for Congress, you know who will be champion? My other bill that I'll be champion is reparations. I feel like Foundation of Black Americans, descendants of slaves deserve reparations. You heard it first. Newsflash, put that on the news. Put it on the news. There are national issues, and then there's local issues. My job is to bring the money back to my district.
Dude's background, man. Yeah? A lot of people have been questioning this dude's background. A lot of people think that he's non-FBA, to be honest.
To us with gold and silver bullion, to, as I said before, my antebellum slaves and ancestors and their heirs. It should be measured in the amount of 1 troy ounce of gold.
What? These plebiscite babbling Negroes. God, let me play the rest. Good Lord, man. Good freaking grief.
And silver for each antebellum slave and their descendants, according to the conditions of the mother for 16 generations.
Oh, God. This is plebiscite babble.
No.
Plebiscite babble. This This is time wasting, man. These are time wasting Negroes right here.
You're a time wasting tether. This is time wasting tether babble.
Dude, this is going to undermine everything, man. And this is by design. Damn.
Bruh. That equals 1,724 metric tons of gold and silver bullion. So we're asking that you give us reparations because America is number one on God's list to be destroyed. So if you don't accommodate us and you don't assist us, just watch what our God is going to do to America. America's
Okay.
Oh my God.
Family, for years, y'all seen me talk about how some of these Moorish Science temple dudes, and some of them are cool again, but let's be real. A lot of these Moorish Science Temple niggas, these fez wearing dudes, these dudes are oppy as hell. They're ops, a bunch of plebiscite babbling buffoons. And their job is to just undermine everything we try to do. Let's keep it a buck. When y'all see the fez, y'all know some plebiscite babbling is coming. Bruh. Every time we see it, I've been calling this out for years because I've been dealing with these dudes for decades just with the movies. Some of these guys have events and then they order DVDs from us, and there's always some janky shit going on with them. I've dealt with these little scamming, fez-wearing Negroes for the longest, dude. You got a bunch of these dudes with these fezzes on. I'm telling you, that fez is a warning sign at this point. These dudes be oppy, scammy, babbly. Just keep it a buck, man. When you see these fezzes, don't it always be some bullshit? If you see a Negro pull up with a fez, you already know instinctively. They done finessed the house out of somebody. They done squatted in somebody's house. And they got a fez on it. And it's always some scammy stuff. I've been calling these folks out for years, man. They're selling sovereignty packages. Got him. Oh, God. Scammy. But yeah, the plebiscite babbling dude in the silver suit. There's another. Somebody was actually there. They were filming him. The audio is kind of janky. Hold on. Let me see if you can hear what the audio was here. The audio is a little janky. So this was from Black Voltron. Shout out to Black Voltron Reloaded. The audio is kind of janky, but yeah, this dude was plebiscite babbling at the task force meeting. Hope y'all can hear some of this stuff. And look at what the dude had on. What the hell? He had on a fez and a suit and some red Air Max shoes. And what the hell is this dude wearing, man? The audio is kind of low, guys.
In America is making an honest day's living. So if you thought or you were under the impression that you got up this morning.
Look at the scammy ass suit, a chopper suit with some red Air Maxes and a damn fez. Good Lord.
And that you was going to make an honest day's living. You see Thursday. You hear what I said? Because the only way you can make an honest day's living here in America is doing the work of God.
He said the only way you can make an honest day pay in America is by doing the work of God. Man, we're talking about some money, man. We're talking about money. Why are y'all even speaking? Why are these dudes even speaking? Because they're sovereign citizens, right? So are they even qualified? Because they're claiming to be citizens of Morocco and Turtle Island and all of this stuff. Oh, God. So they're just there to babble and clout chase. This is all this is.
Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Okay, I know some of y'all can't hear, but it's just babble. He's talking about we were born in sin and just ain't nothing to do with no money. Ain't nothing to do with money at all. Hold on. Listen, First of all, I'd like to thank everybody at the reparations committee. My name is Al-Kabalan, Grand Sheik Al-Kabalan, MC Turtle Island, Marrakesh Bay. That is my name. My name is Al-Kabalan, Turtle Island, Marrakesh Bay, okay? I'd like to say, first of all, about these reparations, what we need instead of money from this illegitimate government, because the government is illegitimate and the dollar has no value to us as Moorish citizens of the Moroccan Empire. What we're going to need is $20 million in some incense so that we can control the incense market. That's first of all. Second of all, what we're going to need to take control of all the Skittles candy that was created in the United States.
Did you mean to come on? Did you mean to come up? Yeah, I guess not. All right. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, they didn't mean to come up. Yeah, but if y'all want to come up at any point, invite yourself up. I got you.
Because the Skittles comes from the Moorish Empire, which is from the original black man. They started adding all the colors to throw us off our history and our lineage. You understand? The original Skittles were a Moorish black color. The white man saw that we were getting power from the Skittles, and they started putting green, red, blue, and other rainbows in there to take us from our nationality. Bruh. You understand me? This is why we're also going to need a certain sector of land here. We're going to have to get a certain part that we can call our own. We're going to have to get a new Turtle Island. You understand me? I suggest Valdosta, Georgia. You give us Valdosta, Georgia, that's going to be our form of reparations. You going to give us Valdosta. You're going to give us all the Skittles back. You're going to let us control all the Church's Chicken franchises all over the country. That's going to be our reparations too. Oh, you understand me? That's what we need to do now. And understand that this country is going to fall. So before it fall, let us get all the gold teeth that's been minted in the South. Let's get all of that gold, and then we're going to convert that to vibranium. Because truth be told, the movie Black Panther, that's really about Turtle Island, and vibranium started right over here, right here in the hells of North America, my brother.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? No, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? No, it don't. No, you done fucked up.
You understand me? Now, I can explain more of this. I have a sovereign package that I'm selling right here. This is my sovereign package. I'm selling this just for $19.99, everybody. You can get this sovereign package. You can learn. I'm going to tell, in my sovereign package, let me tell you what you're going to get. I'm going to give you some information that the white man has been hiding from you. You understand me? You're going to learn how to get this vibranium. You're going to learn how to correct your status. You understand me?
I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now.
Step by step.
I want you to understand, overstand, and understand
all the Church's
what I'm
Chicken
saying
franchises. I'm going to give you step by step. The white man don't want you to have this. This is worth $15,000. You only going to get it for $19.99. You understand me?
No.
We got to stop this dumbass nonsense, family.
Are you dumb?
We have to stop dumbass Negroes sitting around babbling, and we got to stop entertaining that stuff. You got to stop entertaining that nonsense, man. We got to stop entertaining dumb, plebiscite babbling nonsense ass Negroes running around here wasting your damn time. They're wasting your time. They waste your time with all of that stupid ass babbling. Because they ain't got nothing going on. This is an act of passive aggression, guys. All of these plebiscite babbling Negroes, number one, they're part of that Moorish signs bullshit, which is some passive aggressive stuff. Also, these Negroes who coming around that we don't know, who have suspected tether backgrounds. They're sitting up here trying to undermine us. They're waging a covert war because they don't really want us to get nothing, because truth be told, these niggas ain't really qualified for it. So they come in there talking crazy, and many of them are ops. They come in trying to undermine us. Because see, the thing is, understand this, and this is why a lot of them have a lot of hatred towards me. Notice a lot of these fez-wearing, plebiscite babbling Negroes, even the Deion Jenkins guys, he was talking crazy about me in some of these spaces. They have an issue with me, a lot of these people, because see, I messed up a lot of people's hustles. I messed up a lot of these Sambo's hustles. Family, what I need y'all to do, by the way, retweet this broadcast right now, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to retweet this. Retweet this right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can. I need everybody to retweet this now. Put it on your Twitter. Retweet this now, ladies and gentlemen. Retweet this now. Retweet that now if you can. But family, the thing is, we, especially me, because they really put it all on me, but all of us, we've messed up a lot of people's hustles. Because see, the thing is, a lot of these people, they have organizations, and they've been using these organizations to bring people in and milk money out of them. Lamore Science Temple, hey, come join us, get your status corrected, so if you get pulled over, they can't do nothing to you. Come on, join us. You can get all the plebiscite. All of these little Pan-African groups where they got little Pan-African money-making scams, these little back to Africa scams. Hey, come join our little Pan-African organization. Give us some money because we're building a Wakanda back home. You dig?
Stop the cap.
They got all of these little group scams. Join our group and pay dues to the group. And we're going to tell you how to get sovereignty. We're going to tell you how to get this. We're going to tell you how to get that. See, now we up here talking about, we're foundational Black Americans. We don't need a group. I've been telling people, hey, damn a group. You don't need no group. Because groups are just a waste of time. If we're talking about and groups as far as us getting tangibles, that's what I mean. As far as us getting tangibles. Now, there's certain groups can be used for specific things. Like if you have a group that's a lobbying group, you have a political, like if you say, hey, I want to form a foundational Black American political PAC. Now that's something that's very specific. If you have a group that's going to say, well, we're going to form a foundational Black American feed the homeless group, something that's very specific that you're actually doing, okay? That's something different. But just having a group just for the sake of having a group so you can dress up and wear little weird clothes and all this stuff and have these little symbolic rituals, and then you're just paying dues for these symbolic rituals, that's something else. So I come along and I say, hey, look, damn a group. We don't need no group. If we're trying to get tangibles, let's just everybody within our lineage just get on code. Let's everybody within our lineage just get on code. Let's just get on code about us getting tangibles for our lineage. Damn a group. There's a reason why these plebiscite babbling buffoons are always trying to frame foundational Black Americans as a group. They know it's not a group. They know that. They know it's a lineage. There's no group. There's no leader. Nobody's a leader of nothing. And we've made so much progress as a lineage just having that mentality, just being on code. It's real simple. It's real simple. You don't have to do all of this extra, these magic tricks. You have a lineage already. You have a lineage and you just get codified around your damn lineage that you're already born into. No rituals, none of that stuff. You already have a damn lineage. No. That's unique to you. And there's a debt that's owed to your lineage. You did? Yeah, that's why people are just so determined to try to make one of us the leader. They want us to be a leader so bad. And we've repeatedly said, ain't no leader. I am no leader of anybody. I'm no leader, and there is no group. We don't need a group. And now that people are understanding that basic philosophy, why am I joining a group? And we're getting so much stuff done just being on code without groups. So now that's messing up people's money, all of these little scammy Negroes. So now people ain't joining the Moorish Science Temple. That's why you have some of these plebiscite babbling fairs wearers so upset with me babbling. You understand? That's why you have a lot of these Pan-Africanist dudes out here. Nobody's signing up to build plebiscite village in Africa no more. Nobody's signing up for that. So the Pan-African plebiscite babblers, they're mad. All of these different groups are upset because nobody's trying to join these groups now. Nobody's trying to join these plebiscite babbling groups. None of these scamming, scheming groups, ain't nobody with that no more. You dig? We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that at all. So now there's a lot of people who want to come in our spaces and undermine what we're trying to do. They're trying to get into a lot of time wasting. And then there's some other people who also, there's another thing we got to look at too, family. There's another aspect of it. See, you got there's some black people out here, because when we start talking about what we need to get, you have a lot of black people who start talking scared. Man, we don't need no money now. Give us some gold, give us some land, give us some vouchers. Or you start trying to talk the money up out of you. A lot of black folks, not a lot, but many black people who try to talk against them getting something. You dig? A lot of these black folks who are talking against their own reparations, we got to be clear. There's a lot of black people who are afraid of success when it's black and independent. There are a lot of black people who are afraid of black independent success. They only like success when white people sanction it. Y'all feel what I'm saying? There's a lot of black people who only want success if white people sanction it. If white people don't sanction it, niggas get scared. God. This is from the plantation, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason why a lot of black folks didn't want to leave the plantation. A lot of black folks could have left. You could have left that plantation. You could have just ran off. Yeah, even there were fugitives after you, but damn, if you got to certain areas, if you got to them swamps, you would have been all right. If you got to certain swamp areas, and they knew, especially in North Carolina, South Carolina, if you got to the swamps or if you got to Florida, you would be safe. They knew that. They knew that. But many of them opted to stay on that plantation because Massa is taking care of me. Yeah, he beats me every now and then. I got to work for free, but damn, Massa, he takes care of me. I don't know if I go out there in that damn swamp in the wilderness, I got to cut a path on my own. That means I really got to work. You see? Yeah, if I get out here and I get down there to Florida, if I get in one of those swamps, that means I got to really build for myself. And there's going to be some angry white people looking for me. And we got to dip and hide and all of that stuff. Yeah, I'll be free, but I got to dip and hide and duck and dodge. And ooh, that's scary. There's a lot of black folks who thought like that. So a lot of them said, shit, yeah, I can just deal with Massa. At least Massa and them won't be mad at me. I get beat every now and then, but damn. You got a lot of people with that same mentality. When it comes to us doing something independent and not having it sanctioned by the white dominant society, a lot of folks get scared because they know that the dominant society, they don't really want us to get reparations, but if they have to do it, because it would be politically in their best interest, because we will crash these political parties if we don't get our tangibles. And they see where this is going. If we're not supporting the political sphere, then we can start building real independent nations within the nation. They understand that. So they're like, hey, we got to get these folks back on the treadmill somehow. Just let them, we got to have them have confidence in our society. Because if we're not voting for them, they measure the confidence that we have in the society based on how we support it. And if we're not voting like they want us to vote, they get worried. Because when you lose confidence in a system, instinctively, you're going to build your own system. They don't want that. You dig? So they got to do something. They have to do something. We can. It's a win-win situation for us, so we can let them crash, and we're going to still do what we need to do, and they can give us our paper, and then we can still do what we need to do. We can start building a real relationship. If you're going to start giving us our payments, now we can have more faith in the system, and then we can build to have a more equitable society. But at this point, if you're going to sit here papering everybody else up, but not us, nah, we can't support that system. We can't support that system. And they're doing all types of little sneaky stuff now. Did y'all see Biden? Biden was up here. Biden gave $55 billion to Africa. Oh, and he was up here talking about how black people were taken as slaves from Africa, so he's going to give the money to Africa. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it was a real weird speech he gave about how black people were taken from Africa, and we're going to try to do
Stop the
right,
cap.
and then you're going to give $55 billion to Africa? What the hell? The hell is that? No. You got to break bread over here, buddy. No, you got to break bread over here. Yeah, you got to break bread over here. You see? Yeah, they gave $55 billion to Africa. Now understand, it's a finesse. See, they can give them $55 billion, but they don't give it to us because, look, they're going to go over there and they're going to start taking control of some of those natural resources over there. They're already doing it now. Where's this clip? Here is them over there at the U.S. African Summit. There was a memorandum signed that will give the governments of Zambia and the DR Congo that have them surrender their supply chain and their production of copper and cobalt. Listen to this real quickly. Where are we? Right here. Yeah, so yeah, they ain't giving that $55 billion for nothing. They know those African leaders are going to just bend over and just roll out the red carpet. Hold on. It might be kind of hard to hear.
A memorandum of understanding in which the U.S. will support the DRC and Zambia in developing an electric vehicle value chain. I really want to commend the DRC and Zambia and their governments for their leadership and vision in developing electric vehicle battery testing. This is the future, and it is happening in the DRC and Zambia. The DRC produces more than 70% of the world's cobalt. Zambia is the world's 6th largest copper producer, the 2nd largest cobalt producer in Africa. Global demand for critical minerals is going to skyrocket over the next decades. The plan to develop an electric battery supply chain opens the door for U.S. and like-minded investment to keep more value added in Africa. Electric vehicles help reduce carbon emissions. They support the global response to the climate crisis. This memorandum of understanding that we're about to sign signals the support by the U.S. government for what is a very important project for these countries. Different government agencies, USAID, Commerce, the Trade Development Agency, are exploring technical assistance for the EV supply chain. Our Exim Bank, the Development Finance Corporation, will be exploring financing and support mechanisms for investment in African electric vehicle value chains. So this is, I think, an important moment to take note of a truly important initiative for the future, not only of the DRC and Zambia, not only for Africa, but potentially for the world, as more than anything, we're together combating the climate crisis, together.
Okay, let me give y'all the clip notes, Because some of those African leaders are looking like, okay, nigga, where's the money? They're looking like, okay, yes, just take it all. Just give us the money. So basically, they didn't put that $55 billion over there. Yeah, I was snacking on someone that was playing. I know it's very loud when I'm snacking. But yeah, they're saying, hey, yeah, we're going to get that. We're getting the copper, supply chain of the copper. We're getting the cobalt. We got a direct line. Yeah, so basically, we're colonizing that ass right now. We ain't about to let China and Russia and all of them get over there and get everything. We about to get a little piece of that action too. They're like, we're getting a little piece of the action too. Yeah. And them African leaders are there. Okay, nigga. See, they don't have a problem giving that money to them because they know they're going to fall in line. See, they know giving our money that we're owed, they know we're going to turn the hell up and we're going to start building some real independent wealth with that money. They know we're going to flip that money and do phenomenal things with it. They know us. They know we're going to flip that money and do some fly stuff with it. They know. You understand? And we shouldn't be ashamed of us, many of us, doing the right thing with the money, because this whole narrative that by default we're going to get the money and mess it up. That's what the white supremacists want us to think. That's what they want us to believe. And they keep pushing people out there with that narrative. They had Vlad. Remember, Vlad had Faison Love. Faison Love is Cuban. Faison was saying, yeah, y'all give black folks get that money, they're going to buy Cadillacs. We always hear that narrative thrown out there. We keep hearing the narrative thrown out. We're going to keep hearing that narrative thrown out. And white society wants us to keep on with that narrative. Are there some dudes who are going to get the money and trick it off? Yes. But many of us are not going to trick it off. Many of us are going to do the right thing with it. And I don't want to hear Negroes talking, we don't need money. What we need is land. Okay, you can get the money and buy your own land. We don't need money. We need gold. You can get the money and buy gold. There's nothing stopping you from buying gold. You get your check and go buy a brick of gold. Yeah? We don't need the money. We need an education at HBCU. Get your money and enroll in an HBCU. There's nothing stopping you. Everything that you want, you can use with the money. Just give me the money. I do what the hell I want to do with the money. You dig? I do what the hell I want to do with the damn money. You dig? But the thing is, they have a problem giving us the paper, and they don't have a problem giving it to people in the African diaspora. They don't have a problem because they understand our mentalities are different. Because let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. They've been more psychologically colonized. I'm not saying that to disrespect. I'm not. But they've been more psychologically colonized. They've been more psychologically colonized. So when white mommy and white daddy come around, they get some act right real fast. Family, did y'all see this video here? Family, this was King Charles up in the UK. And look at this non-FBA woman. She's either African or Caribbean. I'm going with African because she kind of has a cake soap vibe. She kind of has a cake soap vibe. I put this up, family. This went viral. Oh man, this went viral, ladies and gentlemen. This went viral when I put it up. Hold on one second. Let me show this. Let me show this, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Look at this. Look at how this woman is acting when King Charles came through. Look at this non-FBA woman. God. Look at this. This is why they gave Africa all that money.
cap.
That's why, ladies and gentlemen. That's why. That's why they're prioritizing giving them paper over us. Because they know they ain't about to do anything revolutionary with that paper. That's what we got over there, bro.
No.
Let's keep it above. That woman got on her knees and crawled over to King Charles.
Oh,
Family,
my God.
that African woman,
Bruh.
with her little cake soap face, dropped down to her knees and crawled over to King Charles.
Bruh. Oh my God. Oh,
and, you know, there were people
my
in the
God.
comment section,
Bruh.
non-FBA people, defending her. Well, you niggas are just haters. Everybody don't have hate in their heart like you niggas. They were hating on us for clowning this. You still have some tethers hating on us for saying, what kind of low self-esteem nonsense is that? Oh, you niggas, got him. She is just happy to see him. She is a big fan. Why are you niggas hating?
Stop the cap.
You niggas would do the same for Biden. No, we wouldn't.
No.
Some of our worst coons won't even do that. She's South African? I don't know. I know she's African, though. I don't know. She's African. She's not FBA. You dig? Family, when you act like that, are you really about some Pan-Africanism? Family, now you see why foundational Black Americans are saying, you know what, we're going to kind of do our thing over here. While y'all, you know, we cool, but y'all got some stuff over there going on. We're going to have to go over here and kind of do what we do for a minute because we got some money issues that we got to straighten out. Some stuff with the lineage, because there's some shit going on over there that it's just a little different. We can't really relate to it. It's something that ain't got nothing to do with our lineage. We're a little bit different. No disrespect to some of the brothers and sisters who are riders, but now you see why the foundational Black American movement is so strong right now. Because these are the people who come in our spaces telling us what the hell we don't need to get. They start telling us we don't need to get reparations. Remember the article? It was a British woman.
Stop the cap.
Over there writing for the press talking about how we shouldn't get reparations. We just trying to get free money. They're over there hating on us from across the pond. Because us getting reparations, we're taking our grievance directly to the white supremacists and to these groveling, crawling Negroes. How dare you offend white mommy, white daddy? You understand me? That's how they look at it. How dare you be mean to good white mommy, white daddy who got me out of my village and let me live over here? Don't you dare offend white mommy, white daddy. They're guard dogs for white supremacy to a certain degree. Many of them, not all, but many of them. But yeah, when you got your people crawling on their knees, she has to be comfortable enough to know that there's not going to be a backlash from her community to do that. We wouldn't do that. Even our most stringent coons wouldn't do that. Diamond and Silk wouldn't do that. Because we understand over here, you have a community you got to go back to, and you will be so ostracized within that community. Because that type of stuff is highly looked down upon among foundational Black American society. That woman got on her knees and groveled and crawled around like a pet. And she was comfortable doing it because she knows, let's be real, her community ain't gonna really give her no backlash because there's a lot of other people who kind of think like her. There's enough people who think like her. Jesse Lee Peterson wouldn't even do that. And he's one of the premier Sambos over here. He wouldn't even do that. You know? Now, Jesse wouldn't do that. Even Jesse has a certain level to the cooning he would get down on. You know? Stacey Dash ain't FBA though. You understand? You can say Stacey Dash and Candace Owens, they're not FBA. They identify as Caribbean and others. Yeah? You see what I'm saying? So there's an interesting dynamic there, you see. See, we have a, look, in our society, one thing about us, we will check the coonery. We do check coon behavior. That's one thing we do. So, for example, some of y'all keep mentioning Jesse because when we played this video, they were like, well, you niggas got Jesse Lee Peterson. But no, Jesse, we've already neutralized Jesse's sabotaging influence. Because, see, we're the ones, with our coons, we warn people about our coons.
When the Italians
Jesse might do it behind closed doors, but not publicly. But we warn people, like when Jesse Lee Peterson comes, we tell people, hey, listen, there's a coon named Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, he comes from my lineage, but we don't really rock with him. So if he comes in here saying something crazy, he's a known coon, so don't even trip. So we warn you about our coons. Y'all don't say nothing about yours. They just show up and start cooning. And everybody act like they don't know who they are. Roland ain't FBA either. Y'all keep naming these people who ain't FBA. Yeah? So we kind of warn people. And that's the thing. We kind of know how to put people on a, when they start buck dancing around us, we kind of put them on a leash and pull them back a little bit. I just saw something today. There's a ball player. He was a college player. What's this guy's name? They won a game and he was doing an interview and his aunt jumped up there and his aunt had no teeth. She starts buck dancing and he shut her down real quick.
So they go legally.
Up here, no teeth. Yeah, baby. Like, aunt, chill. This dude had to check his aunt, who may or may not have been on the narcotic at one point, because when you walk around, you ain't got no teeth. That's not normal. That's either extreme alcoholism or some kind of narcotics. And no disrespect to the young man. No disrespect to this brother. No disrespect to it. His name is Frank Gore Jr. Yeah, Frank. Did y'all see that? Look at this. Look at this. This is Frank Gore. No disrespect to the brother. I know that's your family, but he had to shut down the mammyisms real fast. Hold on. Look at this.
I know. I was literally just saying.
Grateful these guys out here. They opened up lanes and just. I knew how important this was for Auntie. Auntie, chill. I knew how important this is.
One more time. One more time.
I knew how important this was for Auntie. Auntie, chill. I knew how important this is. Auntie, chill.
Wait, let's go back home. Ain't no teeth in her mouth. Coming up there. Your nephew got to check you. She ain't got no teeth in her damn mouth. Up there about to mammy it up, about to embarrass everybody. Yeah, Auntie, chill. Damn. My God. The fact you got to check your coon family members like this in public, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man. They sat up here smoking and drinking, then smoke your teeth out, and now you want to sit up here and get some shine off your damn nephew? No disrespect, Frank. I'm not trying to disrespect your family member, but damn. She gumming it up out here trying to get some shine. Let your nephew do his thing. Sit your ass down. Yeah. Dude, I'm judging the actions. I'm judging the actions, man. Your son is up here doing an interview and your toothless auntie run up here. Yeah! No, somebody should be holding her back somewhere. Don't let her jump her ass up there. This boy's trying to get his on. Yeah? Damn. He's trying to get up, man. He's trying to get on. And when he gets to the league, when he gets to the NFL, he can buy his auntie some damn teeth. But damn, let her chill.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was professional. Come on, man. Your aunt out there running around with no teeth yelling while you doing an interview. And you got to tell her to chill. Come on, man. Lord. You understand? Now some of y'all are offended by this because y'all got the toothless auntie in your family. You got a toothless aunt in your family, and she need to sit her ass down too. When you trying to do things, sometimes you don't need to bring your toothless relatives around embarrassing your ass. That's a bad look. They need to sit down and let you get your shine on. You dig? You ain't got to roll out the ratchets. We got to stop that. And I'm glad he shut it down. I know you love your family. You love your family. That's fine. You love your family. And you're the one in the family going to make a difference. The whole family's about to come up off you. So don't mess the bag up. You dig? Don't mess the damn bag up. This man is trying to get endorsements. I mean, this is a good player. They're interviewing him. Let this man shine. They don't want that. Smart young brother, man. This dude might be trying to get some endorsements. You're trying to get it in. You're trying to brand yourself, man. Everything ain't got to be ratchet as hell. You trying to brand yourself, man. You trying to step out here and make yourself pop off as a brand. The last thing you need, you trying to build your brand, and when people invest in you as a brand, they want to invest products in you, so the image of you is very important. They don't want the image to be of a toothless auntie. Yay, baby! If this dude is endorsing Campbell's soup, when I'm eating my Campbell's soup, I don't want to picture his toothless auntie while I'm eating. I'm eating, ooh, this is so good. Yay! Oh, I'm losing my appetite. I don't want to think that. Damn. Come on, man. Come on. Everything ain't got to be embarrassing. Everything ain't got to be embarrassing. Sometimes you got to... I'm not mean. I'm not being mean. Dude, you don't have to bring toothless auntie out when you're trying to get the bag going. You're trying to secure the bag. You dig? We don't have to do embarrassing stuff all the time and ratchetness all the time. Listen, I saw something where Glorilla, the girl rapper, she was talking about something about, they were quoting her. She said she likes for her man to, and I don't even want to say, put his man milk, I just kind of clean it up the best way I can, on her food before she eats it. Come on, man. And they're quoting that and putting that all out in the media. Come on, man. That's gutter talk. Glorilla the rapper. Come on, man. It's gutter ass.
Stop the cap.
That's gutter shit right there, dude. Yeah, come on, man. Just they have these folks say anything and put that stuff out there. Come on, man. Yeah, there has to be some decorum somewhere. They love for us to be the disgusting, ratchet people. And no matter if somebody says she was just playing, but hell, why even say some nonsense like that, man? Come on. Just even put that out there. That's disgusting to even put out there like that. You did? So yeah, everything don't have to be a damn embarrassment. You dig? And we're talking about like embarrassing behavior the other day. Well, yesterday on my Twitter, not my Twitter, on my Instagram, we were talking about how people do things, and this is why you got to make sound decisions, because you start doing things and then later on you get embarrassed because you did some things and said some things and you were rocking with people you shouldn't have been rocking with. That can relate to the situation we see going on with Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lane going in and out of court right now. Because right now, Megan is very embarrassed by that. Megan is hella embarrassed. And she said so. She said this is very embarrassing for her. And not just her, the thing that's embarrassing to her, not just going to trial. That's not the embarrassing.
Yeah, that was funny, family. That was funny. So somebody in the TikTok chat said we ain't getting a check. I mean, how do you know? Invite yourself up. How do you know? Why are you so confident we ain't getting a check? What do you know that we don't know? Put us on. Okay, I didn't see you, Yaya. I didn't see you over there. My bad. Are you there, Yaya? Did Yaya fall asleep? I ain't see Yaya. I didn't hear the sound that somebody was waiting to hop on. My bad, Yaya. She probably fell asleep. Hey, but the person who said we ain't getting checked, um, why you think that? What you know that we don't know? Put us on. What you know that we don't know? We want to know what you know. You dig? What have the Illuminati told you in advance? Save us some time. If you know our efforts are worthless, useless about getting a check, we can, redirect our energy. Put us on to what you know. How do you know that? How do you know we ain't getting a check? What did you learn in those circles? Those are Illuminati Epstein circles. What did you learn, my guy? During those free calls, what did you learn about FBAs? What you guys talk about? That you can sit here so confidently and say FBAs ain't getting a check. What did you learn in those during those free calls, my guy? In that sausage party free call? What did you learn about us that you can confidently say with your chest, we ain't getting a check? All right. When you get a chance, bro, I sent you an invite. Hop on. All right. Because everybody's a scholar until they got to hop on and talk to one. All right. All right. Let's go here. So I had a debate. You can confidently say with your chest, we ain't getting a check. All right. When you get a chance, bro, I sent you an invite. Hop on. All right. Hold on. We got Yak. Everybody the scholar. Oh, I'm getting playback. Why am I getting playback? Oh, that's Yaya.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up, Yak Films?
yeah, peace, bro. You already had the convo about Will, Uncle Luke, I mean?
Yeah. So
Same
Uncle
shit.
Uncle Luke had a change of heart. He was against FBA, right? Altogether. The fact that we want to self-identify to delineate so we can get
I'm
tangibles and
here. Can you
laws
hear me?
passed in our name,
Hold on.
right? On behalf of us.
You know, I'm older. I'm trying to figure this out. Am I in here?
Yeah, you are. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank
But
you.
hold on 1 second.
I'm new. I be popping up on your stuff
All
like
right,
randomly all the time. I'm an avid supporter.
Can you hear me? Can
And
you hear me now though? I
I
got
can
you.
hear
Can
you.
you hear
Yeah,
me?
I got you on my phone and my TV. Cause
Okay, so just hold on
I
1 second,
remember
please. I got
you said when you go
it.
live, click the like button when you're live because I make sure I get you. Like, you know what I mean? I
Right.
want to make sure I
Yeah,
get you.
facts.
So I've been doing my due diligence with that.
Thank you.
So yes,
But
and I
yeah,
support you. And
I appreciate
I
it.
can't do a lot, but
All right. Now I get it. Now whatever you can. But hold on, yeah, because a guy, Yak Films
okay.
hopped on before you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll come back up and I'll
No,
mute
no, I'm
myself.
saying no. You just relax right there. He was asking about did we touch on Uncle Luke, and I said briefly. We just played a
Right.
clip where we
And,
just
and
played a
he
clip.
he was doing Uncle man.
Wait, yeah, hold on, hold on, yeah. Okay,
Okay.
what you gotta do is you gotta mute your YouTube. I can tell
Hold
you're.
on, I'm pausing it. I'll pause it. I'll pause
I
it.
can tell that that's what happens,
I'm
family.
new to this. I'm not true to
I
this. I'm
know,
just
but I know that. I know when people can't hear you, it's because they're watching the playback and not the Zoom.
right.
Okay,
And
so
thank you for
yes.
helping me
Anyway,
because I want to
yeah.
help. You know, I
All
want
right,
to
but hold on one
do.
second. Hold on a second. Let
Got you.
Yak Films get it in first. Go ahead, Yak.
Okay. I've been
She's
waiting
still
and I
going.
listened to I support Tariq too.
Yeah, yeah, crazy.
Everybody gotta stream. Everybody gotta, support me. Send. But today I just happened to look at Black Alpha stuff today, and he was giving you shout outs. He was giving Tariq shout outs. He was giving everybody their flowers, even though he doing what he do. And I was like, oh yeah, because I listen to them like Tariq crazy. Black Alpha, I don't catch him all the time, but I do make it my business to listen to you. You know what I mean? Because I feel
Appreciate it.
like I like what you talk about, and you try to put, like, you call yourself unbiased Ron, and I really feel like you bring an unbiased perspective, and you bring truth to power, like when you talking about it, and I love to hear you break stuff down, like when you like do it. Like the other thing I was listening to all day, I'd be at work, and I'd be having my earphones in, and I'd be listening to you, and you broke the chat, you be breaking the chat BBG down, and then you say,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
chat BBG, chat GBG is a motherfucking Democratic shield. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I like that, but
Yeah.
and I said,
ChatGPT is
damn, he
definitely a
right.
shield
Like,
of the Democratic
because
Party.
I listened to the one thing. I don't know if it's recent or how recent. I know it's recent, but I don't know how recent it is, because I catch you when I catch you, but I try to catch you all the time. And you was like, oh, I had to go and ask it 10 different ways, and to get to the nitty gritty, what we was talking about. Because what I was listening to today was when you was talking about how you was trying to break down how why we can't get a hate crime bill
Don't say it.
against
You got to spell
rape.
it.
Oh,
Don't you
I'm
got to spell
sorry.
it? Don't say
You're
it. Yeah.
right. I love TikTok Shop. I don't know if you're on there. I don't go on
Yeah, I
TikTok, but
am.
I love TikTok Shop. I know they be saying that. I just, you know what I mean? I'm just repeating. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know,
it seems to work.
you know what I
Yeah, but
mean?
yeah, I was
And
breaking down the HATE bill
the you was
that
bringing back
everybody
the
can get by
HATE
name but us.
bill with them, and they got it specific for Asians, even though it was really for Chinese, not
Right.
West
The Asian
Indian,
racial group.
Indian people that is classified as Asian. Wasn't really for them, but they got grouped in.
Right.
They got the
They're
whole.
protected too.
I listened to your whole, like, I listened to your whole thing. Like, I was like, oh my God, wow. So, but piggybacking off of why I called tonight, called in to let you know that I, I, I support what I can. I support, I give a little something to Black Alpha. I give something, like we all know what we got. We are in our situation. When we dealing in the lower poor communities, like, we want to support everybody. We can't, but we gotta pick and choose, and we gotta, you know what I mean? We gotta divvy it out, but we
Yeah.
still want to support. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to support you more, because I know they good for now. Like, right now they good. Tariq, I'm not saying he don't need no support.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
Black
where they
Alpha
at.
don't need
Yeah.
support, but you coming up under them, and you need more support. So if I got $10, $15, $20, $2, $3, just to say something, I'm gonna send it to you before I send it to them, because I already know they got a big stream of supporters. They
And you know where
already.
it's gonna go? It's gonna go right to my ChatGPT account. It's gonna go to
I
premium,
don't
my
care
YouTube
where it
premium
go.
account. Now I'm
I
letting
know you're
you
doing
know
what you're
because
supposed to do.
people like to pocket watch. So I'm letting them know
They
that
do,
that doesn't
and
touch
you
my
know what?
pockets. That
That's
goes
not
into
part of our culture. Number
my
one,
premium YouTube account, my Zoom account. I pay my Photoshop. I pay a lot.
you
I
ain't even
got a lot
gotta
of
say
stuff.
all that, because if you
Now,
really
I
listen
know, I
more,
do it. No, I do want to say it because
I know you gotta do it for the
you don't know
fellas
the
and
politics
everybody
behind.
else. I feel you.
You don't know the politics behind content creating. And
There's the
I already had
politics.
people, hold on, you gotta listen now. I already
Okay.
had content creators publicly say that about me. Oh, he
What?
doing it for the money. It's like, yo, first of all, I don't get as much money you think I get.
Right.
Okay? You got to stop.
Nobody do. Look how they pay people in the workforce. How y'all getting all this money when they companies don't even want to pay nobody that? How you gonna compare
Yeah,
that to that?
I don't have hundreds of people watching and sending.
And you don't, and you
I
don't,
got
and
about
that's okay. But
30 to 80
you
people on
got
average.
your solid ones. That's all that matter.
Right.
But number one, my thing is, how is you know, it's we live in such a twisted up, hypocritical world because number one, how are you gonna compare somebody that is doing something and trying to do something for the people? Because number one, they don't want you doing stuff for us specifically. That's why they don't like this whole delineation stuff, and we don't care. And we standing on it, and we like, okay, shrug it off. You don't want to call it nothing, but this is what we calling it. So what you gonna do about that? If you got 43 million people calling it that, and you gonna say it ain't that, you can't say it ain't that. Number one. But that all that aside, my thing is, if you not pocket watching everybody else, how you gonna pocket watching people that's coming up and compare them to everybody else that they got platforms, they got deals, they got stuff pushing their stuff to make them, pop out and be, successful. And there's the little few of you that get it out the mud, like Black Alpha, like Tariq Nasheed, like yourself, because you getting up there now. You're really getting up there. Like you don't think you are, but you're getting up there. And you're gonna and I've heard other people that have other, large quote unquote platforms shout you out. So I'm like, oh, I'm so glad he's gaining traction because he needs to, because he's doing this because he wants to, not because he has an agenda. That's the
Right.
problem. It be so many people with an agenda, and we get caught up in like the movement that we forget to check the agenda. Because
Yeah, and
everybody,
I
you
gotta
know,
add that a lot of people became activists after they got online. All right.
mm-hmm,
So I have a documented history of being an
mm-hmm.
activist since 2004. So that is
Wow.
like 11, 12 years before an ADOS and FBA, right? Before the
Oh,
internet was even
right.
like pop, yeah. So that's me
Shout
my
out to
early
you.
mid
Yes.
20s. My early to mid 20s I was act
Mm-hmm.
very active in my community. Like I'm very well known in my community for putting in work, right? So I was
Right.
doing this before. I was knocking on doors, boots on ground before an FBA or
And
ADOS.
like I said, I came across you just watching different stuff on YouTube, and honestly, I'm tired. Like the FBAs, I can't speak for all of us as FBAs, but I could speak for a majority. Like I'm tired of tethers. Number one, I'm
Yeah.
tired of them being in
Oh
our
yeah.
communities. I'm tired of having an Asian, Indian, Arab, Pakistani, African, some form, whether they're from Somalia, the Kenya, da, da, da. I'm tired of them. Like I don't want to. I'm good without y'all. I don't want to see y'all. Like I'm to the point where I don't want. Like I seen a thing today on the YouTube where they was talking about it was some white dude like, oh yeah,
White
y'all
T.
y'all oh
YT.
oh oh I'm sorry.
Yes, it's
Trying to
okay.
get it together. I'm sorry. I seen some a male guy, YT, the mayonnaise. Can we still say cracker? Can we say
Nah, nah. If you can't say it in front of a 5-year-old, you shouldn't say it on TikTok.
that? Okay. Anyway, the YT guy, those two letters that equal up to more than one. um he was like, oh, he had a whole thing like, oh, y'all mad, Shut the Bill about to get out of jail. Now you know what y'all say, y'all don't own nothing, we got all the banks, we got this, we got that, and y'all mad. See, now he about to get out of jail. And I was like, you know what, I really can't be mad at that. R star ist. I can't be really mad at what he's saying because it's true. But well, damn, you ain't have to rub it in our face like that. Number one, but we get it. But we got something for you for that. Like we've been dealing with y'all since we've been here. How you don't think we ain't gonna know how to fold y'all up? And it ain't
Yeah,
even
but
gotta be violent.
I about to say, yeah, we ain't trying to take it there. All
We
right,
ain't
but
even
if you
gotta
don't,
be violent. But you touting out like, oh, Chud's getting out. Y'all so
yeah,
mad. And da 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 da. Da. I don't know if you've seen that, but I was looking at that
nah.
today, like literally today. And it kind of like it's the nerve with me. Like I was like, oh, I feel what the guy's saying because he's literally right. Because no, we don't own no schools. No, we don't own this. No, we don't
Why
do it.
would we?
But
Why would we? Okay, so here's the thing that I
mhm,
try to help you guys out with. You guys are easily gaslit. Okay, I would ask the question back. Why do I need to own a school? I'm not a Pan-African scammer like the doctor psychologist. Why
mhm,
would I own
mhm,
a school?
mhm.
Okay? Why would I
Okay,
personally own a school? Why would that be a goal?
right. Now
That's
he
a
was going down the
scammer.
list.
Right. Yeah, but they're trying to hold you to a scammer standard. That
Okay.
Pan-Africans do all that garbage. I know. I talk to them all the time. Even Facebook this morning, I was going back and forth with a Pan-African scammer that, well, not scammer, but a Pan-African
Right.
guy. And
Okay.
he hopped on before. He hopped on twice already.
Mhm.
I cooked him, embarrassed him,
Good.
and
I'm
he's
glad.
afraid, and like he's a Pan-African scholar, and he won't hop back on. And we were talking this morning, and he's trying to compare his activism to mine, like weird stuff. I said, why are we comparing activism, bro? If you're doing stuff good for Black people, then keep doing that. Why are you comparing yourself to me? Comparing
Right.
research to me? Just do your part, and I'm gonna do
Right.
my part. But stop trying to, like, that's weird that we're comparing. Right? He's not on my
And it
level at all,
is.
but why even do that? But anyway,
Mhm.
um, that's something he would say. You don't own
Mhm.
a school. You don't have a sovereign nation. You
Like he
you
was
live
going
in
down the list. Y'all don't
America.
own the banks. He was like, we own everything. We got the banks. We got the schools. We got our
Who said that?
medicine.
All
We
right, all
got
right. So
like he
look,
was
so
going
wait, hold
down the
up.
damn
So
list. And I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah, we got to
okay,
wrap it up because I want to finish the reparation thing.
oh,
Okay,
okay.
but who is saying that? Who's saying that?
The guy that was happy that Chud was getting out of jail and they raised $1 million for him to get out and he getting free.
Oh man, I'm not. Yeah,
Not
so
that we worried about that. We don't
yeah,
care
yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
But my
yeah.
thing,
You got to call it out. The guy was just chimping out. That's all.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
he was
right
just
then.
chimping out.
See,
Yeah,
that's why I like talking to you because you keep me calm. Because I be
yeah.
like,
Nah, he was chimping out. He's a white T guy.
he was,
Yeah,
yes.
they are the original chimps. Yes, he was just chimping out. That's what white T men do.
And I said
White
he
T
had to be. We got to be gaining some progress for him to be that mad. Okay, if
chimping
he
out.
get out, that don't mean
I,
he gone.
our confidence, our positive motion usually normally cause white T people to chimp out. Remember when we were
Hmm.
emancipated and we were had freedmen banks, freedmen institutions,
Hmm.
black colleges, all type of stuff going on in black schools. They chimped out and they
And they
but
ruined it.
hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
They chimped out and they started an organization called the Triple K, the 3 Ks. And
Right.
they came in and they terrorized, violent, attacked and removed us from those positions of power and those positions
Hmm.
of equality, like living the
Hmm.
American dream. And then
Right.
they chimped out and created a system called Jim Crow, right?
Hmm.
Where they made it legal to discriminate and segregate for
Right.
over 100 years. And then after and during that, they chimped out and instituted convict leasing, sharecropping, peonage debt, you dig?
Hmm.
Uh, all that stuff, hired out, um, right? So they did it redlining, excluded
Right.
us from wealth, took wealth from us, ran highways through our business
All
districts,
that. Like,
urban renewal. But that's all called chimping out. They
yeah.
chimped out and they did eminent domain. They took our possessions, our land, our businesses, or they chimped out and did that. So these whitey people are the King Kongs of chimping.
And they
chimping out.
are. And they
Okay.
are.
Then they hijacked our ethnicity, black, and
Yep.
made it a racial term and included all type of tethers in there, and that so much so that we can't use it today and get anything tangible because Ed Blum will chimp out and sue us and say,
For everything.
right, you gotta get rid of that. Right. So now we had to counteract the chimping out
Mm-hmm.
of white people, and we gotta delineate. And we
Right.
had now we got delineated terms. We got Solon,
Yep.
FBA, Friedman, and Adolf. So we had to counteract the constant chimping out, primitive primate actions of white people.
You right. And
They
I
can't hold themselves, right? And
mm-hmm.
now you got other Asians and other folks chimping out right along with them.
And
Right?
they
Okay.
are like, why is everybody, the whole world really simping out for real? Like, if low key, like they ain't talking about it, but the whole world is really chipping out behind us doing what we do.
All right.
But
So
I just want to give you your flowers for bringing it to the forefront, and because, like you say, you brought, like, I learned about exonym and endonym from you and all that. Like, you
I
really
appreciate it.
brought that to the forefront, and I give you your flowers for that because honestly, I never thought about it. I never knew about it. I never thought a thing about it. But when I think about it, and then the thing when you get on, every time you get on and you say, okay, they say I'm black, but remember, black ain't all the black that we thinking black. It's not FBA black. And now I think when they say black, I'm questioning like, okay, they black,
No,
but who is
no, don't
they?
question. Don't question. Automatically, no is dealing with tethers and immigrants. Is no question there. When they say
Right, but I
black,
never did it before. But until you
right?
put it into like, oh no, you can't just think it's us.
No, it's never us. When they say so,
We
it's
didn't
never
know
us.
that
With
before. You know what I'm
right
saying?
when they say black, they're talking about
They
recent
talking about everybody else,
immigrants, African
all of
immigrants that
them,
come over here. Right? They're not
everybody
talking about
else.
us.
And so when you kept saying and drilling it like, no, just because they saying black, don't think that's you. That's not you. We FBA. That's them. And I said, okay, so every time I hear the word black now, I'm like, okay, well, what kind of is they black? Because I call us black. I put double blacks on the black stack. Like, is you black? Because that's how we just talk. You know what I mean? And I don't outside of that, if it wasn't for you like drilling that in our heads, like, no, just because they say I'm black, that does not mean foundational black people. That means it could be Somali and Caribbean, this, that, and the third. So now when I hear like you and keep
No,
saying it, because I
don't forget the land it and let me go in because it's getting late.
okay,
I
I'm sorry.
appreciate you. Yeah, but
Yeah,
I want to
that's it.
finish.
I'm gonna land my plane there, but I
Okay,
did
I
want to let
appreciate
you
you.
know. Yes, no problem. All right. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you very much. Yeah, because
No problem.
I'm on the East Coast and it's
You got it. You doing
12:42,
your
and
thing.
I
I
want to
got
get up.
you, and I'm gonna support you everywhere I can when I can.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, so now let me. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is because we're talking about it all. Anybody want to join? We're talking about reparations. We're talking about delineation. We're talking about. You could talk about Chud the Builder. You could talk about that recent Rick Chow acquittal, the gas station trial, what they call it, the bottle war trial, what they call it. You can hop on and we can talk about that. We can talk about the need for a anti-black HATE crime bill. Why do Asian folks got one and we don't got one? How do you justify that? We can talk about that. So yeah, it's grown talk this late, but until somebody hop on, I'm going to go over a debate I had with a so-called scholar about reparations, right? Okay, and this is when I was like kind of like brand new into the discussion because I love my lineage so much. I said, okay, let me go ahead and hop into this. You dig this conversation? I'm a skinny dip hop into this conversation. You dig? And I did that. Okay, so let's go. This is a rebuttal reaction to our conversation. He was doing bad faith arguments the entire time. Okay, you'll see. The powers that be, the Illuminati, Bilderbergers, whatever bullshit, are they only funneling the boys in the hood,
That's me talking.
The bellies to you guys, or are you also do you also have access to Distinguished Gentlemen, Mo Better Blues, Do the Right Thing, A, B, and C, all the Denzel movies? Okay, so my argument right now I'm making, you have the tether argument where they say that all of the representation they heard about us from their homelands, they got it from movies and music. They've been brainwashed by movies and music. So I'm countering. I'm saying to the Pan-African scholar, I'm like, yo, are you telling me all of the representation through music and movies that they have of Black Americans are just toxic? Minister Society, Lil Wayne, they don't have access to De La Soul, the Fugees, Digaboo Plans, like so all the representation they hear of us is always toxic and negative. I said I don't believe that because you have just as much toxic movies as you have positive movies. Denzel Washington is responsible for Training Day and also Malcolm X. Are you telling me that you guys only had access to Training Day? You never watched Malcolm X? When you watch you didn't watch Mo Better Blues? You didn't watch um what's the one with Fight the Power? What's the one with the radio guy? I keep forgetting that one. Uh dang, what's that one called? Um but you didn't watch all the other movies. You didn't watch the movies by Robert Townsend. You didn't watch those? You didn't watch Spike Lee movies? You only seen Minister Society, Boys in the Hood, and Belly? Did your country block out the pot? You're lying. Okay, and that's what I'm arguing right now. I'm pointing out. Yeah, do the right thing. Thank you. I always forget that title. Thank you very much. Yeah, so you trying to tell me you didn't have access to do the right thing? So, family, when I researched it, it turned out they have access to all of it, good and bad. And when you research the representation of Black Americans through movies, family, you're gonna see it's even. Basically, you got just as many negative movies as you got positive movies about us. For every negative movie, there's a positive movie. Denzel Washington is playing more positive roles than he is playing negative roles. And these are our top actors. Wesley Snipes is playing more positive roles than negative. All right. So most of our Black Cuban Gooding Jr. more positive. So you gotta stop. Most of our Black Will Smith, most of our Black American actors and actresses, they normally play more positive roles than they do negative. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. So we're not Morgan Freeman. Oh yeah. Lean on Me, a teacher who loved his Black American students. You feel me? So yeah, you gotta stop. You got Tupac Juice. You got Tupac Poetic Justice. All right. You got Jason's Lyric. So he's the good guy, his brother's the bad guy. So the representation in movies, family, is damn near even. Nick Cannon, Drumline, positive movies. You got Sinbad, who never even cursed. You got what's it? Bill Bellamy, who never even cursed. You dig? Like, yeah, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. But we don't believe you. We don't believe you. So you listen to Nas song Shootouts, but you didn't listen to If I Ruled the World. You didn't listen to I Know I Can Be. So you never heard those songs. You never heard Jay-Z and Nas, Black Republicans. So you only chose the same album. Every Nas album, he got just as much, if not more, positive songs with messages than the ghetto ratchet stuff. So that means you skip Tupac. So you skip All Eyes on Me to listen to I Can't Deny It. I'm a straight rider. You don't want it. Like, stop it. Machiavelli. You didn't listen to White Man's World. You skipped that and listened to Bomb First. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. We know our artists, man. We know they got as much positive messages in that same album as they got negative. You are purposely trying to hear the representation that make us look bad because you're jealous and envy. You are going through something we diagnose you guys as ethnic inferiority complex. You don't feel comfortable and strong when you see us as comfortable and strong. You only feel comfortable and strong when you look at us as inferiors. You can't look at us as strong and confident while you see yourself as that. You feel like only one of us can be seen as strong and comfortable, confident. Okay, that's not us. Black Americans, like one thing people can have all the stereotypes about Black Americans. One thing they'll get right is that we are the most confident people on earth. Even when we're like homeless with $2.02 in our pocket, he's still trying to holler at Nicki Minaj. You dig? Like, yeah, we are, the confidence is undeniable. So, but that right there, dear mama, right? Dear mama, Brenda's got a baby. You know, keep your head up. I get around. Like, you gotta stop. Those songs were hits. You never heard those? So yeah, we're not buying it. We're not buying it. And so you'll have a lot of FBA Pan-Africans. Some of my friends will sit there and lie to me and be like, yeah, man, they're brainwashed. My guy, if they're brainwashed, why would I align with a brainwashed man? So he's brainwashed by what? White tea supremacy? So he's an agent. Why would I be why would I be rocking with an agent? So listen, wait until he's unbrainwashed and let's link up with him. But as long as so you're gonna link up with a brainwashed guy. Like, yeah, you're bugging. Some FBAs, so here's the thing. Some FBAs have been brainwashed, miseducated to hate themselves. But what are we doing about it? The ones who know better, we're out here. See the difference between us and other people around the globe? We are attempting to unbrainwash them by channels like this, spaces like this, teaching them about the history, about what's going on. So that's the difference with us. We Black Americans have historically, all the way back to Frederick Douglass, the 1800s, we've been trying to unbrainwash each other. Harriet Tubman, unbrainwashing people. That's our history. We are accountable for ourselves. So we tell good, wholesome immigrants to, hey man, unbrainwash your tether class. We like, do for your class what we do for our class. We say Jesse Lee Peterson, nah, don't go around him. Thomas Sowell, ignore him. Larry Elder, don't go around him. You dig? Don't listen to him. That's what we do. You meant to hop on, Ronnie Mac?
What?
I said you meant to hop on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for letting me up. But real quick, what I meant was, like you said, you're bringing up the point about them saying, oh, the reason, we've seen Boys in the Hood and you guys are doing this and doing that. And they lead with that as the reason, like you said, the brainwashing the white tea man. Oh, this is the media, they showed us, even though we know that's not true because you guys had the other side too. What I was saying in the comments is, when they lead with that, I'd be like, okay, well, how come Black Americans aren't brainwashed as far as how we look at you guys? Because we grew up seeing Feed the Children commercials, and we grew up seeing movies about the bushes and the leaf thongs and all that stuff. But Black Americans as a collective, I'm confidently can say, we seen those images portrayed by the media, obviously the white tea folks run, but we still rejected that.
Yep.
We didn't believe that was we didn't see that, and then when they came over here, be like, oh, they're savages,
Right. Perfect.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. But yeah, thank you for letting me up.
Yes, sir. I thank you for the clarification. And to add to that, We definitely didn't say stay away from them. We didn't teach that. They taught that. They admit that. They admit the island and Africa. They admit that their parents said stay away from those foundational Black American people. Right. So y'all taught that. And by the way, nobody showed them anything in their country. That's their country. Ain't no white man running nothing over there where he could broadcast a projector and say, watch this. No, that's their country with their leaders and their politicians, and they got their own army. No, sir. Ain't nobody making y'all do nothing over there. Ain't no white man making y'all do nothing. You guys are independent nations. That's a lie. If somebody's showing you some negative images, it's your African government. It's your island government. Ain't no white man over there putting flash drives in y'all computers. Watch this. Stop it. All right. You gotta knock that off. Yeah, so that is the worst argument somebody can give us, is that you watched a movie or heard a song. You're a grown man who's a grown woman who's supposed to be smart, right? So you're trying to tell me when you seen Denzel in Training Day and he got deleted, and when you see him in Malcolm X and he got deleted there, you're telling me this guy keep getting resurrected? You don't know that movies are fake? You think every time he get deleted, he's resurrecting, right? He's resurrecting. You can't believe that. You know they're fake. You know he's acting. So like, there's no way to use that argument. All right, we dismantle, dissect that argument 1,000 different ways. There's no way we're gonna let you justify that weak argument, and for that reason we call it tethering. You're being disingenuous. There's no way you believe a movie is real. There's no way you believe rap songs are stop it. Because then what about the rap songs that like Most Def? You dig? Black Thought, Lupe Fiasco. And you know what I mean? What about that? You gonna ignore those? Stop it. J. Cole. You dig? When he's kicking the facts. Like, yeah, you gotta stop, man. Yeah, so we are pulling the wolf clothing, the sheep clothing off the wolf, and we're exposing your lies. And we don't believe that. You need more people. So I'm not gonna do the reaction because I'm gonna be going I won't be going to bed no time soon. But I will talk about this though. I will talk about that reparations. Peace. Who's that? Prodigy Gold, Crown City on YouTube. Okay. What's going on, brother? Yeah. So now let me talk about this. Let me talk about the few things. Okay, let's talk about reparations. Like, what would it do? Now we already know it has to happen. I played Tariq all day today discussing reparations and how it must happen, it will happen, it's the right thing to do. And let's talk about how it will not be a burden on the country, because you have some whitey people who will argue reparations will cripple the economy. It's like, how? The money stays here, fool. The economy is crippled when the money leaves. So when our government sends money to Africa and other places, foreign aid and Iran, and that's crippling the economy. You're losing the money. You're not getting it back. That's a loss. That's a brain drain. Or that's an economy drain, economic drain. Okay? Reparations for Black Americans, it stays in the country like your PPP loans, right? Like your stimulus checks. Okay? Like that 1862 Homestead Act of 270 million square acres of land. That stayed here. So when you access something, a wealth, and it stays in the country, it boosts the economy. That land I was giving out, 160 acres to each YT person, that signed up for it, that boosts the economy. What about the HOLC, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, 1933? That boosts the economy. What about the FHA, the Federal Housing Act in 1934? That boosts the economy. What about the New Deal in 1935? That boosts the economy. What about the GI Bill? That boosts the economy. So every time these monies, these valuables were accessed by the American public who lived here mainly as a resident, as a citizen, that all of that stimulated the country. All of those stimulated the country. The white tea suburbs middle class was built off those handouts, those government handouts. Okay, that welfare assistance that you guys kept benefiting from. We never got that, by the way. We were excluded from all that wealth. Yep, 160 acres each person. We just wanted 40, a fourth of what they got, and we couldn't get that. So they excluded us from wealth while they maintained it. Home ownership. We were dealing with racial zoning laws, family. What is the early 1900 racial zoning laws? That means you're not allowed to leave your city. You're not allowed to go out and spread your wings and live in better places. That means you're stuck in the ghettos, in the worst place in that part of town. The food deserts, you're stuck there. No jobs. You're not allowed to leave legally. And when that was struck down in 1917 as unconstitutional, I mean, the zoning laws were so bad, family, that white people struck it down at the height of Jim Crow. That's how horrible the zoning laws were. That even they had a heart and said, "Hey, man, yeah, you can't do them like that. That's crazy." They struck it down at the height of Jim Crow, where at a time where black people did not have rights that a white man's bound to respect. They still struck it down. They said, nah, we wilding with that one. But they replaced it with restrictive covenants. That means it was illegal for a white homeowner to sell you their home. They couldn't. If they even tried, their neighbor could sue them and reverse that sale. That is called restrictive covenants. All right. Yes, sir.
Two of them first. First one. Do you ever go into like other like melanated people's spaces on here?
Yeah, I do.
If you trying to put you off, or they actually let you talk and stuff?
Nah, they let me talk, but the thing is, like, they're not like the. Sometimes it's good conversation, but most half the time, like, they don't even know what I'm saying. Like, they don't know how to value my information. So they go back to toxic, conversations. I'm like, damn, I said some deep stuff and y'all don't even care. Like, that meant nothing to them. It's like, wow.
Okay, and then go figure. And then the second one, if you, cause I know you talking about reparations, but before I hopped on, you had said something about that Chinese hate crime bill.
Yeah.
And, I'm definitely interested in learning about that. So, whenever you got time.
I got time. Okay.
So look, my question is, because I was wondering about this last night, and I tried to ask a couple folks on Instagram, and nobody chimed in. But do you know how exactly they got that passed?
Yeah.
Like through what means?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the reason was the virus 19. Okay, and Congress passed it. Lawmakers through Congress passed it. And by the way, the average person on social media will not be able to break that down. I'm saying right now. All right.
So, like I'm sure they go for that, right?
Wait, you're breaking up.
Gave someone money to do something?
No. Okay, so now it's just a law. It just what they did was they just passed a law where they asked the DOJ and other federal institutions and even state institutions to super focus on crime reports that are dealing with the Asian community. So they say, pay extra attention to these people, protect them at all costs. At that, so yes, I'm sure some money for resources, help to track data, kicked out. I didn't do the financial part. I couldn't tell. That's a good question. I couldn't tell you right now. Yeah. So the financial part I couldn't tell you. The administrative part I could.
I'd like to learn about that, at least that part, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the administrative part.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So now they told us that you can't. They told us through 1980, through Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, you can't exclude people or include people racially only, right? Racially. They told us also through the 14th Amendment, the equal cause clause, the equal protection clause, that you can't do anything for anybody racially. We were told that. And they said that's why you guys never got a anti-black HATE crime bill, because you can't do anything racially for one group you can't do for the other. So that for that reason, we're gonna lift all ties with these acts. So they did the 1964 Civil Rights Act, 65 Voting Act, and the 1968 Fair Housing Act. So they said, hey, that's for everybody, but it's also for you. But we can't put your name there. We were told that for 60 years. And then we found out just recently that they went against their own rule and said, hey, we're going to put an act for Asians. And we like, wait a minute. I thought you said, I said, oh, well, Congress looked it over, lawmakers looked it over. They felt like these people are being targeted through the virus 19, and we got violent crime reported against them. So, the U visas, we got to now give them residence, yeah, but the reports had came out that these people were unfairly targeted. So we're going to pass a bill, and we're not saying that only they're protected. We're just saying we're gonna focus on them more than anybody else, because they are the ones who are being attacked through this pandemic. So we're just gonna nip that in the bud and move on. But they're not getting any special treatment. We're just gonna focus on them and discourage attacks on them. So that was the logic behind that.
Dude, that's ridiculous. Because the little bit I did look up about that, it says a whole bunch of Asian American this and Asian American that or whatever, but it specifically kept talking about them.
Right. And like their rebuttal to that is, as long as they are not giving them something, it's not contradicting those Civil Rights Acts. They said because we're not they will argue, hey, we're not giving them something that we're not giving somebody else. Because they said, hey, after all, those other acts I gave you, those protect you guys. And HAT crimes by race is also illegal. So if anybody was to attack a black American man, and we can prove it was racially motivated, then that person will be held to the highest, penalty, just like if you were to violate an Asian person based on their bill.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference is, though, when it comes to us, where's the reinforcement when it comes to our so-called, HAT crime that happens to us? They'll get their stuff reinforced before us,
Yeah, so when you say reinforce, can clarify there.
Like stuff is always happening to us, and a lot of times it won't even be labeled as an HAT crime. You feel me? And then when someone does get hemmed up for it, the chances of it going through and it actually being successful and us getting quote unquote justice from the system, man, that should be slim to none. Versus if you do something to one of the Asian folks, the chances of me as a brother getting hemmed up and actually going behind the cage versus the quote unquote HAT crime I did, even though I didn't come at him about because he's Asian, the chances of me getting locked up over something or you versus their community is hella higher,
Yeah, so they will say, name a case. So this is how they're gonna respond to you. They're gonna say, name a case where the motivation was clearly and proven an HATE crime towards a black American, and they were not prosecuted based on that action. That's what they're gonna say. So they're gonna say name one case that the motivation was indeed, without any doubt, HATE, and that person was not prosecuted based on that.
Dude, hold on. So if somebody calls you the N word while you're getting into a dispute or nothing, you know how many of those cases go unpunished?
Hold on. Wait, they're gonna tell you the N word is constitutional free speech. That is not HATE. It might be a HATE word, right? But it's not a crime to say that word. What else you got?
So you're right about that. So my question to you directly is, do you know how we get around that? Like how, because yeah, they're using the words and they're using the system against us when during this, this play back and forth that me and you were doing. But my question to you is, do you know how as a community we get past that and actually get the justice for what actually is being committed, which we know, me and you know, that is a racially motivated attack when someone does that to us? Do you have any insight on how we could do that?
Yes. So for one, you got to point out the double standard and hypocrisy. You got to say, hey, if Chud the Builder is allowed to say what he says and then act on it, and there's many copycats and there's many Chud the Builders before Chud the Builder. Like we have 100 years. We got the triple K, the 3Ks. We got so many people. Dylan Roos, we got so many people in this country who have not only said the words, but they followed up with the racial actions. Okay. And we've never got a bill specifically with the name Black or African American. So we're saying, so that happened for over 100 years, right? And Congress looked the other way. So it's like, so now, 3 years of a pandemic, these guys got a bill for 3 years, and please tell me the number of people got deleted. I bet you not on even one hand. Okay, so how does that call for a named HATE crime bill? So ours is broad without our name in there. Theirs is narrow with their name in there. How do you justify that? Okay, so now, so what you got to do is get them to explain to you how is that different? How what they going through that caused their name to be on a bill? How is that for 3-4 years? How is that different than 100 years of what we went through? Right, and now they're not going to be able to justify that. So you got to hold them to that. All right, well, listen, you got to let them talk and listen to what they got to say and say, hey, because everything they're going to say, bro, to justify Asians getting the HATE bill, all you got to do is take the Asian out the scenario, put yourself there and say, that happened to us. Why we didn't get one? That's all you got to do. Because all the excuses for in the HATE crime bill happened to us first for way longer. So like there's really no defense for that. But we got to bring that to them. So like the Roland Martins, the Al Sharptons who try to gaslight us, you bring those to them. When we're at the Kamala thing, you instead of yelling at them, you bring that to them. Like, hey, what's up with the HATE crime bill for us? Oh, well, okay, but the Asians. Okay, so why the Asians then? And then I'm telling you, whatever their reason is, bro, 100% happened to us first and way longer. But that happened to us too. We never had one.
So you're absolutely right. Now, my next question is going to be, and I'll land with this. You're absolutely right. And I heard another brother, he's saying the same thing too. You got to bring that to them. When it comes to, you said you got to, we bring it to them and we hold them accountable. Do you have a method that you're able to name to where as a community, hey, we brought this to you. Don't turn your back. How can we hold them accountable as a community?
Yeah, so yes, well, it starts with just awareness, right? So we gotta first bring it to them. See, you gotta have receipts. Cause what they can say now is, hey, you didn't do that. Because like what they do is they'll keep using broad language for us where it's not specific, it's not race specific. We're just buried in the broadness thing, and that's what black is too. By the way, black is a racial term, African American racial term that is broad. It don't mean nothing. Everybody's included. There's no specificity. It don't tell you nothing about who, nobody, where they from, what culture, nothing. It's just broad. So like they like to flatten us out always. So we can argue, hey, this is another way to flatten us out and make language broad where we can't receive anything specifically. So these conversations, what I'm saying is, has to be brought to them when we have a chance to speak to them, right? So when they're out in public and they're taking questions, we got to ask these questions. And now these are receipts. So now these are receipts that these people are purposely ignoring us. And now the accountability happens that way. But you can't hold them accountable for something we didn't bring to them on a grand stage or even like a recorded, some type of recording way, a recorded receipt.
Sense. And real quick, do you know a brother down there from Miami named AI? Do you know about him?
Yeah, I know AI. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was just wondering. Yeah, AI is on the same hype, and he's like, yeah, we gotta have. And he's doing a push for a media thing, but he's like, yeah, we gotta have the receipts, we gotta have all this stuff lined up, and then we gotta bring it to him. So he's on the same hype. So I agree. I was just trying to get your point of view and see if you had like other avenues how we'd be able to go along with that as a community. But yeah, thank you, man. Like I said, I'm a big fan of yours, and
I appreciate you.
I'd have wondered if you. That's why I asked the question. Do you be going in them other rooms and shit? Because the way that you be laying shit down, I know that you would chop them up. But you're right. They don't be giving a damn about the information. It's yeah, they don't care. You feel me? So it makes sense. But yeah,
Hey, bro, I hopped in the room because I was just going there like trying to lay down law. I pick my moments when the topic favors me, right? And then when it favors me, I'll say, hey, let me up. And I did that a few times. And bro, I filleted like the tethers in there, and even the FBA's be like confused, like, okay, what just happened? It's like, damn, like, so it's like the education ain't there to appreciate everything I just said. It's like, so when I say hyperselectivity, when I say brain gain, when I say exonym, demonym, ethnonym, endonym, when I talk about these things, like people are just clueless, right? Of what I'm saying. I'm like, damn, I don't know how to make this more simpler without being too long winded. Cause they're gonna say, okay, land your plane. So I'm trying to say it in a way where it's concise but strong, but the education gap is like ridiculous. So it really just falls on deaf ears. So I kind of got discouraged. So I said, all right, well, let me just do my own space, and hopefully I can attract some people over here, and those same people where I was at, they can come over here and learn the right way and ask questions, and I could further clarify what I'm saying.
That's hella fun. That's hella funny that you said the education gap. I'm
Yeah,
gonna use that.
it's ridiculous.
Today, I used your spill today on a Caribbean live about the exonym and
Oh
the
yeah,
endonym,
oh yeah.
and I even because one brother's up there, he was like, when we say we're black, he's like, we're not talking about skin tone, and that's when I jumped in. I'm like, yeah, if you can see my profile picture, obviously I'm not talking about that, and I got into the exonym and the endonym, and I kid you not, after everything made sense,
Right.
first off, they try to cut me off with some weird paperwork they try to show, but after everything was explained, they negated everything and went back to, well, we're black too, so look at our skin. If we're not black, what are we? Green? And
Okay.
I'm like, damn.
Hey, bro.
They just
Okay. Use this. Ask them a question. Ask them how are they black, and give them 3 multiple choices. Say, are you black ethnically? Are you black nationally? Or are you black racially? Now they could only choose black racially, and racially black means you're black administratively. That means you're only black on paper when you fill out a form. You're not black in no society, no social affairs, no political economy, nothing. You're only black administratively, and that administration is white tea administration. It's not even their own. White tea people going around bringing this racial thing with them. Everywhere they conquer, they colonize, they bring the racial thing with them. So, and then they make people fill it out, right? They encourage it. So they could only say they're black racially, right? So then you could say, okay, so now if you're black racially, Where's your flag? Where's your language? Where's your culture? Racial terms don't have culture flag because it's too generic, too broad. Everybody's in there. It invites all cultures, all flags, all languages. So it doesn't tell you anything. So there's no way to be that as identifier. You can't be an identifier that's not specific. It doesn't tell you anything about yourself. Hey, I'm black. I'm black American. This guy's black racially from Nigeria, and this guy's black from, let's say, Jamaica. Right? We're in an auditorium, and they say, hey, will all the black people stand up? And we all three will stand up. Now, we're up. They can't tell us what our culture is, what our language is, nothing, because we're just flat black. But now, if I say I'm black American, if he says he's Jamaican, if he says he's Nigerian, that tells the entire story. We don't got to say another thing. They know our culture, they know our language, they know our history, they know our everything about us, right? Just off saying I'm black, that specificity, you know what I am. But saying you're flat black is an exonym, and it tells you absolutely nothing. It's not an identifier. You don't go around the world saying you're black. Black is not an identifier. Every identifier has a flag. Every ethnic identifier has a flag, a language, and a culture. When you see that Jamaican flag, you know there's a culture, language, and a identity that goes with that, in a country. When you see a Nigerian flag, you know there's tribes there. You know there's ethnicity there, right? You know there's a language and a people who are Nigerian, but break down the tribes. When you see an American flag, when you see the FBA flag, when you see the Solon flag, when you see the Black American Heritage flag, that's all you got to see, and you know exactly this guy's background. So when they say they're black racially, just ask them, who called you black, for one. Secondly, are you black racially, ethnically, or nationally? And you're gonna get crickets. They won't know how to answer it. And to ask them the difference. Hey, what is black ethnically? What is black nationally? Because their nation isn't black, right? So they can't be black nationally. In the '60s, when we said we were black, that was our nationality and ethnicity, because we were not calling ourselves American at that time. People don't say that. The first time American was attached to our name was through Jesse Jackson. We were just the black people. So we were black nationally, and we true story point is, I mean, true teller point is out. We were black nationally, and we were black ethnically. So we were the black. That's why Malcolm X, the black Muslims. Hey, black people, black man, black woman, black family. That was our nation and our because that's the segregation part. We didn't feel American. We were not American, really. Our citizenship was disrespected. So we call ourselves the black people, the black man, black woman, black family.
There and did break down all with the way I used to go at them. I did so I'm at the flag thing that you mentioned. That is a good point. I'm gonna keep and I used to break down the racial thing, and I would just say, like, hey, if I take your race, which is a fake social construct, if you take your race away from you, there's nothing black about you. Right. I'd be like, when you take my race away, I'm still black culturally and ethnically. Right. So, and that would leave him in crickets. But I got so much tether fatigue on here. I recently just got. I'm not lying, bro. I had to take so many B1 vitamins.
Dang.
I just got back on here probably like last week, right after being off for like 3 weeks, because I started real like catching myself in real life outside of this app. While I'm on this app, I started feeling some type of way, man, and I had to get my mind right and like take a break from this shit, because it was overwhelming how disingenuous and how draining it is, and me having to notice, like, oh, this is part of the tethering.
Right, right.
They don't care. You feel me? But and I'm gonna land with this, to your point about the nationality, which I didn't know and I didn't look at it like that, but that is a good point. I'm gonna keep for my my lockbox. But it reminded me, I watched this and you're right, because I watched this interview, this little clip of this interview with Muhammad Ali back in like the 60s, and he's talking to an interviewer, a white dude, and he's like he called him like Negro or colors. He's like, don't call me that. And he was like, oh, well, and he's like, yeah, he's like, we're not that no more. He's like, there's no he's like, there's no country called Negro. He's like, when you see a Chinaman, he's from China. When you see this, they're from that. And he started naming all these countries with these Jamaicans from Jamaica. He's like, he's like, there's no country called Negro. And I remember when I seen that video, there was like people in the comments, and they were all like, well, there's no country called Black either. But it makes sense to the point that you just made. We were looking at that as our national identifier.
Right.
So, so that's you're right about that.
Here's something else. So after they agree they're Black racially, right? So then you keep it, you let them know when you say that means you're Black administratively. Now they ain't gonna know what that means. The average tether is dumb. You gotta say on paper. Like you only check. You're only Black when you check and you fill something out, and it says race. You fill it out. You're not Black no other time. You're just Black on paper administratively. Okay, but after that you have a nationality. And if you're Jamaican, and you're Jamaican, and you have an ethnicity, it's called Afro-Jamaican, right? You ask them, if I'm Black racially, what is my nationality? Like you get them that tell you who you are from their perspective. It'll be crickets. Or if they say American, go with it. Then you say, okay, what's my ethnicity? They just might gaslight you, say African American. Go with that too. Say, hey, oh, but that was 1989. What was my ethnicity before African American? They can't say, yeah, and they can't say Negro because that's a race. The entire world was called, everybody dark was called Negro, from Haiti to Jamaica to here with indigenous people to Africa. Anybody dark was called Negro, right? So so that's not an ethnicity, is specific to a group of people. It's not of the same culture. It's not a race. Race is broad. Ethnicities are like, you got the Igbo ethnicity. They're not the same as the Yoruba, because ethnicities are specific to people who share the same history, language, culture, things like that. So ask them before, if they say African American, if they get that far, ask them, what was my ethnicity before that? And you're gonna say, so you believe we had no ethnicity until Jesse and they're gonna realize how ridiculous that is. It's like, well, what about the 1950s and 60s when we said we were Black? Do you think do you think Negro was the race at that time, or Black? So the point is I'm trying to make is, Black ain't become a race until 1977 by the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. Black was an ethnicity in 1950s, and well, actually earlier than that. Elijah Muhammad, in his literature, is 1940s. So we've been using Black as an ethnicity, and our race at that time was Negro, right? Way before the OMB. So that's what they don't know, and they don't know our history like us. So it's easy to like. And by the way, I don't have no problems with tethers when I break this down, or at least in my space. Now in their space they might ignore it, but my spaces, they all get it. They all understand and they get it. Like, okay, it's like reading no argument.
The way that you deliver it, but hey, great minds think alike. I had in the past had them tell me who I am,
right,
from their point of from their point of view, and it's so crazy. These people, they do that shit, right? To where, like you said, when you catch them up, right? I had them explain to me, okay, who am I from their point of view, right? And then when I was like, okay, so they got, when I did the ethnicity thing, right? I didn't go as deep as it, but you did, right? But when they were like, oh, the African American, right? I was like, okay, what's my culture? And then they were like, oh, African American culture. I was like, so what's Black culture? And they were like, oh, that's, people around, Black people around the world. I was like, okay, let me ask you this. If I was in China right now, and you were in China, and you asked the people, what's Black culture, and can they point a country that Black culture comes from? They didn't want to answer the question.
Right.
And then they were like, oh, someone said, that could be Nigeria. I was like, come on now. I was like, if you ask a China person what country Black culture comes from, they're not going to name Nigeria. You don't know that because you haven't been to China. That was their response to me. I'm like, okay, I'm fucking done.
Yeah, they're the king of like stupidity. I don't know who's worse, like them or a Southern Confederate, conservative white tea guy. They're like battling for like the dumbest person on earth. I can't tell who's dumber out of them two.
Hey, good. I like talking with you, but you said real quick, you said black didn't become a race here until 77?
Well, the black race started here in America. Negro was the race for all. So don't forget, black is a racial term that includes all people of African ancestry, right? Or they believe have African ancestry. So so that's including everybody of Africa, Black Americans here, Haitians, all the islands, and Haiti, right? Haiti, and maybe in Brazil, Negroes. Okay, that's the race. Black ain't become a race until um, we made it an ethnicity. So we were the first people on Earth to take those 5 English letters and put a positive connotation on that word. Before then, that word was taboo. It had a negative stigma, right? And that's why Dr. King, when he gave his speech, he spoke about that. He said black is associated with everything ugly, everything evil, but I'm black and beautiful. So he was telling you that we are redefining this word. It no longer means that when it's placed on people. It means this now. It means brilliance, excellence, sense of pride, proudness. So that was us changing the definition or changing the connotation from negative to positive when that color is associated with human beings. Had nothing to do with skin color, and it had nothing to do with checking a administrative racial box.
Yeah. You said it's like something with the OMB in 77?
Yeah. So the OMB, OMB, they had a directive called Directive Number 15. That's when they behind our backs, right? Because we were using it as an ethnicity. Behind our backs, they made it a racial. You can Google it. Anybody right now can Google when did black become a race in America, and it started here first, and before it went anywhere else, it started here first because we made it a positive thing. You ain't gonna make it a race if it's still negative, right? Everybody will reject it. So they waited till we made it lit, and then they knew there's going to influx a lot of immigrants over here, and so they said, hey, we gotta make this the new thing because we gotta do the paper ethnocide on Black America. We gotta flatten them out, dilute them, where if everybody's race show, then no tangibles. Yeah, so the OMB directive number 15 is what it's called. That's when black became a race. They took it from ethnicity and made it a race.
Hello, right about that because when I told you earlier, I had used your spill about the endonym and exonym to the Caribbeans.
Yeah.
I hopped off there when they did that shit that they be doing. But I watched the playback because it got sent to my TikTok thing. I was like, oh, it was a recorded live. So I watched it like an hour ago. As soon as I hopped off, this Caribbean, she brought up a paper and she put it on the camera, and there was a FBA brother in there, and he was telling them like, hey, you guys don't have black on birth certificates as far as your grandparents. And so the girl's like, look, they my grandparents did have this. She brought up this paper when I'm watching the replay, and she's like, what does that say right there? She's like, and she circled it. She's like, this is my grandma. I think she was from Trinidad or wherever she was from, or somewhere in the Caribbean. But she's like, this is my grandma. And you see right here with this B, this circle. And then the brother's like, yeah, but that's her death certificate. He was like, she doesn't have that on her birth certificate. Right. And then he was like, you don't know that because you haven't seen it. He was like, well, then show it to me. And they didn't want to do it. But you're right. They her grandma couldn't have it on her birth certificate if they didn't make that a racial thing until 77. That's why she only had it on her death certificate. That makes sense.
That's why I always ask when they talk to me, I always say, what date? Because you can tell me what you want to tell me, and you might be right. You might be wrong. You give me that date, I'm a cookie. Because I know history timeline. So I know when things happen by timelines. You give me that date, you're done.
That's good game. Thank you for letting me up, man. I'll let you do your thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we have can you introduce yourself?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, and what's the name you go by on TikTok? Walaikum salam.
What about Jay?
Jay, what's up, Jay?
How you doing? You good, yeah?
Yeah, walaikum salam, sir. How you want to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the topic was. I just didn't want to disturb the conversation.
Yes, no, you good. So it's really open topic, but I can tell you what we was talking about. we were talking about reparations, right, for foundation Black Americans and whoever else, CARICOM, the islands, whoever believe they deserve it. We're not in nobody way. We were talking about a possible HATE crime bill for Black American, well, not just Black Americans, race, everybody who consider Black racially in America, right? So we're saying why we can't have a racialized anti-crime bill to protect us racially. So that's including Africa and the island, Haiti. The same way before it was due way before the Asian bill, right? Because they told us why we can't have it, and the same reason why they say we can't have it, they gave the Asians the bill, right? So like, wait a minute, I thought it was no good. So that was we talking about that. It's an anti HATE bill, TE, right? Because of this TikTok, HATE, right. So the Asian community got a specific HATE bill from the virus-19 pandemic. So what that means is when you get a bill by name, for one, that's showing accountability, and then you're highlighting these are protected people, handle them with care, or you're going to face the wrath of the federal government. Okay, so that's what they got for those 3-4 years. Meanwhile, people who can be classified racially Black, especially Black Americans, have been treated like the Asians community, but 80 times worse for over 100 years. So he's like, well, where was our crime bill by name as well, by our racial name on that as well? So we just point out that hypocrisy right there, and also we were talking about, yeah, and also talking about how reparations can't happen without delineation, right? You have to delineate to receive reparations, and yeah, so that was pretty much what we're talking about.
Fair enough.
And
No sense. You mean to tell me that they got their bill, the Asian people got their HATE before you?
yeah, and like we're like just like, hey, what happened? I mean, complete hypocrisy. Like it's like indefensible.
Explain. You see this bill, yeah? I don't understand what it was. Was Asians going through oppression in your country?
Well, that's the thing. Like you can report crimes, but that don't mean a crime happened. So what happens is like a lot of East Indian immigrants were reporting crimes and they were lying, saying a Black person, right? It could be they're saying racially Black. So that could have been an African, somebody from the islands, Haiti, or a Black man from America, right? They're saying that person violently attacked me. So when that happens to an immigrant, that don't have citizenship, they then qualify for a U visa. So it was like a scam going on, and at the expense of people that are racially Black. So they were painting an image on people who are racially Black as something negative, as violators of recent immigrants. So it's like a really bad thing, but it was a whole scam place. So what I'm saying is, so when people do a report of a crime, the report doesn't mean a crime happened. It's just a report.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a madness, man. And when you said what is going on, did the government respond to you?
Okay, so this is something that we just caught wind of. You dig that we're like, oh, whoa, what's going on here? Because the Asian hate crime, oops, I love TikTok shop. The Asian HTE crime is fairly new. It's fairly new. So now we're looking at the reasons why it's there, and all the reasons support us too. So we're like, wait a minute. The exact reasons why we wanted one, you said we couldn't have it, but you gave it to them for the same exact reason why we asked for it. So we like, yo, y'all got to explain it. So this is fairly new. This is something we just started talking about literally like 3 days. So we can't wait to bring it towards a politician, a legislator, a candidate to some sort, and try to get them to respond to that. It's like, yo, because it's really indefensible. We're waiting, and then once they respond to it and they ignore it, then we got them. Because now we got the receipt, we got the benign and neglect attitude, the negligence, and we can do something with that.
Makes sense.
Yep. So that's the things we were talking about, but it's really open discussion on top of that. So it's not like we're not. You don't only got to talk about that. It's like whatever's in your mind.
So wait, so FBA basically foundational black
Americans.
in
Yeah.
America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're basically saying you're just a tribe.
Nah, it says foundational Black American. Like we're Americans who, like, we're native Black Americans. You could say, I mean, not a tribe, just an American. Are white people a tribe?
No.
Okay.
See, you know what? Do you know what's dodgy about YT people? That's a bit weird. Yeah, it's like everybody from your people are actually from. They have the same story, same culture, and the same story. Like they come from the same place. Do you know what I'm trying to say to you?
No, when you say my
YT people,
when,
YT
no,
people in
I don't.
America are basically
I don't.
Zionist and Jewish.
Oh wait. Now, hey, look, bro, we on TikTok. All right. So I don't want to talk about that at all. If you want to talk about that, it's the wrong space. I don't want to mention those folks' names at all.
Small hats. Let's just say
Yeah,
small
yeah.
hats.
Okay. Now you're telling me, okay? You're telling me that the UK Brits, the French Anglos, the Irish people, you're telling me that they're small hats?
No, they're the real YTs.
Yeah. Well,
But the YTs are not. They just be talking about their Americans.
wait, hold on. But the Americans are the Brits and the Germans and the French. They assimilated.
What's that word? Delineate.
Delineate.
So it's basically like the small hats.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
small hats, they just went into an area. Yeah, you gotta remember. Yeah, there was normal small hats. That don't behave like how these people are behaving. They just used to what's it called? Exercise their religion, stick to their community, and believe in their culture, which was small hats, Muslims, and then Christians.
Right. The small hats delineated. Okay.
Yeah, but the small, what it is. Remember the Z word I said?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, the Z word decided to come into Israel and disturb the whole peace.
Okay, I mean, but I ain't really talking about that. I mean, that might be true, but that's like off to what we're talking about. Like, how do you? No, but I'm saying is, you start off with FBA. What does that got to do with FBA?
You said I said you're a tribe, right?
Why you say we're a tribe?
Right. Remember people are tribes. That's what we go off.
Yeah, I mean,
That's no we. No.
If you're saying you're Indian, wait, are you not saying
we not saying we Indian?
Yeah,
we say native. Native don't equal Indian.
Yeah, hold on, brother. I mean, I'm talking not you, sis. I'm saying the brother. Hey, brother, do you know the difference between indigenous and native?
Indigenous and native.
Yeah, you know the difference. Tell me.
Indigenous is basically what's it called? They're from the land.
What is native?
Native is basically they're not indigenous, but they've migrated to the land.
No. Sort of. Okay, I mean that's good enough. Okay, so when we say we're native, right? As the sister said, we're not saying we're indigenous. We're saying we're native. That means that we're not as an ethnogenesis. We were created as we were here. The ethnogenesis was never here before white people. It happened during or alongside white people. It wasn't here before white people. The ethnogenesis. Yeah, so that's why we're native. We're native Black Americans.
Okay, all right. That's not the same information I got from other
No,
FBAs.
hey, bro. Listen, you're talking to a scholar. I'm not a regular FBA, right? You're talking to a scholar, right? So what I'm saying is can be Google on the fly. You can fact check it. Everybody can't say that about themselves. I'm not them. I'm him. So it don't matter what they say, right? We're dealing with history. Words have definitions, and you got real things real events that happen historically. So I can't vouch for what they said. We're 50 million deep. You gotta discern who's credible and who's not based on your education. Like, so you need to know what's correct and what's false before you even have these conversations. I know what's fake and false and what's true. Okay, so I don't care what they say. I spoke to FBAs too, and some be fallible, some be having wrong information, just like anybody else. Right? So now I'm not them. So you came on a space where you're actually talking to a scholar. I know history, everything. So matter of fact, what country are you from? Okay, you know what? Oh, all right. So you just I spoke to a Somalian, um, and we had a great conversation. You dig? He didn't call us a tribe. We had a great conversation actually, a long one too.
Bro, I'm not trying. You know, I'm not trying to be. I'm a tribal. I'm not trying to offend you, though.
No, I not get it. No, no. Look. This is a tribe. Like for example, watch this. Somalia, right? Now, ain't that your nationality?
Yeah,
And what's your tribe?
tribe is what's it's up.
Right. So listen what I'm saying. Look what you just said. So Jamaica don't have tribes. See, Jamaica, the nationality is the ethnicity. Haiti, the nationality is the ethnicity. In America, black is the nationality and ethnicity. So there's countries where you got tribes, you got a nationality, then you break it down, and you have tribes, right? Like Nigeria, you have tribes: Hausa, Fulani, Igbo. Those guys, those are tribes. And but other places in the country, like for France. A Frenchman, that's their nationality and ethnicity. So you have countries where there's no tribe, the nationality is the ethnicity, and then you have countries and places where you have a nationality, and then you have the ethnicities, which is different. So here in America, there's no tribes. Like our nationality is our identity, is our ethnicity.
Yeah, but
He says, but
why? Do you understand the definition of a tribe?
uh, tell me, no, I no, because I'm not a tribe. I'm an ethnic group.
I'll give you an example. Yeah,
Okay.
look, it's basically like this. Yeah, I'm a sock. Yeah, so even though I'm Somali.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, like
wait.
Oh,
Go ahead, Miss.
not all melanated people. We're not African Caribbeans. You're not gonna compare ourselves to any. We don't compare ourselves with anybody that's melanated like that. We don't have tribes, and it's okay. You have a tribe, that's fine. We are Black American.
Yeah.
That's not a tribe. That's our nationality, and that's it. We're not lost Africans. Don't go there because I know you're about to go there, and leave it alone.
Yeah. You know what?
We are American.
How are you gonna look? That's the problem when people start doing this.
No. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
You're not gonna tell me who I am.
Right. Hey, bro. Listen. Now she's right. Bro, she's right. But now look. Do you know what an exonym is, brother? By the way.
So she just said I was about to tell you African. I wasn't.
Yeah, but hold on. No, but
just don't let somebody speak.
No, but hold on. Yeah, but hold on. But when you're out of place, you like in court, you say objection when somebody's making a boo boo. So hold on. Are you familiar with what an exonym is?
No.
Okay, that is when an outsider names you, right? So white people go around the globe renaming people because they're colonizers. Like that's a weird behavior. Beside them doing that, and Arabs, nobody done that before. Like nobody went around.
So you think that's disrespectful?
Yes. Who goes around renaming people? That's not respectful. You supposed to call. So my name is Ron. You can't just call me Charles. That's disrespectful. And whatever your name is, I just can't call you David. You're gonna see that as so. Hold on. So if we're saying we're not a tribe, and you're saying we are, that's disrespectful. Like we're not a tribe. So I don't even know your gender with that, but go. Let me hear you.
All right.
Okay, yeah, from our historical fight in America, I got you. But what I'm saying,
I'm in the UK.
yeah, no, okay. So hold on. Okay, hey, all right. So look, okay, so back it up, no problem. So your rules are different over there, but I'm saying that even over there, it's still a race. So now a race, all when you check that box, it's just saying that you are one of many people who have African ancestry. That's all it says. It don't identify where you're from, your culture, your flag, your language, your tribe. It just says that you are of one of many gazillion people on Earth who has phenotypical commonalities. That's all it says. So that's what it means to be black on paper, to be black administratively. It don't tell you nothing else. So, but the difference is when we say we're black, that's before paperwork. So race, you came here late. Race was introduced to humans. The black as a race was introduced in 1977 through our government before UK hopped on it. It was our government introduced the black as a race. But before then, we black people introduced black as an ethnicity in the 1940s. So when Dr. King said I'm black and beautiful, he didn't check a box. There was no box to check. The box came 9 years later. So we were saying we were black before there was an administrative racial box. We were the only people on earth saying we're black and we predated a racial box because we were not saying we're black because we're dark skinned. I'm light. Okay, Prince is damn near yellow. So we were not using it as a color skin, we all skin folk. We were saying that we have a commonality like your tribe. Like your tribe have a commonality and you might look like the next tribe, but you'll say we're different because we have this shared history, culture, and things that's going to make you different from the other tribe that's also Somalian. So that's what we say. When we say we're black, we're not saying we're racially black. We're saying we're ethnically black. Our blackness is our nationality. Somalis don't make that claim. Nigerians don't make that claim. Jamaicans or Haitians don't make that claim. That's a claim that's unique and specific to Black Americans.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but if you said you were black racially, you won't really get no pushback because administratively, like you are.
Yeah, no, we just don't believe in race. We just believe in ethnic. So
I don't believe in race either. Yo, race is something created by racists. You got Walter Plecker in 1924 with the Racial Integrity Act. You dig? So race is definitely something created. Right, it's created by, but more importantly, it's created by racists. It will make sense that a racist will create race, right? Yeah, so we don't acknowledge it either. Like we like, yo, nah, but we're ethnically black. We don't know nothing about some racial stuff. So we with you guys. Now we don't respect those who are treating it as more than a race, and they're lying to themselves. So there's people from other parts of Africa and even the islands who are taking the racial blackness and trying to make it an identity for themselves. It's like, no, that's not what. Yeah, that's not what that's doing. That racial box is for you to for data censuses, right? They're trying to keep track, right? But in the UK and even in the islands,
Because
I don't even.
Black because
Well, it's not their identity. Well, you can't call them it because, right?
Because when we was having there was another panel, it contradicted itself. They said, "Well, I'm black racially," and then they turn around in the same breath and say, "I don't know what racism is. There's no racism."
Who said that?
It makes sense. A few people from the islands. I heard some Africans say that. Yeah, I'm black racially, but then they turn around and say, "Well, I don't know what racism is." Then you're not black.
Right. Yeah.
Making sense.
Let me give you an example. Yeah. Do you know the lady Ilham Omar?
Yeah.
All right. So this lady here, yeah, and I don't know her personally, but I just know Somali people just in general. The behavior, code of conduct, everything. Yeah. She's saying she's identifying herself as black.
Racially, right? Racially, right? Racially, right? Okay. Go ahead.
So we both know the same reason I said I don't identify as black. She definitely don't either. But there's a reason for that.
Right.
But it's not like she's trying to take something off another community.
No, but she is though.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, but she is though.
Say she was black at first. When she first ran, she did not run as a black woman. Even though she's in the Black Caucus. Hold on. Even though she's not in the Black Caucus. I mean, she's in the Black Caucus and other so-called black organizations. She didn't run as a black person or black woman. She ran as a Somalian woman. And then when she got in trouble, She said she black. So that's what we need. That's why we don't call people black, because it's just a name for y'all, and it means more to us.
Right. It's a hustle for y'all.
You need to understand. The reason why I said that is when she's not taking nothing off the community. She ain't
No,
offending you.
she. Hey, bro, listen. Hey, listen. Yeah, hey, bro. Listen what I'm saying to you. If we're saying yes, she is, you might want to ask us how, because you're saying an absolute statement. You're saying she's not taking something. We stopped you immediately and said she is, and so you're not curious to know why we're saying that. You just gonna keep. Okay, she's taking our image. When you say you're black, she said it to you earlier. The brother did earlier. When somebody say they're black, you automatically think of Malcolm X, Dr. King, Frederick Douglass, A. Philip Randolph, Unbiased Ron, Miss Sweet. Right? So just like if I say I'm Somalian, right? I'm misrepresenting the Somalian people. Because when you say you're Somalian, they're gonna think of people from Somalia and those tribes. So that's called misrepresentation. When you say you're black, people automatically, if you say, hey, a black man did it, they're gonna automatically think of a black American. Watch this. If you say an Asian man did it, or the Asian HATE bill, you automatically think of Chinese people. You don't think of Japanese, you don't think of Filipinos, you don't think of East Indians, because they are the face of that race. So if a Japanese say, I'm Asian, Chinese people feel offended. Or even like the whole Hispanic Latino thing, like they are upset with that because it's flattening too. It don't tell people anything. So yes, you are stealing something. You're stealing our image, and once you say you're black, you're stealing our history and our fight. And that's why they was in Selma and all these other historical sites, cosplaying as us. So no, you're definitely stealing.
Okay, the reason, all right, cool. I get your point, but the reason why I say to you, she's not taking, and you can benefit is this. Are you with Trump? Yes or no?
I'm not with any politician, my guy. So now there's some things I might agree with, some things I don't. Okay.
Okay, but I'm talking as a community,
No,
because like you're saying, FBA.
No,
For Trump.
no,
We agree with some of the stuff he do, like immigration and ICE. Yeah.
and the 14th Amendment, the birthright citizenship. Okay, so yeah, so there's some things we agree with, some things we don't. But no,
In overall, you think Trump, voting for Trump benefits the FBA community?
Sure, and
both of them in a big mass, and then FBA is also Black American, so you're not gonna separate that.
Right.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about FBA, the community, because I'm just asking you.
Yeah, FBA is black. Make sure you know that too, though.
Yeah.
I know that, but let's not make this thing difficult.
No, you're making it difficult. And also, Omar, she using black, and guess what? She's scamming. She's scamming. So that's not gonna benefit. That's not gonna benefit us.
Yeah, that's making us look bad, actually.
So why would you just say that she would benefit us?
No,
that goes under black. Hold on.
If you're gonna let me, you're gonna have to let me land.
No. Hold on. In America,
you can't just interrupt me. Do I interrupt you when you're talking?
In America, you said no. You said she's gonna benefit us. In America,
let me land.
Hold on. I'll let you land. In America,
are you interrupting me and then tell me you're gonna let me land?
She's not gonna benefit us because she's scamming under black. So they're gonna think that she's part of our group.
Right.
So in America, when you claim black in America, I don't care what nobody say. When you claim black, you saying that you're us going through the civil rights. That's not helping us.
Right. That's hurting us.
Scamming under that. But go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, like I was saying, is the FBA benefiting off Trump?
Okay, listen, to answer your question, no, because he didn't accomplish nothing for us.
Means, okay, so it's a democracy. The land you're from, now you have a choice now. Trump is conservative.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm a little lost.
There's two votes now. There's Democrats or there's Trump. So you have a choice. If this guy ain't here, because everybody's just got one, there's only one way there's two ways you can go. If this party it benefits your community, then you vote for this party. If this party benefits your community, then you vote for this party. That's how it goes. Am I confused?
What? What are you talking about?
Hey, bro, what you should do is land your plane like you said you was going to do. So let's hear the whole thing because you're confusing it. The Republican Party.
That's conservative, basically. Technically, in the UK, that's what it basically is. Republican. Okay.
Okay.
So, and then there's another part.
You say UK. We talking about America. You mix the two.
No. What I just said is conservative is basically in the same words as late and Republican.
Can I ask you a question right quick?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
what is your purpose of being in the panel? Because you're telling us about, you claim to tell us about our history and what's going on here. Do you know what's going on in the UK?
Yeah, and you didn't, and you didn't land your plane like you said you were going to do. Yeah, you didn't land your plane. Like, what's your plan?
I don't understand.
Because you keep asking us questions. Why don't you just land your plane?
All right, like what I'm just trying to say to you is, and sometimes you gotta just when the community benefits. If you're not gonna benefit of this community, of this party, you might as well go with this party. And this party is from Ilhan Omar. So instead of just saying, yo, listen, this lady is whatever XYZ she's doing, she's still from this party. And this party, majority of people vote black. And she's going to say we're going to do that. Just like, I'll give you an example, just in football, basically. Football is like, I'm wearing one T-shirt. The opposite opposition is wearing another T-shirt. It doesn't matter. There's 11 people on this side and there's 11 people on that side. There's white people, Hispanic people, Somalis, Jamaicans, African Americans, but we're all wearing the same shirt.
But we're not, bro.
No, bro. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but
there's a core benefit.
No. Hold on, stop. Wait, slow down. That's a false equivalence because we're not Team Democrat.
Exactly. We know team. We go with people that.
I just asked you a simple question. You said Trump ain't benefiting your community.
Right. Yeah, but then you hold on, sis. Well, yeah, hold on, sis. Yeah, but you can't give us a default position, bro. I don't vote for either. I don't vote for either one. No. Hey, bro. Listen, what I just told you. I said I haven't voted in like 20 years, my guy.
That's insane, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, hold on. How the foreigners?
Anyway, Mister, listen. We're not Democrat or Republicans. We're going to vote for the people.
Even more insane. So how do you think you're going to move?
No, it's not. Because we're going to vote for the people that had a policy. Some going to be Democrat and some might be Republican. We're not tied to one party. And guess what? The people you name, and we're not African American, okay?
Yeah, we're Black American. Now, hold on.
American. And let's get another thing straight. The people you name are immigrants. We're not immigrants. We're not connected. We don't have no
immigrant. I never said you was an immigrant.
No, but you connect the people that you name were immigrants. So those immigrants will not benefit us like that because immigration is not our problem.
Wait, let me ask this guy a question. Okay. So I haven't voted in a long time. How was that bad?
That's the worst thing you can ever do.
Right. That's your opinion, but now tell me why it's bad.
The only thing you got in this.
No. Hey, bro. Tell me how it's bad.
Because if everybody done what you done.
No. But everybody didn't do it though. I did it. And you said it's bad.
Basically, if one vote is one vote, is it 100 votes? It doesn't matter.
Hey, bro. The question is.
She said she don't.
Wait, no. We don't bring her into it. Wait, hold on. No, sis. But see, don't fall for that. Hold on, don't fall for that, sis. No, hey, hold on. Hey, bro, hold on. Stick with me. Stick with one person. Let's not juggle three. Because you're gonna say she's cutting you off. So stick with me. You said, am I insane and it's bad? I'm asking you to talk to me. Why is not voting bad for me? I'm an individual.
It's the only instrument you have for change.
Okay, so how did it affect my life? Like, how did it affect working, home, shelter, food? How did non-voting make life hard for me?
How did that make that life hard for you?
How did non-voting make me struggle in America?
Are you saying right now because you?
Okay, all right. Hey, bro, you didn't answer it. It's okay. So, Ronnie Mac, you got something?
Yeah, I would like to say to him
So you just asked a question, or you just made a statement. You said, correct me if I'm wrong. You said because voting is the only way that you can make change. Did you say that?
And what's it called in democracy? 100%. It's a democracy society, unless you want to overrule.
Okay, so check this out. Do you know that my people here, my ethnic group, Black people, Black Americans, do you know that we were in chattel slavery at one point?
You was in what?
Chattel slavery.
I don't know the first word you said, but yeah, slavery, I know.
Yeah, chattel slavery. You know the Jareers, us that you guys call us. We were enslaved. We were enslaved at one time, right? In America, you know that, right?
Okay.
Do you think we got out of chattel slavery by voting or by a different way?
Good
Different
point.
way.
Uh-oh.
What way do you think we got out of slavery?
I know how you got out of it.
Tell us.
How?
What's his name again? My man, help. What's that guy?
Abraham Lincoln?
You and Lincoln started fighting back the other the guys from the South.
Confederate?
So we fought our way out of slavery.
Uh-oh.
We did not vote our way out of slavery.
Good point.
Also, that's just one example, but we are not you and we're not anybody else. We're not white tees, we're not Hispanics, we're not Nigerians, we're not Australians. My people, Black Americans, we can get shit done for our community without ever casting a vote. I am 33 years old. I've never even registered to vote in my life. And I've changed my life from being broke to having hella money to not having anything, to having multiple cars, to having houses, and I've never even casted a vote. Both parties are, in my opinion, white supremacist parties, and I would only give them my vote if they're doing something specific for my community. If they're not, I'm going to sit on the couch with popcorn and watch everybody like the Somalians and everybody else that's here run around thinking that they have to cast a vote. But that's the thing. You're comparing yourself and your life and you in the UK to foundational Black Americans here in the United States. And that comparison is embarrassing.
Ronnie, can I ask you a question? Ronnie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
All right. So you don't think voting has any power?
Voting has power, but from my perspective, if I'm not getting anything, how about this? So you're supposed to get something for your vote, yes or no?
Correct.
So if there's two parties and they want my Black American vote, if I'm going to give them my vote, but they're not going to give me as a Black American something specific, why would I give it to them?
Okay, I can show you a way what you can do for your own. What's your population, Ronnie?
No, but you're not answering the question.
Question. Here's the question again. If the Republicans and the Democrats are not giving me as a Black American specifically something for my vote, because they want my vote, but when I give them someone my vote, I want something back. Just like when you give the cashier $1, you're expecting the cashier to hand you something. So my vote is my dollar. When I give the dollar to one of these parties, I need something in my hand. It's called a tangible. If they don't give me a tangible, you don't get my vote. And because I'm a Black American, I can afford to sit on the couch and keep my dollar if nobody wants to give me something. That's what I'm saying.
That's okay. That's a crazy analogy because your dollar that you're keeping in your pocket is depreciating. But let me give you something else. Wait, 1 second.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hey, bro, that was dumb, bro. Hey, and that's why I said, Ronnie, the education gap, bro.
Hold on. You can't question to me. Hold on.
No, hey, bro, it's Miss Sweet turn. It's Miss Sweet turn. Because you said some dumb stuff just now. The dollars are depreciating.
You're Somalian, right?
Correct.
Okay. What? Tell us about Somalian history.
In what year?
I don't care what year. Tell me about Somalian history.
I'll tell you. Okay, I'll give you an example. Let's start off with from night we came here. Let's just say right now the story of what happened, where the majority of the diaspora happened. The diaspora happened basically. There was a guy called Said Brother.
What diaspora? What diaspora are you talking about? I don't know what diaspora.
The diaspora of the Western world.
What?
What do you mean? What? Are you gonna keep interrupting? I don't think you've got an issue. Like you're gonna ask me a question, you keep interrupting. I don't understand. There's something up with you.
Mister, you tell us about our history, and you haven't told us about your history.
And I just explained, and you just asked me a question. Are you gonna let me finish what I'm saying?
What diaspora of the Western? I don't understand that. What are you talking about?
What don't you understand?
I said Somalian history. You're not Western. Somalia is not Western world.
Let me repeat.
Real quick.
It's weird.
Sister, hey, sister, real quick. Hey, Jay.
It's weird.
Jay, you better watch your mouth when you speaking to her, because I noticed, and I know it's because you're Somalian, you didn't have none of that energy for me or Brother Ron above. So you're not going to sit here and start raising your voice when you talk to her.
Let me explain something to you, yeah?
You don't have to explain anything. I'm just saying, watch your tone.
It's weird. Like, they come, especially UK. All these people, they tell us about our history. They never tell us about themselves.
You're still doing
it. They know. Be quiet.
That is a perfect example.
Be quiet. You don't know. You tell us about our history, then you want to tell us. But you want to. You don't say nothing about yourself. Why did you leave Somalia to be in the UK and with a UK accent? That's what we want to know.
Are you done?
Tell us about us.
Let me know when you're done.
No. Are you done? It's weird. You know that's kind of weird. You come on this panel, you tell us about what we should be doing, but you fled Somalia.
Yeah, you can't give us answers, bro, because you don't have answers for your problem.
This is the truth, yeah? I've been talking to you for 30 minutes. There's a difference, yeah, between this woman and you two. When you ask me a question, you actually let me land. For some strange reason, yeah? When she asks me a question,
you're not landing.
She's quiet now.
No. Look, you see this. You can't control yourself.
Some diaspora. You watch her. I asked you a specific question. And you went all around the world.
I said to you, you said to me, what's your Somali heritage history? Did you say that to me, yes or no?
Okay, tell us. You started about diaspora.
Man. Don't start behaving like her as well, because it starts all becoming a mess.
But you the one come on this panel as a UK Somalian. It's kind of weird. Then you're gonna tell us what we need to do.
We're having dialogue. You understand the definition of dialogue?
That's not dialogue. It's weird.
What? That's a monologue, bro. You're teaching.
Exactly.
You're preaching.
I don't tell you how to be Somalian.
Hey, bro.
Nothing.
Hey, bro. She cut in when you said the dispersion of the Western world, bro. You're just saying words. What does that mean?
FBA, let me explain to you. She said, say what's your Somali history? I started off with this, and she just interrupted. I'll give you
No. She asked you, what did that mean? You said the dispersion of the West. The diaspora.
He became the diaspora of the Western world. And then I said, Said better. And all of a sudden she said, what? What's the diaspora? What's the Western world? What do you mean? Let me land first. The diaspora, I'm part of the diaspora. The Minnesota, they're part of the diaspora.
Of Somalia?
No, yes. Any person that come migrate, a Nigerian that's on the Western world right now is part of the diaspora now. That's what it's called.
Wait, so wait, hold on. So when she said tell your history, bro, she really wants you to talk about Ethiopia versus Somalia. Can you talk about that?
Just that, my guy. That's what I said Said better.
Go ahead.
She just said, did you hear me say the name Said better first of all?
Yeah.
Exactly. And all of a sudden she just said, what?
Because she didn't know what it was. Is that okay?
But let me explain first. Bro, you don't do that, FBA, you know?
No. Hey, bro, listen.
We heard you, dude.
Yeah, hey, bro, if I'm speaking and at any point I lost you have the right to say, hey, hold on, what did you say? You have the right to get clarification, because if I don't do that, then you're not going to follow me. You're going to be lost. So I'd rather not waste my time and say things over your head. I'd rather stop. I'd rather you stop me and say, hey, can you clarify what that is? And I'd rather explain that right then and there and then continue on. When she asked you, what does that mean? You could have said what you said just now. You could say, hey, I'm talking about of us Somalians who were part of our own diaspora, where we went to America, UK, Canada, blah blah blah. That's your diaspora. That's all you had to say to her, and she would have got it.
Oh, you to carry this change the
Go ahead.
subject.
Go ahead. No, tell us.
Yeah. So how we all became everybody from America, UK, and all that sort of stuff. There was a guy called Said Bede, who was a dictator, but he was okay. Somalia is part of 5 corners, basically 5 big men, and everybody has to respect 5 of the big men. One of the big men I'm from, we was all in agreements that this is the big man, Said Bede. He built the country in the 70s when he came. We were we were the second biggest army and in power in the whole of Africa. The first was Nigeria, and we're only 25 million. The problem started happening was this. It was Ethiopia. Ethiopia has got a piece of our land. It's called Ugadin. We told them give it back. They said no. He's like, all right, cool, no problem. The WAR started to happen. For every one Somali, there's 5 Ethiopians. We was winning the WAR. But you know what, Ethiopian, they're always nervous as fuck. What happened is they called the Russians and the Cubans. They said these people are moving crazy. They're calling for jihad. You know the craziest thing about it? It didn't even have nothing to do with Muslim or Islam. It was pride. We just wanted our land back, like anybody wants their house. That's your land. But what happened is the Russians, there was the USSR them times, and the Cubans said, these people, they actually gave them arms, and Cubans actually landed in the country and started to fight us back. Cut the long story short, we lost the WAR. It's common sense anyway, when you got these YT people that superpowers, and even the Ethiopians, there's like 5 of them for every one man, but it is what it is. Obviously, you know what happens with men's pride. The pride starts to get hurt. And then, like I told you, there's 5 corners now. When it comes to 5 corners, now everybody's arguing, saying, yo, that was your fault. No, that was your fault. That was your fault. And then issues started to happen. And then blood started to drop. And all 5 people just went against each other. Total anarchy, disaster. And then that's how we just ended up in the, in the diaspora. If you want me to keep going in history,
Now,
I can keep
so
going.
how do you spell the guy name again? The first guy you said the dictator, but he was cool. How you spell his name?
SAID and then BAIRE or something. Better.
Wait. You said SHI?
No, SAID. So
SAID. Yeah.
And then I think it's BARRE. Even Obama. I'll give you an example. Can I say something? Yeah, go on.
So what I think that you should do is you should leave the UK and all the Somalians that are all in all these countries around the world based off of your history and what's best for you. As I think you should leave everybody's country and you should go back to Somalia and you should build it up. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. Go ahead, mister.
Sure. That's like we're filling up both bags. Like I'll give you an example. Like you can this is documented. The biggest export in Somalia is the diaspora. So we never forget.
No, but what I'm saying, I think what's best for you guys is if you leave everyone's country and you go back home. What do you think about that?
No, that's definitely not happening.
Okay, so check this out. You see how I told you about what you guys should do, and you said that's definitely not happening? I said that as a case study. You were telling me as a Somalian living in the UK, what I should do as a foundational Black American, and you see how I rejected that because I'm not you and I don't have the same fight or plight. I just told you what you should do, and I'm a foundational Black American in the United States, and you told me as a Somalian living in the UK, that's definitely not happening. I want you to remember that, keep the same respect, and you don't tell us what to do because you're not us, and we're not going to tell you what to do because we're not you.
Wait, does that make sense? Wait, hold on. No. Listen. It's not.
Disrespect you when
No.
I'm saying something.
Hey, hold on. Hey, wait, hold on. Slow down. Wait, hold on. Wait, slow down. Did that make sense what he just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is disrespect then. If we hold on.
My bad.
Wait, but hold on. Let me tell you why. Let me further clarify. Just like you would tell us mind our business? Like, because if we say, hey, man, why don't you just split the land with Ethiopia? And, we start putting our 2 cents in there. And just off that statement, you will quickly realize that we don't know the history of Somalia and Ethiopia. And you would feel like we got no right to speak on something we don't really know about. We feel the same way. We feel like when foreigners come to our country of any ethnicity, white tea, Chinese, whatever, and you start telling us what we should do, while you're not even at home solving your problem. So like that is not only contradictory, it's hypocrisy and disrespectful because you don't have a proof of concept that works for you that you can extend to us that's a winning model. You get it?
Yeah, but the problem is look, I'll give you an example. There's a reason why majority of us on Europe, they actually disturbed our peace.
Who?
Look, bro. No disrespect, but first off, what he said, he had a great point. First off, me personally, I don't really care why you're in the UK. It doesn't concern me because I mind my business. But what the brother said, here's another way of putting it. We are the generals when it comes to this shit. You're not even in the battle. So when he said you don't have a working model to try to tell us what to do, think of this as a big fight because we're in a big fight, all of us, whether you know it or not. Foundational Black Americans, we're the generals. We have a track of winning against our system of oppression so much that we're in the belly of the beast and we never ran nowhere.
Ronnie, listen, Ronnie, but
you left your home. Hold on, you left your homeland, and you're trying to tell the people, the generals, what they should do in the war, and you're not even in the battle.
No, but Ronnie,
that's what we mean.
No, but Ronnie, this is documented, yeah. This is documented about my people, okay, in my homeland.
We're not saying that. We're not.
Wait. He just said. Wait 1 second. You're doing it again. Okay?
No, you're doing
not this land.
No, you're not getting what he's saying. We're not talking about. Look,
I get exactly what he's saying.
No, you don't, because you said something else.
You don't know what I know.
No, excuse me.
You don't know what I know.
He said, "What you listen?" You didn't get nothing. He said, "You just say, I got it." Yeah. He said, we're telling you. Okay, hold on. That's what I'm saying. And you're not the only one. I get tired of that. It's kind of weird. We saying that we don't come in, okay, we don't go to other panels and tell Ethiopians, Nigerians what to do unless they in our only time we smash on your heads. That's when you try to tell us that we're not American. You try to question our if we're indigenous or not. When you do that, then yeah, we counsel you. But otherwise, we don't go on panels telling you what to do in Somalia or Nigeria. We don't make suggestions. It's not our business.
Right, at all.
No, but only time.
No. Hey, bro, you gotta respond to what she just said. Wait, hold on. Hey, bro.
Every time we get your ass, excuse my French, it's when you come for us here.
Right.
Do not tell us who we are.
Or we should vote.
In this country. Or right. And don't come in panels to tell us our history. Like we don't know. That's so disrespectful. That's irritating. But go ahead.
Wait. Right. Wait, before you go ahead. Can you speak to what she just said?
100%.
Go ahead. I mean, right away. Go ahead.
You're not. What you just said right there, we already discussed it. He already said, no, 1 second, man. Just stop that.
No, you stop that. You know, as around
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
Africans and some Caribbeans.
Yeah.
We make a direct, ask you a direct question. You never make a direct answer.
In 5 seconds.
No. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Listen.
Wait, don't go around the corner.
What do you mean, bro? FBA, this is not normal, you know.
Hey, yo, listen what you gotta do. You gotta maintain your composure and your professionalism, right? She ain't do nothing crazy for you to respond like that. Hey, dude.
Someone every 5 seconds is.
Hey, bro, we're doing it to each other, man. All of us are doing it to each other. Yeah. So now, So I did ask you to speak to it directly and quickly, and then go to what you want to go into. So go ahead.
How long have I got?
No, I'm saying just speak to it right or speak to.
Now I need to ask this question now. How long have I got?
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, because this is getting mental now.
Okay,
So
hey, bro, listen, you're cutting me off right now. You see how that works? I said that's not how it works. I don't give nobody time to lie. The minute you say something ahistorical, I'm cutting in. You don't have this. This ain't those shows where you get 3 minutes just to lie. The minute you say something ahistorical or fallacious, I'm cutting in right away. Okay, so nobody gets time to just say what they want to say, regardless of how we feel. No, if it's BS, disrespectful, or some type of lie, we're gonna cut in. Even if I make a mistake, like I said disperse. I said what did I say? Disperse, and you cut me off immediately. You said diaspora. You see, I didn't get mad. You corrected me. I didn't get mad, did I?
No.
Right. I didn't say, hey, you're cutting me off because I allowed the correction. So it's not about how much time you got. It's about as long as you're correct with history and your story, you're okay. The minute you say something crazy or convoluted, you did.
5 seconds. Okay, explain what did I say I was crazy.
You said I didn't vote, so therefore I can't cause. Okay, so speak. So okay, so go. So go ahead and go in. No, no. Look, hey, bro.
No.
Bro, I'm saying well, you cut me off because I was trying to talk. And you cut me off. Okay, so no, stop. But no, bro. Okay, it's okay. Go ahead. Speak your speech. Go ahead.
Like I was saying this, yeah. When I said the voting thing, and then all of a sudden he came back with that statement, automatically I said, and he said the Somali thing, I said automatically, yeah, you're right, you know. My bad. No problem or wrong. Listen, I'm not gonna be wrong or strong. Listen, you're right. I can't talk about somebody else, about telling them how to vote and how to do this. That's not my business. FBA, am I correct? Did I not say my bad?
Yeah.
Okay, but then he made another statement. What he said, the last statement he made, he said, hold on, we're the generals
Of our war. Hey, yo, listen, the analogy was we're the generals of our war. Okay? Okay?
Don't know about this.
Our war.
I'm about to say
Our war, right?
don't know about Somali history.
But he never claimed. That's why we look. The sister said, Miss Sweet said, "Tell us about your history." So that's conceding we don't know it, right? So we didn't pretend to know your history like you did ours. You pretend to know our politics. You pretended to think that if we don't vote, we don't get changes. And he just cooked you. He showed you that one example was that we got a change. We didn't vote, and the second was the civil rights movement. That was not a vote. That was a protest, boycott, all that type of stuff. A demonstration, march on Washington. We didn't vote. And bro, in our history, in our country, non-voting gets things done, not voting. Okay? No. But no, I'm giving a recap, my guy. You got to listen. Okay? Because I'm starting to believe the comprehension is not there. What I'm saying is, hey, yo, no, I'm definitely believing that. What I'm saying to you, I'm recapping, and we got people here extra too. By the way, you didn't notice people here. Oh, so what I'm saying is, okay, so cool. So I'm recapping, my guy. I'm saying you told me, you laughed at me. I didn't take offense because I know you ain't on my level educationally, but you laughed at me and okay, cool. But it doesn't you cannot because I know you're not on my level intellectually at all. But okay, well we're hey, oh no, hey brother, guess what? I'm a tit for tat person. We'll find out very shortly. All right, but my recap. Okay, all right, so you're cutting in. Remember the cutoff thing you got offended about? Okay, so I'm giving a recap for those who just came in. This guy tried to gaslight us, and gaslight me, and tell us that we don't vote, changes won't happen. Ronnie Mack just cooked him, overcooked the guy, right? Grill, stove, oven, lay in the sun. He said, well, we freed ourselves from enslavement, from captivity, by fighting and deleting white people. Nobody voted. Then I'm adding to that. I'm saying we accomplished civil rights, right, by not voting, right? We marched, protest, boycotted, and we fought then too. So I'm saying our major accomplishments in this country depended on no votes. So when a foreigner comes to our country and tells us that we got to vote, we laughing at you silently. We like, yeah, what are you talking about? Because you think voting works like that, and we don't have that history. And matter of fact, white people don't get stuff passed voting. They also do civil wars and all type of stuff in this country, fight each other and yeah. So voting does minimal things, and it might do some other things, but the major changes in this country come from fighting, boycotting, protesting, demonstrations, marching. All right. So yeah, so that's why some of us will vote for small things, some of us won't. Okay, so now you understand that, right?
Yeah, I understand. That's what I said.
Okay. Okay.
That's strong. You heard me what I said.
So you guys had warlords at one after the Somali War, 1991, right? Your civil war,
Yeah.
where you fought each other. So your civil war, you fought each other, right?
Fought each other, yeah.
Right. Black America. Yeah.
Fought each other.
I got it. I got it.
Stop fighting each other.
I got it. I got it. I got you. So, and then you had clan politics after that. You said tribes, but these were clans, right?
Yeah, there's 5.
Right.
So there's 5 different corners. That's what the stars
Okay,
about.
I got
Have
you.
Seen the stars?
I got
5
you.
corners.
But you agree that Black Americans are one, but we don't have 5 clans amongst our ethnicity, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Right. And
Well,
that
you have though. You have though.
no, we don't. Who are they? Who are they? Who are they?
Conversation we had.
No, I didn't. Tell me.
You said FBAs. When I said, are you one community? It was either Miss or you said there's FBAs, and you do know there's African Americans.
No, what we didn't say. We didn't say that.
No. That is not. No. Hey, listen.
Yeah, this dude is crazy.
No, that is not what happened. The sister up there, she said
She corrected you.
She said foundational Black American FBA. She said it's the same as Black American because you were trying to split up the two.
And you said African American, so she corrected you.
She told you don't call us African American. We're Black American. I was letting you know how to properly address us.
Comprehension.
You were trying to separate. And you're not the only one to do this. You were trying to separate foundational Black Americans from Black Americans as if we're not the same people. That's what happened. All right, cool. But listen, I've been on TikTok for a month and a half. Wallahi, I'm not trying to separate you.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. No. Hey, bro. Bro, hold on.
Okay,
Wait, stop. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Bro, you gotta stop. I'm saying I'm the host. I don't want to mute you, kick you down, bro.
No, you ain't gonna do that.
Those people you're talking about could be tethers, my guy, cosplaying. You're talking to authentic FBAs right now, my guy. So talk to us, not about your experiences, because I also talk to Somalians, right? A hell of them on TikTok, and I'm not bringing up them to represent you, because they could have been fake too. They could have been Ethiopians. They could have been Sudanese people. I'm taking their word. I didn't verify they're Somalian. I'm taking their word. Okay, so I don't know who you spoke to before, but you're talking to FBAs right now for sure. You got it. So talk to us. Stop talking about what you know. People, Black Americans who acknowledge themselves as FBA, they're never, or ADOS or Sulana Freeman, they're never going to say they're African American. My guy, that's a complete lie. All right.
Right.
So no, we're not going to do that. So that's.
Even if they do, let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this, Mister. Let me say this. Some people they don't say they FBA. They don't mean it's not FBA. It's just say foundational, meaning that you have a lineage, either freeman or slave, or you've been here as you know when the country was built. Same people. Even though we don't like African American, they don't mean we not. That's not Black American. We just don't use that. We don't agree with that.
Right.
That was kind of put on.
You're addressing the same people. So if so, people. like so, for example, if somebody who I would call foundation Black American, if they rather chose African American, that wouldn't bother me because I know they're still talking about we're from the same lineage, right? Just like a Somalian, somebody could say, "Hey, I'm now an alien." Like he's Somalian, so you'll just keep letting him go. So when we say African American, Black American, or just blacks, those are interchangeable words for the same people. Okay. So now, but hold on, but we don't like the word African American. We never liked it when it was introduced. So like that was, can you imagine Ethiopians like coming up with a name for you guys? Like you would resent it. So our oppressors, our former enslavers, came up, helped design the African American word, and they used their media. They used the L.A. Times, they used the New York Times to push this on us forcibly. Okay, there's no history. There's no positive history under the name African American. Okay, but there's positive history under black Reconstruction, Black Wall Street, Black this, Black banker, Black economics, Black dollar, Black love. So blackity black. There's nothing but great history under black. Under African American, you got the crack epidemic. You got an influx of immigrants. You have school to prison pipeline. You got nothing but negativity. You got mass incarceration. You got baby mamas. That's baby daddies, incarcerated people, felons. That's all under African American. African American has took an L. There's no greatness under that name. So you're not going to force that on us and make us restart our history. No, because then you're giving up the first black 50,000 black patents. You dig? Free blacks that were free before Emancipation Proclamation. So a lot of greatness came under black, and we're not just going to give it up and put a new name with a new history. Not doing that. You got it?
I can.
I just like to. I like to add one thing too. When you know what Black History is, right? The whole world does. When we talk about Black History Month, it's not African American History Month. It's Black History Month, and that highlights all the positive things that he just said, plus 10,000 trillion more positive things to go along with Black History Month.
Okay, so yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying. Huh?
I said, go ahead.
Yeah. What I'm just saying is, I'm just saying to you what the people I've met on TikTok. But you gotta remember, like, even though
hey, bro, move forward, my guy. They're irrelevant, bro. You're talking to us. Move forward.
I'd like to help Progressive if he doesn't want to.
No, go on. You change your subject. It don't matter to me.
Oh, well, I just like to say, what the fuck was I gonna say? Give me a second.
All right, so Somalian guy, go.
Nah, but you said you didn't want to hear it, innit? So
No. Hey, bro, I'm saying, why you bringing up people we don't know, my guy? I think you're lying. You're bringing up stuff I don't know about. I can't verify it. You can't verify it. There's no recording.
Don't repeat that anymore.
Yes, so I think you're lying. I think just like you misrepresented what we said, I think you're misrepresenting what they said. So leave it alone and deal with us. Okay, we're in front of you, not those people.
What I was gonna say about the tribe thing, right? Yeah, we're not a tribe, and you know this. That's why I kind of agree with the brother above, because everybody knows that you guys know about Black History Month. You've never even heard about the word tribe ever in our history. You want to know why? Because we don't have a tribe, and when the people that you're trying to talk to and talk about tell you something, you said that your level of education or intelligence, I should say, is equal to the brother above me.
And nobody believes that.
Somalian, even though I haven't seen you, I'm pretty sure your head size would resemble that of someone with a big brain. So, and I haven't seen you, right? But if your head size matches the intelligence level of the brother above, then it would behoove you to listen to the people that are telling you about themselves and take their word for it instead of pushing back.
So now we're doing playground jokes. Like, I didn't know we went down that.
Hey, bro.
That's part of black. That's what black people do, and you know that too.
Hold on. I thought you knew that.
Right.
Hold on, mister. We roast each other.
Intelligent guy.
Claim that you know everything about us.
Right.
You know that
I didn't say I know everything about you.
No, but you said you could. You said you could match our wits, though.
Wait. Say that again.
you claim you claim you can match our wits. If you can match our wits, then you should understood that he was roasting you. He was.
First
Yeah.
thing, we're not gonna go back and forth, yeah. And we're just gonna start disrespecting each other. That's boring.
That's not disrespected. That's called a roast.
He just roasted you, man.
We're gonna roast. Look, I'm not gonna do it, right? But we're not gonna roast you. You just think that you think it's disrespect. Hold on, but look, I'm not gonna do it, right? I'm not gonna do it, but I'm just say this and I'm gonna land. It's not it's only disrespectful because you're not able to say the funny stuff that we're able to say.
Exactly.
Bro. Listen, Ronnie, yeah. You talking about this light bulb shit is not.
That's like what it is. You can't go. No, y'all got big ass heads.
All right, let's just move forward. Let's just move forward the conversation. All right, look, hey, Jake. Hey, dude. I just. Okay. All right. Now I gotta mute him because I want to stick to the information. People are listening to the conversation and they want to get back to the information. So come on, mute, guy. Yeah. He's so smart, but hey, dude. I'm talking. You just cut right in on me. All right. So he is so intelligent, but he's so quick, allegedly, but he's so quick to go away from intelligence and go with the rah-rah. Dude, stick to intelligence. All right.
I don't do rah-rah first.
Okay, so let's stick to intelligence then, right? Because right now, if a bunch of Somalians came in here and started talking like that to me, it wouldn't rattle me. I wouldn't get offended. Bro, you went out of character just now, man, or in character. All right. Look. So Siad Bar, right?
Yeah.
So he was overthrown by who?
He wasn't overthrown by all of us. So he had to blow out. So he had to keep it moving because we just basically everyone took their corner, and him and his family went to Nigeria.
All right. So he got overthrown by his own people. Are you saying?
The whole people. So everybody took their corner. The whole government turned into chaos. There was no more government.
Right.
The 5 corners. Everybody's got their 5 corners.
Okay. So you're right. You got fragmented, right? And then so did you leave? Did the 5 corners leave Somalia, or did it stay there?
That's what was mad, yeah. Before the war, just before the WAR happened, yeah. What was strange, America decided to get themselves into this business. So Somalis are weird people. They would like to stop having WAR with each other, yeah. And then all of a sudden, everybody attacked the YT people. Yeah, and then we stopped attacking each other.
Is that with the ICU? Is that with the ICU?
Say that again?
Is that when the ICU came into play, the Islamic Court Union?
Because when Said Better ran away, another guy called AD. America said we want a guy called AD, and they tried to. They thought we was little kids.
No, wait, hold on. So, because this was Bush administration, right? This was before 9/11. So, okay, so wait, hold on. But what was Bush fears about the Somalia state at that time?
Because he's decided to say AD is part of a T group.
Okay, wait, what group? Okay, wait. Slow down. He said he was part of what group?
You know what Americans say? Everything when they want to do something, they always say T groups.
Okay, hey, bro, right. Yeah, because Bush feared that you guys, because you're Islamists, right? Islamic State, and he feared that you guys had Al Qaeda connections, right?
It's just the same little sin. That's the same type of shit that you always like to do to this. Basically, just throw your weight around.
Right, but I'm just recapping history. This was documented historically that George. Hey, bro, it's not. It's wait, bro. It's not. But we're talking about Somalia and George Bush, his administration. So because you involved America, we were talking about Somalia and Somali crime, and you involved America. So now I'm saying America involved themselves because they feared that you guys were linking up with the T people, right?
Okay.
So So they backed Ethiopia's invasion of Somalia in 2006, right?
No. It was before. No. This is not, bro. This is before even. Look, I'll give you.
Hey, bro. Wait. Stop. I'm past. Look, we just agreed that you overthrew Siad, right? And then you become. Hey, bro. No. Okay, no. We're not doing that. I'm the narrator, not you. You're the author of confusion, my guy. You're 1 Corinthians 14:33 or 14:40. Listen what I'm saying to you. Listen on mute. After you overthrew your leader, you guys went to the five corners, right? And you became very tribal and you war with each other. And then very fragmented. Okay, so now you had the ICU. The ICU came around 2006 or in the 2000s trying to restore Somalia as one unit. It's a fact. And they were kind of successful. They reduced warlord violence. They reopened infrastructure. They improved security in some regions. They created more stability than Somalia has seen in years. Roads became safer, markets reopened, and crime dropped. That's the ICU. Then Bush said, okay, what are they doing over there? He said, I think they're linking up with the T people. So what they did was, and that's around that same time, they backed Ethiopia invasion, right? And they attacked you guys, and they removed the ICU from power. Okay. So after the ICU collapsed, more fragments happened. Not more than that, five more happened. All right. A lot of fragments, a lot of clans and tribes happened, and y'all really went wild. Are you familiar with Al Shabaab?
Correct.
Okay, tell me about him.
It's a T group.
Right.
The thing I'm trying to explain to you, you're talking about 2006. AD was not in 2006. The reason why America came in there, they were looking for a man called AD.
Nah, I'm good with that. I'm good. Like that's some private stuff you're talking. That's not was documented historically.
What the Black Hawk Down is not documented historically.
Got it. Okay. Anyway.
So Black Hawk Down is not documented historically.
All right. Okay. So where? So now you in the UK, right?
Correct.
So that was kind of weird. Now, if you was at least in America, no.
That's not documented historically.
No, okay, wait. No, okay, cool. All right, you okay, man? I moved past that. God, you got it.
Yes or no?
Bro, I don't care. I'm moving past that. Don't care.
You're just being ignorant.
Hey, bro, listen, man. You're all right. You're entertaining us. Don't mess it up.
Entertaining.
Yes, you are.
That's not in history.
Hey, bro, I'm having fun with you. You're entertaining me. Good job.
You're entertaining me.
Okay, cool. but you sound angry. I know. When you're entertained. When you're truly entertained, you are having fun. You're not angry. You are angry, veins in your neck. Okay. All right. So anyway, are you Muslim?
All Somalis are Muslim.
Okay. Now you okay. So what's the goal? So what's the end game?
In regarding what Islam?
No, Somalia.
Okay, Somalis. That the same reason I'm assuming that every nation is.
No,
prosperity.
I'm just talking about Somalia. That's all. Like what? Like do you guys feel like you're gonna go back anytime soon and restore Somalia to a?
My dad's retiring in 2 years. He's going back. Yeah, in 2 years.
No, but what's the end game for Somali ends? Like all ya? Is the end game to go get out of the five corners, go back to Somalia and restore it, drop the violence?
I'll give you example. Like
Oh my God!
We just found 3 blocks of and the estimation is $2 trillion of oil and gas.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't. If you're finding if you dug up 3 blocks and you've actually got 2 trillion. I have only 3 blocks. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a lot of potential, you know.
Hey, bro.
Logic will tell you if that's only out of 3 blocks,
Okay,
you're gonna find definitely 20 to 30 other blocks around the land.
got you. So when do you plan on going back?
I'm not gonna lie, that's a like the issue is I was born here.
Oh damn.
Assets, investments, I built relationships around the community. So I ain't
So
gonna say to you wanna retire.
so are you a black Brit?
Pardon me?
Are you a black Brit now?
Somali Brit, but yeah.
Yeah, that is the worst identity I ever heard in my life. Like 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 people literally just dropped who they were and took on a brand new identity, black Brit. Like that if that's the most cosplaying term in life.
A Somali Brit is a cosplayer.
No, black. I said black Brit, my guy. I said black Brits.
I didn't say I'm black Brit though.
But that was the question though. The question was black, and you said Somali Brit, black Brit. You said both, really.
What? Now you're doing too much, bro.
All right, all right, dude. Don't get boring, because once I'm not entertained, I'm gonna throw you off. All right.
We're gonna have a conversation, yeah. But this, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, good.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We don't hear you now.
All right, so I got a son, right?
Yeah.
So I got a. You can hear me?
Yeah. Well, you in and out. You're in and out. You're in and out. Yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, you are. All right, go ahead, Somalian, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
King Somalia, man. Come on, man. You know our history, bro. Don't do that.
King,
You know Somalia. Yeah, bro, come on, man. History don't lie, bro. Like, tables turn, you fall on your knees. That's how God does to you. You was a king one day, you're nothing tomorrow. At the moment right now, we fell. It is what it is, but we're proud. I don't care.
Who calls you?
What is, but like, if you document our history, my brother, like
Who calls you? Who caused your fall?
Pardon me?
Who caused your fall?
We did, innit? Somebody dropped blood and it's chaos.
Why would y'all do that?
But it's hot-blooded people. It is what it is. But we ain't gonna make that mistake again.
Well, y'all might not ever get back to where you were again. You might be always the 5 clan. You might be. I'm just.
Have you ever heard of muscle memory?
Yeah, but come on, man. I'm American.
Yeah.
You ain't got it.
Come on, FBA.
As a people, as a people, muscle memory is fake. It's fake.
What?
It's fake. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And look, I'm gonna give you examples. When Michael Jordan retired from basketball, he played baseball. He came back to the NBA. His first year, that muscle memory was not there. He looked like a show. He was like in his prime. But listen, what I'm saying to you, the muscle memory was not there. He was no way like himself before. Okay, that doesn't matter. We're talking about muscle memory. You don't have to do muscle memory. Got an age?
Yes, of course it does.
Okay, so
8 years ago.
so muscle memory got an age.
100%.
So what's the age of muscle memory?
What do you mean? You decline as body? Like, you know, this is common
Bro,
sense.
you said an age. What's the age of muscle memory?
Bro, you as a body, like, look, right now, your energy goes down, your testosterone goes down as you go old.
All right. Anyway, hey, bro, do you think you sounded smart right there?
Smart. This is facts. They aren't trying to sound smart.
No, but I'm asking you, like, that?
Ask you a simple question.
Yeah, but that explanation, do you think you sounded like educated just now?
Me telling you, as we get older, our testosterone goes down, and our energy goes down.
You said testosterone, but what about muscle memory, my guy?
It's the same thing.
Well, are you, bro? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna give you 6'9" right now. Hold on. I'm gonna give you. He said same thing.
Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
All right, bro. You gotta stop. Testosterone and muscle memory not the same thing. You gotta stop, bro.
Chat to your chat, yeah,
Yeah,
and just ask them.
and bro,
Listen,
you gotta stop.
there's FBA. Ask them.
Hey, there's no such thing as muscle memory. There's something called skills. So if you develop skills in anything, typing, anything, singing, and you stop, and for a significant time you go back, you're going to be rusty. The fake muscle memory don't kick in. You don't pick up where you left off. So I was making a Michael Jordan analogy to show that Michael Jordan looked at bad. He looked at rusty compared to his excellence before. See, because it's the skills that don't go away, but the timing, and those things go away, and you work on the timing back, you get it back. Tiger Woods, where's his muscle memory? Okay, he was never the same. He's a shell of himself. He never got back to where he was before. So muscle memory is made up. It's really skills. It's really a talent you have that you're trying to get back to, and it's going to take some timing and other things to get there. A lot of folks don't get back to it. Some do.
But like what it is, if you keep breathing the same bloodline,
All right. Yeah,
always come back.
you just ran. Okay, so hey, bro, how did you end up in the UK? Was it like a visa? Like, did you sneak over there?
No, because obviously, like my dad didn't, as usual, all the men didn't want to leave the WAR. So my mum and my nan and what's it called, the women basically, we landed here. I think it was like in the 90s, early 90s. My dad came 3 years later when the WAR stopped. Yeah.
Okay,
And then
okay.
everything.
So your dad came to the UK in the early '90s, right?
My dad came 3 years after my mum did.
Right. So and your mom came when?
My mum, I think, came 91, 92.
Okay, good. Now, in America, we know that most of the African influx started around that time, '90s, 2000. By the way, bro, I know my history. I studied USA immigration right over here. So I know that the African influx to other, we call it the fleeing, fleeing. We know the African flee. It started around in significant numbers. It started around the 90s to the 2000, 2010. So that's why there's no such thing as a black Brit. These are recent immigrants that haven't even been there a generation or two. They're still African. Like they're African in every sense. They know their tribe. They know their nothing about them is UK. Like other than they just moved there. That's like if I just move right now with my son to Japan. I'm not a Japan. I'm not a nothing. I'm not. I'm still a black American. Like so that's why like we look at that as cosplaying. Like people are so quick to drop their ethnicity and their nationality to pick up something else. It's something black Americans can't relate to. We are so proud to be black. That's why we're not picking up African American. We're so proud to be black. We're not trying to drop it for anything. And we damn sure ain't gonna drop it for somebody else's identity. That ain't happening.
No, but that's a bit offensive. Yeah, you say the word flee because I
No,
just
no, but
told
no,
you.
but it's actually no. Wait, no, not 1 second. No. Hey, bro, I'm gonna mute you. No, hey, bro, that's a real word, my guy. You said you was as educated as me. Fleeing is a real action word where people leave their homeland to go abroad. That's a real word with a real definition.
Okay, but like I said to you before, you said the word fleeing.
Yeah,
I
but
said
wait. Do you acknowledge? Wait, do you? No, no, no. This ain't that, bro. You on the wrong panel. This ain't. You don't get to preach over here. You acknowledge facts. Fleeing is a real word. It's a real action. Is that true or false? Unmute.
I know the definition of fleeing.
No, that's not the question I asked you. I said that a real. Hey, I'm gonna mute you again. Okay. I'm gonna give you time to think about it. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is that a real word with a real definition? Come up. Come.
what's it called? I know my last name's up to like
Hey,
9.
bro, the question again, before I mute you again, is fleeing a real word with a real definition? Okay, so why are you offended at an action your parents took
You want me to answer?
without preaching and not answering the question? Go.
No, I'm not preaching.
Go. You're preaching now. Go.
Okay, but
Go.
you said the word.
Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. Okay, you already told me. Okay, no, we're moving on. Yeah. Don't repeat yourself. Yeah. Okay. So again, Black Americans. Hey, bro. What's the what? Okay, that's an acronym. Now watch this. That's an acronym. What are the words, bro? What are the words for ADHD? What do they mean? The A stands for what? No. I didn't ask you that. I said that. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. This guy. Yeah. He's the one that's really. Yeah. Look how they do.
FBA News.
Yeah, I'm about to roast this guy.
Did you know that? Hold on, let me say this. He tried to be slick. He don't consider it fleeing because he said his mom brung him here or had him here.
She fled.
I mean, in the UK. That's fleeing.
Yeah, she fled from WAR. Right. WAR was happening. She got scared for your sake, and she fled the W. Hey, bro. To be exact, when people flee, they're fleeing from demise. Right? It's not a migration. When we say flee, that means you're trying to escape something tragic, whether a famine, WAR, let's say weather, right? A tsunami. That's all called fleeing. That means you're trying to escape a travesty. Your mom brought you to the UK to escape WAR. That is the very definition of fleeing.
No matter who bring you over here, your father or your mom.
Yeah, you're escaping you're escaping a horrible experience in your homeland. Fleeing. If something happens to America where it becomes crazy, right? And we leave because it's crazy, that's fleeing. If we go to a different place because America is too toxic, we fled.
Is everybody done?
Bro.
This is not just for African or Caribbeans. It don't matter what color or not color, but if you melanated or not. A lot of these a lot of immigrants fled, but no matter what country. And then want to tell us that the country is so beautiful. Then fly your flags and but you fled it.
That is so disrespectful. That is so disrespectful to flee over here and fly your flag as though your flag saved you. Your flag didn't save you. You abandoned it, bro. You're in the UK with the UK flag, my guy. You abandoned your flag.
I'll explain something to you.
No.
When we fought.
Hey, bro. Yeah, but you got your ass kicked, so that doesn't count. And you fled. You lost. Yeah, you caught an L. Black Americans, we never caught an L in our battles. We always took W's. So, well, I'm not gonna be done until I go to bed. Yeah.
ADHD, signs of ADHD.
You can't get offended when we tell the truth. I noticed that. You don't want to hear it. No,
I'm not offended. This is entertaining to me.
How's it entertaining? It's true.
I'm just looking at behaviors, you know.
No, your behavior.
What is going on?
You don't want to admit that you fled. UK is not your country.
Hey, bro, did you flee? Did you flee?
Hell no.
Okay.
Yes, you did. You an anchor baby.
If you let me explain, but if you don't want to let me explain,
no, he didn't. His mom did.
You can't explain that. You fled.
Okay. Hey, bro. Before you respond, I'm gonna read the definition of flee. FLEE. Flee is a verb that means to run away from a place or a situation, typically to escape danger, pursuit, or a threatening event. When your mom left Somalia, was Somalia at WAR? Hello?
Do you want me to?
Hey, yo, yes, you're on mute. You're on mute. No, hey, bro, you know what? Let me get you out of here. because you're getting boring. Yeah, see, Miss Sweet says once the conversation get like that, where they're no longer trying to establish facts and they just want to talk and ramble, I kick them off. And bro,
He never answered a direct question, even when
yeah,
I
yeah,
asked him
yeah.
the
No,
question.
he can't because that's the real ADHD. The dude.
What they believe,
The,
that word just eat them up.
yeah, I just read the definition. I said by definition, if you're leaving your homeland because you think it's bad for you, that's fleeing. That's a real word. It's a real verb.
And they gaslight us. They gaslight us
All the
because they
time.
keep saying how good their country are, and then when we hit them with facts, oh, why did you leave your
Right.
country? And when you fly to fly, oh well, and then like he did, he get offended
Yeah.
when we say the word flee, just get under their skin.
Yeah.
But
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the sister's right, and this is just my 2 cents. If you feel offended, and not just him, but anybody that can fit this description of fleeing because of some of the travesty, like the brother said, if it offends you that the truth is being told because of the action that was taken, you can restore those feelings that you're having inside of you by returning back to your homeland. It's like restoring honor. You feel me? If you're having those feelings inside of you, if you're not having those feelings, then that word wouldn't offend you. But since you find offense to that, it's because you feel like inside that you're lacking something, and what you're lacking is the honor and courage. And I can say that because I'm a person that doesn't lack honor and courage, and I see in other people, and I hear. Like game recognized game, basically. Like you know who's like you and you know who's not. And I'll land with this. I tried to say it earlier, but I was going through these mountains and shit. My son, he's 11 years old. I'm not exaggerating. I was on a TikTok panel and I heard what stuff I hear all the time. I asked my son. I'm sitting next to him on the couch. This was like 3 weeks ago. I said, "King." He's like, "Yeah, Dad." I said, "Well, what ethnicity are you?" And he was like, "What's the ethnicity?" I'm like, basically, if someone asks, "What are you?" What are you going to tell him? He's like, "I'm a young black man." I'm like, "Okay, so your ethnicity, we're black, right?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "And what nationality are you?" And he knows a nation is a nationality nation. He's like, "We're American." I'm like, "Okay, we're black Americans." And he was like, "Yeah." So I said, if me and your mom went to China and we had you in China, are you going to be Chinese? And he was like, "No." And I'm like, "Why not?" And he was like, "Because you and my mom aren't Chinese." And I was like, "Yeah, but you were born in China." He was like, "Yeah, but I'm still a black American." An 11-year-old said that.
Right.
If he understands, I know you guys do.
Hey,
but you guys lack the pride. When you said like, "Oh, I'm proud of my flag," you're not really.
They know that. They know that. They know that, but you know what I think it is. They know that they're not like when Nigerians say, "Oh, I'm in China, I'm a Chinese Nigerian." They know that they not only running from what they running from, they running from themselves. They're ashamed of themselves because no matter even if they did flee, okay, you fled, fine, but you're a Nigerian. You will never be Chinese anything. You'll be a Nigerian in China. They know that, but they trying to they not only running from their countries, their homelands, they running from their ethnicity as well, in a certain way. One way, one instance they proud because they wave the flag. Then another instance they say I'm Nigerian Chinese or it's weird. Like if I go, no matter where I'm going, I'm gonna be a Black American. No matter what, no matter
The
what.
sister hit it on the head. Yeah, there's a rapper named Sugar Free, and he said, when you run, he said, the coldest thing about running from yourself is no matter where you go, there you are.
Right.
Exactly. We very proud of that. And I guess because we the best. I'm not trying to brag. Nobody.
That was the analogy when I said like
nobody copies. Yeah. Right. Nobody copy. We the most copied. Even though we the most HATE. in a way, but we the most copied.
Yeah,
So
we are.
I'm very proud of that. That I don't have to I can say I'm Black American. That's just that holds weight, whether they want to admit it or not. That holds water. That holds weight around the world. So it's almost like the platinum credit card or
Right.
something, like
The
the gold.
platinum.
It's
Yeah.
almost like gold. Hey, the black card, the gold. It's almost like gold and diamonds. It really is.
Hey, and
So
I'll say,
I don't have to be ashamed. Like y'all are ashamed because you're not proud.
yeah,
But you know what?
I'll say,
Go ahead.
my bad. My bad.
No,
You go.
I was gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna say this. When FBA asked him when he, or I don't know, somebody asked him when he going home and fight, and he said, "No, I got this and I got that." Look, no matter, unlike us, the UK is not your home because you fled there. You fled to the UK, but you're proud to be Somalian, and the best thing for you to do is go fight. Your family, his family's still there. I mean, far as his grandparents or whoever. Um, so it's not gonna solve itself. They had to be the only ones to solve it. Africa had to be the only ones to solve Africa.
Right.
We're not fighting for that because that's not our homeland, and we don't have no birthright there. It's like even the first and second gen. I'm gonna say this. I hope they listen. First and second gen African, first and second gen Caribbean who's under so-called black. This will never be your homeland. There's no need for you to fight here.
Yeah, you guys are American citizens.
Exactly.
You guys aren't ethnically
and born here don't mean nothing because you have no right. Exactly. You have no grandparents, no great auntie, no great uncles, no great. You have nothing.
He has no starting point here. His starting point will always be in Somalia.
That's their parents' fault.
And you know why? Because he got a name and it ain't black. His name is Somalian, and Somalians gonna always tie you to Somalia. Jamaica, right? Jamaican will always tie you to Jamaica. Haitian will always tie you to Haiti. Nigerian will always tie you to Nigeria. Our name is black, and black will always tie us to America. Nowhere else.
Yep. You have no great. If you let's say even the first, second gen, you might come over here with your grandmother, but she was born there. She wasn't born here.
Right.
So,
right, exactly.
They do them a disservice by not telling them that because they grew up and they grew up very confused.
Yeah, if anybody in your lineage ever snuck over here or needed immigration help, yeah, you're not truly black. Black and immigration, black and visa are contradictory. Black and immigrant is contradictory. These are contradictory terms. Contradictory. Right. Right.
So we just need they need that born here that don't do nothing. When they say I was born here, what does that mean?
Do you have soul? You dig? You ain't got no soul.
Exactly. And nothing personal. That's not hating. I mean, HATs. We love TikTok shop. That's just being truthful. And then so when it's nothing, you can't go do a family tree because you have no family tree here. So
I like to say this real quick. There's a when they say that thing, like there's a psychological you could tie everything is psychological, right? You could tie psychology back to everything. So when they make and not just use my Somalian friend, but everybody, your actions speak louder than your words, right? And psychology dictates everything. So when you go to someone else's homeland, right? Like I'm a Black American. If I was to move to Ghana and I took the American flag, and while I'm in Ghana, I got the American flag hanging on the back of my car, and I'm walking around the streets of Ghana waving the American flag. And at my house on the front porch, I got the American flag. And in Ghana, I find a way to start a American Day parade and all this stuff, right? If I felt that proud about that flag, it would make the most sense. Instead of being so American in Ghana, why wouldn't I just take my ass back to America? But the reason why I wouldn't do that, it goes back to the psychology. It's I'd be overcompensating. If I'm doing all that American flag waving shit in Ghana, but I'm not taking my ass back to America, I'm not really that proud. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to overcompensate for the fact that I'm not in America and I'm not gonna go back there. So
Exactly.
yeah, you feel me? So it's a psychological thing. So no matter what you sit here and try to say to people, some people might not know that that's what your actions are showing. But someone who's educated and who knows, they know that it's an overcompensation because you're detached from your ancestral homeland. So when people like to say, "Oh, you guys have no culture," oftentimes that's a projection because you are disconnected from your homeland. So when you come over to a place, especially like here, if you leave anywhere in the world and you come here, our culture is so strong that you're going to get absorbed in it, and there's nothing that you can do about it. You'll try, but it's inevitable. And the longer that you stay here, if you're a first generation, when you have a kid, that kid is in the culture. It's done. And when that kid has a kid, it's definitely a wrap. There's no way in hell that you'd be able to have 3 generations in the United States and have any ties back to your homeland. You could try to pass it down, but it's inevitable. I'm gonna land with this. It's an identity crisis that I noticed from a psychological standpoint that the people have. That's why they say we have no culture, because they're conflicted. They're here growing up in our stuff, listen to our music, talking like us, walking like us.
Well, guess what?
You feel me? One second, I'm gonna land, sister. And it's like they know they're not from here, but this is the only home that they know.
Right.
And they're around people whose home this is in, and they know they're acting like these people here, and it starts to become an identity crisis within themselves, and they over project by saying we have no culture, but that's really just them saying that they have no culture. And that hurts a lot of people, but that's not our fault. I'll land with that.
And I agree with that, but one thing I will say, they gonna always be a guest. They could participate in so-called. They would never morph. They had to find what even the first and second generation. We delineating, and you're going to find your place here if you're going to be here, because it's not going to be under Black American. It's not going to be on the African American, Negro, any of our ethnic identifiers. You could participate, but you're going to be a guest. And just because you participate, you don't become me. That's weird. It's like if I have kids in Ghana and I partake in some of the stuff, I would never be a Ghanaian.
Right.
And my kids would never be a Ghanaian. So yes, you might be listening to music and dressing like that. This for first and second gens you listening. Jamaican, Caribbeans and Africans. You're not going to be us. It's not going to happen. You could be a part of. You could take part in not part, but
you would not be a participant.
Not even a part. Well, yeah, in a way, but you're not us. That don't make you us.
Yeah, like for example,
I need you to be themselves.
Yeah,
Go
for
ahead,
example, if I move, not move, if I visit China, I'm sure they got festivities. They dress up, they parade, whatever. If I do that, I'm still not Chinese. If I take part, so there's nothing wrong with taking part in something, participating. Nothing wrong with that. But when you believe you're that afterwards, that's the problem.
I keep hearing first or second gens, not a lot, but I heard a few people say this. And in 20 years, I'm gonna be you. In 20, no, you would never be me.
Yeah, no, it's impossible. If you can't tie your lineage to U.S. child slavery, you can never be us, and you can never do that. So what does that even mean? I can be you. You can never. Yeah, but no, because they're delusional. Yeah, right. Like that's why the term foundational is there. How can you ever be foundational? How can you ever be an American descendant of slavery? How can you ever be Solon? How can you ever be a descendant of freedmen? If you can't be those 4 words, you can never, those acronyms, you can never be us.
And no matter what country, this is not just for America. Every country has
Yeah,
a history.
right.
every native, the natives are always gonna be native, and even when you try to steal it, every country has a history, and you would never be that country history unless you're a native. So you can never be a Black American because your ancestors never went through what our ancestors went through. And no matter how much time passed, this country was built on, whether we like it or not, and it's a hard fact. It was built on slavery, and it was built on slaves. And your ancestors was never that.
Hey, I'd like to say one more thing, and I'm gonna get off of here. I hella appreciate you guys. But I would like to say that don't lose it, Ernie. I'm gonna come back to you in like 30 seconds.
Okay. Did he leave? Go ahead, Miss Sweet. You can finish.
No, I'm just saying it's kind of scary, but we need to really. That's why I'm happy about it. Go ahead.
Hey, I just remembered. Yeah, that's where what the sister said when she said, "You guys have to find your own identity now." That's why the world is shook up, so to speak, and the term foundational. So yeah, us delineating has caused such a major shift in the paradigm because all these people have to find their own identity in a land that they are no longer in without protections that they used to have from the native people of the land. And that's why, since you have to find your own identity, people are literally crashing out, even in real life, because where the hell do they start? I know you start by going back, but that's even conflicting. But everything that we said up here is true, and I don't dislike anybody at all. I'm not an ageful person.
Right. Not divisive, xenophobic, none of that.
But we're the generals in so many types of ways, and we're a loving people, the most inviting in the world. I would just love for people to have pride in themselves like we do. And you guys, if you were to find that, I think that the world will become a better place for everybody. And I'll land with that.
Right. I mean, I know, look, a lot of them are going to be deported, a lot of them not. For the ones that's going to be here, you have to find your own identity. You're not going to be under us. I think it's kind of weird. I think we're the only country where the melanated people get protection. Like, we protect them in a lot of ways. They had our identity. They could eat off of us, which is not fair. They didn't put no work in. And it's not, we don't dislike you. We just want you. And then for the people that's going to be here, you have to, you have to be real. You left because you ran from your own people. There's something going on there that you had to flee. And you don't want to go back, and some of you not going back, but some are going to be forcefully going back, but some of you not. But the ones that's going to be here, you're going to have to find your own lane. You can't find our lane,
right?
Because you've been very disrespectful for 60 years. Maybe basically, he had small pockets that wasn't, but on a larger scale, y'all been disrespectful and very sneaky. Sabotaged us. You did a lot of things to us, and we was wondering why we can't get nothing done. We haven't got anything done because you always in the way.
Always in a way, and never align themselves with us politically or economically. Like, yeah, like just ops. Like they're in a way, but then they also position themselves as ops. Like when he first came on, what was he talking about when he said small hats and Zion? What I'm like yeah, he talking about you to ADHD. Like, dude, we say something.
Can we work with y'all? Y'all, the ones that's here, you fled when conflict happened.
How can
you never been with us when was like the young man that happened in South Carolina? Where are the African Caribbeans with us?
Right, yeah. Where's the outcry? Yeah, where's the outcry in y'all communities about that? Like, oh, that's wrong. These guys are silent as crap. Wait. Where's the brown coalition?
If you're a Black American, we fight. So if you want to be a so-called Black American, you act like you cosplaying us. Cosplay some civil rights and marching. Cosplay that.
Right.
The stuff you need to cosplay, you don't. You had.
And that's why we say they're well, that's why we say and know they're only, and that's why it's important to note that they're only black administratively, like you just said. They're never black in action.
Exactly. So we don't need that energy.
Just on paper. That's it.
Yeah. Just on paper, because if you, like I said, those are not going to be deported. You're going to have to deal with the same stuff we have to deal with. But we delineate. I'm just saying, but you're going to have to deal with the same thing, whether we delineate or not. And like when I think a few, I think one was African and one maybe it was Caribbean. They got strange fruited. Where was y'all at?
Right.
But y'all black. Y'all, I didn't hear nobody going to the wait a minute, though, they ain't kind of crazy. NAACP or anything. I didn't hear from any Africans about that. Be quiet. But you can't be in our midst and don't fight. We kind of allowed that. We didn't check people when they like, hold on, you saying you black, but then when it comes time to put in some work for us marching, you nowhere near us.
Yeah, like when it's actually time to be black, they're like, nah.
Breonna Taylor, how many Africans and Caribbeans did we see?
Not a lot.
And then if you are African Caribbean, who was there? We need you to acknowledge that. Hey, I'm African Caribbean, so we know because it seems like I don't see it.
Right, and guess what? One or two people, that's like the white people saying they were there during the civil rights movement. Yeah, I'm sure one or two of you were there, but that doesn't to us that doesn't one or two doesn't represent the masses like that. Yeah, yeah.
Everybody but a good mass.
A good number. They could have been there 50. Like, wait, look at them behind ice. They're out there. They're out there being deleted behind illegals. But for a righteous fight, for us, they're absent.
Quiet. But then a lot of them will tell you, I'm just here to eat. So you just here to eat, then that don't do us no good. But you want to check the black box.
I mean, but all of them are here to eat. Every last one of them are here just to eat.
But one minute, oh brother and sister, but you're here to eat.
Yes, sir.
We all know here in this country, anything that has to get done, you said earlier, you have to fight for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that's a good thing we're delineating, because now you have to fight for yourself. You can't have behind us no more. We're not gonna do all the fighting. Y'all sit behind and be quiet. That's not fair.
Yeah, we don't respect that type of action. You know, exactly. Yeah, you can't sit out of this election. You gotta you can't couch this one. It's boots in the ground or get away from us.
Exactly. Either fight or get away, and you can't check our box. You can't do that because we fight over here. We're not cowards
at all. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Is this some Somalian guy?
Nah, man.
Oh boy. But you are Somalian, right?
I'm Somali, bro.
Where you from?
From East Dago.
Where is that?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay, where's your homeland, my guy?
San Diego.
All right, well, see you. I know.
Show home.
Bro, you can't even admit where the hell you're from. Like, who's this shit? I told you, man, there's nobody more confident than us. This guy says San Diego. Yo, but what is the thing? Like, yo, first of all, I never, when they tell me their homeland and it's not America, I never get on them. I say, okay. The next question is, okay, what's on your mind? That's it. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just weird. Then they like the guy from the UK, that was weird. But they always asked us, "Oh, now you're Indians." No,
right. Never said that.
Indians don't mean native. They don't even call themselves that.
And but the fool even knew the difference. So it's like so you used it wrong on purpose.
Exactly. And then I see they try to separate FBA. Now
right.
People call themselves that and not Black Americans, FBA.
Yeah, they all try to do that. Even the Pan-Africans try to do that. It's like that. Yeah, that's not gonna work, bro.
But I like Black Americans.
Yeah, well, that's a white person saying the same. We heard that before. Oh yeah, I don't like those Negroes, but you ain't one of them. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. We heard that rhetoric before.
It's strange. And then now, okay, what tribe you from? We're not. Look, we're not a lost
Yeah,
African tribe.
that dude when he came with that, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even have the energy for that. That's why I let him just go. Yeah,
Saying that we're
yeah.
just lost African.
dude,
I want to
dude,
call it African. Yes, she was.
dude.
That was
What
a big
so?
thing.
What tribe? So he just gonna assign us a tribe.
Exactly. Like, come on.
Yeah, but you see that when we start talking about his homeland, he ain't like that.
Exactly.
He ain't like that. That brought back memories. Oh, my dad had to flee.
So, this is y'all you had some Haitians trying to claim they Creole, and some people from New Orleans trying to say no, Creole is different than Creole. It's different. It's different. And then what was another thing? They trying to say African slaves. And then we look on our family tree. They never call us Africans.
Yeah, so
Like, come on.
if there's any African slaves, then you're talking about 1600s. All right. Matter of fact, I mean, if now Charleston White is a fool, and if he can get it, they can get it. All right, now listen to Charleston. Listen to a fool break it down. Listen to this. I mean, you gotta be smarter than Charleston White. This is a complete fool right here. But listen to him. Break this down. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. If Charleston White can break this down and y'all can't get it, then I know there's an issue. Listen to this.
The Africans who was brought here, the first generation was African slaves. The second generation was African slaves. The third generation was in America because they stopped importing slaves into the country because the world said, okay, we're not going to do this anymore. What did America say? We go make niggas here. We're going to make breeding farms. So there was no longer, when they started breeding slaves here, these aren't Africans. These aren't Africans. These are not indigenous people that was already here. These made by the white man. And
now, if Charleston White could understand it, and y'all can't, yeah, you guys, yeah. I have no energy for y'all.
Understand ethnogenesis. They also don't understand that we had the less of the Africans that came over here.
Right, we had like 300 something change thousand. Yeah.
So they'll turn into 50 or 60 billion.
Nah. The only Africans were those 380. That's it.
Right.
Anybody after that, they ain't African. And that's why nobody can find one in their genealogy.
Exactly. Oh, okay. Then they want to say, well, what about thousands of years? Fool, nobody gonna go back thousands of years. Nobody.
Wait, first of all,
that's crazy.
Okay, how about this? Okay, if I told them, hey man, if we can't track hundreds of years of an African, how can we track 1,000 years? What would their response be to that? What's their response to that?
And another thing that's kind of tripped me out. We tell them we have a family tree. I never seen one African. I don't care what country they come from in Africa. Produce it and say that they did their family tree.
Bruh, they try to get
their great grandmamas.
All right,
it's strange.
Look, let me tell you this about these guys. They would get on FBAs who were told by our elders, some of us mixed with or wholesome, indigenous people. They would say, nah, that oral report doesn't count. Then you ask them, like you just said, hey, do you got genealogical records? No. So how do you know about yourself? And then he will sit there and tell you orally. So like, wait a minute. So when we were passed that information orally, you said it didn't count. But you're telling me your entire history is oral? Like, dude, come on. Again,
Bro, they still. We asked them, "What's your mom's mom?" Or they don't even know that. What's your birthday? They don't know that.
January 1st.
No, bro, we have documents. Like,
Yeah.
y'all want to? We present all the facts when we do a dialogue more than when y'all come on the panels, but y'all don't produce anything. But y'all want to talk out your mouth about who we are, and you don't know who you are. No documents. It's weird.
Yeah,
It's weird.
they were, but that's why I sat there and asked him specifically about his homeland. 'Cause I knew he was gonna hide like the war, and because what they do is they just blame white T man. You know,
But you blame him, but you come to the so-called. Then that's another thing. It's a white tea country, but then you come over here to pay taxes. Oh, they say, oh, we come back to get what's ours. How you gonna come back and get what's yours? You just paying taxes. You just got a job, or if you own something, you still paying taxes. That's not. Oh, that's a good way to get them to come here to pay taxes. You're getting the white tea real good.
yeah,
Stupid.
and like we ask him that. We say, hey man, if you gotta like, I can imagine having an issue with my op, and then I'm asking to rent a room from him.
Right. Oh man, that's weird. One minute you say it's the white T man, then next minute, oh, why y'all fighting? Ain't no racism. And then
Yeah,
this, which one is it?
these guys worship white tea people.
Yeah, they do. That's why when we battle them over here, y'all. Oh, I can't. What? There's no racism. So if there's no racism, why you call yourself black when you say you black racially?
Right, which means absolutely nothing.
Then, but you don't know it's racism.
Right,
That's not like
right, and to call yourself black racially means absolutely nothing. That there's no such thing as a racial identifier. Nobody has went around. Nobody has went. I forgot to tell Ronnie Mac this, that nobody has ever went around the world calling themselves a racial label before white people and Sudanese people. I'm sorry, before Arab people. Yeah, Arab people and white people were the first people to start calling other people racial names.
exactly. And then if y'all okay, well, they make the excuse. Well, we all black, and we asked them why y'all say they in homelands. Well, we all black.
But we're
That
not.
still don't make sense.
And we ain't all black because black.
They be like, we all black.
No, you're not.
Why we all call it?
No,
But
not.
that's excuse we make when we asked them why y'all call yourself black.
No. But yeah. But then you ask them a date. See. For me, it's dates. It's like, hey, when is the first time you called yourself black in Africa? Documented. BLACK. And they could only tell you 2020. All right. Something. That's it.
Even the so-called black Brits, they didn't start calling themselves black until like what the 80s, 90s.
They didn't call themselves black. The white Brits called them black. So we're talking about what did you call yourself? So, for example, we didn't call ourselves Negro and colored. We were called that, right? So we don't get credit for that. But we called ourselves black, and we defined it. Okay, so they never called themselves black. They were always called black by whitey people. What did they call themselves? Right? Nigerian? No, not even that. That was called white people. Their tribal names, what they call themselves. Even Jamaicans, that's a white man name. The true pronunciation for Jamaica is Zaimaka. The British came over there and renamed them. So all their colonies they renamed the people there. They renamed those tribe people Nigerians. They said, "Hey man, screw your tribal differences. Y'all all Nigerian." And they went over to Jamaica and said, "Zaimaka, my ASS, you guys are Jamaican."
Right.
Right.
Now they think it's cool or it's gonna save them. I'm black.
Now, the bottom line is that What did you call yourself that nobody else called you? And it goes back to Jamaica, Haitian, Igbo, Asante, and all those other things. That's what you called yourself that nobody called you. And black ain't one of them because you were called that first, right? And then you called yourself that in the 2020s because they all rejected that first because they seen that as, right? Because remember, they had an issue with slavery. Oh, you were enslaved people. All Africans made a big deal about us being enslaved. Cotton picker.
We got them saying that they don't call themselves black because of that.
Right, right. Because and don't forget, they also tie black into being cultureless and homelandless, homeless.
So y'all that.
Right, and we know they're not. We know they're not because. Okay. Oh wait. You want to deal with that? No, Noor is not black. Noor is Noor. Oh no, hold on. Noor, not Noor is a French term. Noor. See, I'll wait for them to do this. I had a Guyanese girl bring this up, and I cooked her. Noor is a French word from white tea French people. That's not a Haitian word. That's a derogatory word that the French call them. And Noir is equal to a person who's inferior, lazy, animalistic, and worthy of enslavement. That's what Noir meant in France. And guess what? Didn't they get treated like so? So they got something called the Noir codes. They got something called the Noir codes they had for them. Okay, so Noir was not applied to them as we call ourselves black today. Noir was a shameful word that the French put on them. It was no positive sense. You were not proud. You were not Noir and proud. You were Noir and ashamed. Just like we were Negro and color and ashamed. They were Noir and shame because Sudanese is also a word like Noir. And they were Sudanese and shameful because all these words that was attached to them had negative connotations. White people did not look at darker people of the world as beautiful, strong, excellent. No, they looked at them as inferior animals.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, so for me, they can't go nowhere. They can't go Noir. They can't go Bilal Al Sudan. They can't go Negro. They can't go black. They can't go nowhere because Dessalini, when he took over Haiti, he didn't say 1804, we are the New Wars. I was over here laughing, yo. I was over here laughing. No, she crazy. Yeah. Yeah. So Dessalini, I mean, yeah, he didn't say, hey, from 1804 on, we're the New Wars. Because he realized that was an exonym. That was a derogatory name that whitey people gave him. He realized it was important to name yourself. So we respect him for doing that. He renamed himself. He said, we are the Haitians. It's our made up word, our definition, and it got nothing to do with whitey people. We empower. When you name yourself, you empower yourself. When whitey people name you, they take power away from you. That's why the first thing you do is name yourself. When we were freed from slavery, right? We started to play around with different words. We said we're American Negro, Afro American. See, we started to get away from colored and Negro. And then eventually it hit us in the 1930s and 40s. We said we're black, right? Because we understood it was empowered. Do you know when you read Booker T. Washington's book Up from Slavery, when they were freed from slavery, a lot of former enslaved people got rid of their enslaver's last name and they put an S there. They put an S there. Okay, so it was whatever name they had, and the S was their last name. And then Elijah Muhammad borrowed that and put an X there. And that's why you got Malcolm X. The X was to get rid of your former slave master to empower yourself. Right. So that was big at that time, self empowerment. So when we said we're black, we're now taking ownership of our self. We're now autonomous. We're now sovereign people. We named ourselves. You didn't name us. You didn't apply your definition on us. We defined ourselves. And that's what a tether can't comprehend.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, so that's why I'm the one of the main people who teach uh Afro-African Afro and African immigrants, they're not black. You are wherever your flag is, that's what you are. What's your flag? That's what you are. Our flag got black in it, whether it's FBA, Solon, or the Black American Heritage flag. Our flag got black in it. So like I said, whatever your flag is, that's what you are.
But FBA, you can't be black without you can't be African without being black, as they saying.
Well, African and black are not. See, here's the thing though. But this is for the chat. African and black are not interchangeable words. But Google that right. Look. Don't believe me. Google, family. Google is black and African interchangeable words for people. It's going to say no. It's going to say black is a racial term that groups everybody, and African is for people who have a flag in Africa, a culture in Africa, and citizenship in Africa. We don't have either of the three. So we're not African any way, shape, form. We don't have citizenship there. We don't have culture there. We don't have a language there or flag.
Then they tell you you don't own black. You don't own black. It do come from Africa.
Okay.
Black come from Africa.
No. Black doesn't come from Africa. Black is an English word.
No.
Okay. Negro. Okay. See, but again, I'm a historian. I know the words that was used for them. It was Negro. They were never called BLACK. They were called Negro. The darker people by the Portuguese and the Spaniards, they were calling everybody Negro. Now, the Arabs didn't speak Spanish, so they called people Sudan. So in Arab, to say black is Sudan. The French didn't speak Spanish; they spoke French, right? So they said Noir. So everybody used their language to call people something dark and negative, but nobody said black. So that's called being anachronistic. Anachronistic is a word when people go back in history to call people modern words. And that's a bad thing. You cannot be anachronistic. You cannot go back in history and say somebody was called black when they were called Negro. You can't go back in history and say, hey, somebody was driving a Tesla when they had a horse and buggy. You see, you cannot. That's called being anachronistic. You cannot do that. You got to go back in history and stay in history. Stay with the history terms, clothing, everything, fashion. No, they were not called black ever. They were called Negro. And Negro is a Spanish word. Black is the English word.
Right.
Okay. So, yeah. So all those rebuttals, Cook City.
And they never bring a scholarship. They always
They bring hollership. Because you heard the dude, Mr. J, the Somali guy. He brung hollership. That's all he have. They have hollership. And cut off ship. And ADHD ship. They don't answer no questions directly.
It's funny.
Right. Did you mean to hop on? Who's that? I can't even read the name. Black. What that say? Can you read the name? I ain't got my glasses.
Say black man is God.
Okay. Did you come on here before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I spoke to
Okay.
It's about those videos.
The oh yeah. Got you. Oh yeah. So did you check them out?
I actually fell asleep listening to one of them.
Yeah. All right. All right. You're welcome. And everybody who's here now, follow and we'll be lit tomorrow sometime. Yeah, what's up, brother? Yeah. Okay.
Say stuff like, well, where were you at before the slave trade? And
wait,
you got the same DNA as somebody from West Africa. What do you say?
I'll say prove it. Prove I got the same DNA as somebody from West Africa. Now what?
Hey, you can't fight with them.
Okay. And now, what test are you using to determine I got West African DNA? What test would they cite?
DNA test.
Okay, got it. Now I know the test better than them. DNA tests were not designed to tell you who you were 400 years ago. DNA tests were designed to solve medical problems and also solve crime and things like that. It was never intended to identify you. And this is why you can't use a DNA test to join a native indigenous tribe. And you also can't use a DNA test to take advantage of a Nigerian scholarship. So now let's say if a new Nigerian scholarship had funds for just Nigerians. You couldn't take a DNA test and say I'm 80% Nigerian, I'm in. That's out. Because see, the thing about me, bro, I know more about what they're gonna say than them. A DNA test will tell you you're 10% something now, and by August you're 40% that, and by December you're 80% that, and by next year March you're nothing of that. Okay, so that's why it says for entertainment purposes only. You're supposed to take a DNA test, look at the results, and laugh. Eat popcorn, get some wine, and just laugh. You can't use that for nothing seriously in life. Nothing seriously. You couldn't use a DNA test for nothing as far as identifying. No, it's for measure. Now, of course, if you committed a crime, it's going to do that. If you want to look for paternity, it's going to do that. If you're trying to help figure out what's wrong with you and what medicine, it's going to do that. Okay, and other things like that. But to tell you to identify you, you cannot use that at all. Zero, because it's a joke. It's an estimate. It's hypothetical. It's no different than what was it? I had a great comparison for that. But can you imagine like an estimate? Like if you want to get an estimate on how much it's going to cost for your house to get painted or cut the grass, bro. The estimate is what they're saying right now because they didn't really look over the measurements. It's just a random guess. Okay, let me see how many square feet. How tall is it? Any attics? Okay, so I'll say about $1,500. But that don't mean nothing. Ain't no contract. When you say, okay, I'll hire you, now he's going to tell you the real price. He's going to come and do measurements. He's going to surveillance, and then, yeah, he's going to tell you the real price now. All right, $4,000. You said 1,500. Yeah, that's my estimate. That's my estimate price. But now that I really surveyed the property and did calculations, $4,000. Yeah, so the DNA test ain't gonna work. And then at the very least, you need to know my results, right? You don't know them. So that's why nobody can tell you you're not indigenous, native, nothing without proof. And you don't have proof because you don't have our information. You don't have our genealogical records. So by somebody saying you're not that without any proof, they're an idiot. Like no scholar professional will ever. You can't do lookership. You can't look at somebody and for a fact say they're this.
Wow. What about the Y paternal haplogroup?
That means absolutely nothing because you got other people. You got white people. Okay, watch this. You got whitey people who at some point had a great grandmother, right? And you had some white people at some point had a great grandfather. Now, but in today's society, you would say they're not African at all. You would say they are whitey. But those people will have the same thing you just said because they have an older African grandparent, but they will never be considered whitey. So it's like, hey, now watch this. Let's go further. Don't you think some Puerto Ricans got African DNA in them? Why nobody call them African? What about Cubans? What about Mexicans? What about Colombians? We could go across the world, but nobody would ever say they're African, even though they probably got more African ancestry than me and you. But nobody would ever call them African. So it's a selective bias. These are clowns, and I love to invite them more because it's good for content. I get to use it for content, clicks and views.
They say why the Y paternal it doesn't change. It passes from father to father.
Yeah, but what is it? Okay, so what they got to do with your identity?
They say because if let's say your father's Y paternal is E1
Right.
B1A.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. 1 second. 1 second. I just want to get my charger before my thing die. No. Hey, bro. Listen. Listen, bro. I love devil's advocate. Like, okay. I'm not one of those guys that shy away. Like, look, I've been on the internet for 17 years. I ain't never lose a debate on any topic. So, because I'm a real scholar, I know what I'm saying. I researched a lot of things, and I gotta on a fly. I'm able to respond quickly because I do a lot of research, and I got a great comprehension and memory. All right. So, go ahead.
Yeah, they say like if you say if your father was E1B1A, then you would be E1B1A, and your children would be E1B1A. But if you had a daughter, she don't pass down the Y
Right.
paternal.
Right. So now what? So what that got to do with my identity?
Basically, it's saying that E1B1A originates from Western and Central Africa.
Right. So what am I?
You look black to me.
No. I'm saying based on that. Right? Because you're playing devil's advocate. Based on that, what's my identity?
They would say sub-Saharan African.
What is that?
Anybody that originates from that line,
right,
that separates North Africa from the southern parts of Africa.
Right. So now, how many countries are there
in Africa?
No. The sub part. How many?
Probably like 40 something.
Okay. So which one of those countries is it saying I'm from?
That's when it's over with.
Right. I'm none of that. Right. See, you see what I'm saying? It cannot identify you. It just told me a guesstimate, which I just explained earlier. It gives you a guesstimation of, hey, you're somewhere around here at one point in life. Yeah, but we're like, yeah, but where? It stops right there. Okay, so have you heard of the word ethnogenesis?
Yeah, I'm familiar. I heard that through Tariq Nasheed. I listen to him, like I'll fall asleep listening to him sometimes. That's a very smart man. That man's smart.
Got you. So what's the definition that you can, what's the best definition of ethnogenesis?
Ethno, I would say ethnic, genesis. I look at words from like the root word. So if I had to put them two together.
Yeah, but those are Greek words though, right? Now I study, now you know, if you watch my videos, you know I study Greek. Okay, so ethnos is people. Genesis is a beginning or new birth. So it's a new people. Right. That's a real word. So the E1B1 does not identify you. Your ethnogenesis, your shared histories. So people are social people, bro. That's why it's called sociology, social life. Okay. We are a social people and we are identified by our socialness. Our social lives identify us. So when an ethnic group, that we're ethnic again, share a common history, common language, common culture for centuries, they become a new people, hence ethnogenesis, right? So this is why you did the E1B1 stuff, but that said nothing about me. But now the shared history, the for centuries, the culture, the language, the foods, that's what make you are who you are. That's why Europeans ain't all the same person. There's no monolith white T-man. There's the Frenchman, there's the Italian, there's the German. But wait a minute, don't they got the same markers as well? But the world recognizes them as different people. Nobody says a German is a Russian. It's the same thing because they have some markers that's the same. Nobody makes that argument. Right, so that's a bad faith. Anybody argues that's a bad, I cook them immediately. That's a bad faith position, because we just said where that puts me. Oh, sub-Saharan. Okay, so what's my identity? Oh, you sub-Saharan. That's not an identity, bro. That's a location. So it didn't identify me, like I said before. Those don't identify you.
That makes sense. Basically what you're saying, I look at it like this, like you got a basketball team, right? And let's say Duke University, right? So I'm just using them as an example. So you got a basketball team. So they have a certain culture for that team, and they've been through experiences and things that no other team in college basketball went through, and that built them as a family. And the fans and everything, they got a color, they got certain chants, they got a certain crowd wave. You see what I'm saying? So basically, you like someone else from another team. It may be of the same race, but you wasn't built from that coach and that background and that team color, which made that team who they are. I get what you're saying.
Now, you said race. Who came up with race?
From my studies, race, they understood race going all the way back to ancient Egypt because they got that relief.
No, sir. The white man, nobody's ever on earth has identified as a racial name. Okay? Race literally means people of the same phenotype, in some cases, get thrown in a box. The white man did that, my guy. That there was no such thing as a racial construct before the European. Matter of fact, it actually started during, I think, the Berlin Conference when they carved up Africa, like around that time, or maybe a little earlier. But but definitely around the 16 and 1800s, the white people introduced race, and they, now watch this. Chinese people are Asian race, right? Okay.
They be classified as Asian, yeah.
And what about East Indians?
East Indians.
They're Asian, bro. They're Asian.
Yeah, they're Asian too. They're on the continent. Yep.
Bro, what do they have in common? Biologically. Nothing. They're two different people, right? So, right, but they're part of the same race. Race is nothing. It's a category of people to surveillance the world, right? So this is Boom and Block. Are you familiar with Walter Plecker?
That name sounds familiar.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to say though, bro. This is off the top of the head, and we're talking about race. Cause you said race, and I went with that. This is why people are not my level, my guy. So you say, and I'm not getting you. I'm saying when people say things, I can take it over from there and know more about them what they said. Race. Walter Plecker used race to well, racists will come up with race, right? So he came up with the 1924 Racial Integrity Act, and that was used to dilute and lump and erase indigenous people to Negro. So he literally took them from an ethnicity to a race, because Negro was the race, by the way, before they made black one. All right. So they took the indigenous people against their will and they dumped them into the Negro race that they dumped us into. And so therefore, when you do that, you steal somebody's identity. You take it from them, you strip them. Now they have no rights under indigenous because they're no longer indigenous. And they didn't stop there, because there was another race called mulatto. Well, they threw them into the Negro box at some point. All right. So there was three. There was mulatto, indigenous, and Negro. They got tired of tracking everybody. So it's just lazy convenience. They got tired of tracking everybody, so they made everybody Negro. So look at Nigeria, that region, the Niger Valley. They got tired of trying to find out which tribe from what and who speak what language. They say, I'm Nigerian. Okay? So this is what they do. They lump everybody.
Oh, white lady, by the way.
Right. Well, that's called an exonym. But that's called it when you name by somebody else, it's called an exonym. I mean, outsiders name you. Nobody has the right to name you but yourself. Endonym, exonym, exos, outsiders, onym, outside people naming you. Endonym, endos, onym, inside name. That means you named yourself. So oh yeah, man. Well, you tap on me, you're gonna always learn something new. All right. So
Felt that, man. I was like, me and you. I'm very much interested in that Hebrew Israelite conversation. Yeah. I was like, man, this guy, man, me and him, we did a room together, man. That would be just awesome, man. Like, I wish you would do well. I'm requesting that you do like a room challenging them because I think you got a lot of knowledge on that. And on this app, I feel like you would be like one of the best, if not the best, on this app to debunk them. And they have some rooms up in here. They got this dude named Big Yasharala. I think he got the biggest room for the Black Hebrews. If you went up in there one day, man, that would be
Wait. Yeah, what camp you from?
Big Yasharala. I know he's from New York. I don't know what camp he's in, but I know he's friends with Tazaryak. He's not in ISUPK.
Yeah. All right.
But he got like people from various camps that be in there, and some
Because
what they call individualites be
yeah,
in there.
I don't know. I don't think I know him. So
You should look it up, man. Like if you can, like Big BIG Yasharala Yasharala. This is like dark skinned dude, and yeah. If you went in there, man, you would destroy them, man. You would destroy them. They always kick me down because I be asking them questions and stuff. But you seem more poised, and if I go in there, they're kind of used to me, even though I be cutting them. But you will be something new, and you come in there like a Trojan horse and just unleash, man. I'm telling you. Like if you follow him, and he'll be on there in the morning. He start around 8, anywhere between 8 and 10, and he'll run it all the way to about 9 o'clock. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know why you looking that stuff up. I don't know if you've seen that debate between Tazariak. He debated this dude by the name of Jay Dyer. That dude ate him up.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I heard about it, but I didn't see it. Did you ever no, go ahead.
Yeah, you said you the best debater. I think you good. But what can you do with that dude named Cooley? And Cooley is good, man.
Where he's from? I mean, like what does he be?
YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is called No Fugazi.
Wait, so yeah, no, okay, no, okay, no, they can't see me. See, the reason why I'm better than all of them because
You think you Cooley?
listen, yeah, listen, what I'm saying. Listen, the reason why I'm better than all of them because they can't debunk Captain Zariak arguments. They can't debunk Hassad arguments, right? They speak over them. So what I do is I actually take on the negative position. So I say, what's the argument, Tazariak? And I argue Tazariak's argument. I don't come up with my own argument. I take the losing position. And they don't do that. They don't do that. I take the losing position and I come out on top. They take the affirmative position. You feel me? They take the strong position. So when Cooley and those guys, God Logic, when they debate Tazariak, they come with their own argument that they're comfortable with. I don't do that. I say, give me the topic, and let's go.
Right. So you don't care what it is. You just
I don't
whatever they
care.
dish out, you ready.
Yeah, I don't matter because no matter what they bring, I'm going to win. And just like where I'm at now, where I'm this delineation, it don't matter where they come with. I'm going to win. So now you're
Let me see. Is it possible that I can I want to get you this dude's name because I really want to see you in their room. Can I? Is it a way I can message you now without getting?
I don't know. I'm new to TikTok too.
I'm about to send you an inbox. All right.
All right. Yeah, we can come back because I want to address his E1B1A argument.
Yeah, I'm back. I just inboxed you. Right. Even if the spelling is wrong, it'll still pop up. You'll know it when you see it. It's like his name, Big Yasharala, and yeah.
Yeah, look, did you comment? Well, I got you now. All right, so I'm gonna link you up with my other guy that I used to debate with at that time. You might have came across him some of my videos. If you come,
You familiar with IOCK?
yeah, Ask him about me.
Okay.
Yeah, ask him about unbiased Ron. That's all.
Unbiased Ron. Okay.
Yeah, ask him about me.
I learned about you from that Sarnetta video you did, and
Yeah.
what's funny, that was like an Israelite crowd, whether you know it or not.
Oh yeah, I
They
know.
didn't even deny that you won that.
Right, that was crazy. Like it
In territory, because you was
Yeah.
new to that House of Consciousness thing.
Bro, that's why I tell you, I take the losing positions and I come on, I win. And even now, when I invite people up, I say, what's on your mind? I don't give them an argument. I don't ask them questions. I say, what's on your mind? And let's talk about that. But IOCK, asking about me, he's gonna give you nothing but high praises about me. All right, so now you said if your father was E1B1A, then you would be B1A, right?
Right, they say the Y paternal
Right.
haplogroup, it doesn't change.
Right. So you're referring to a Y chromosome haplogroup, right? And that traces one paternal line, right? So
Males,
right. Follows father through son, right? The son, fathers and sons. Okay. And you can point to ancient migration patterns you was going to, right?
I don't think I said all of that. I just know it just passed from the father to the son.
Yeah, so E1B1A is commonly associated with many populations, like you said, in West and Central Africa, right?
Right.
So now you got to understand this. My position, I never said I don't have African ancestry. Right? So by you bringing that up, it's like preaching to the choir. Like I never said I don't have African ancestry. My argument is I'm not African. It's a big difference. Okay, so no, I know, but listen, listen. I'm using you, and I got you, but no, listen, slow down. I'm live right now on TikTok and YouTube simultaneously, so I'm not just talking to you. So you're being heard by TikTokers and YouTube. So I'm using you as a vessel to talk to them too as well. Okay, so I'm trying to teach them to how to argue this also. So, my Y DNA, if it points to Africa, it don't mean I'm African. It just means I have African ancestry, right? That's what it means. So E1B1A means Nigerian, Ghanaian, Benin, Cameroon, Congo, Angola, any one of those. But it's never going to tell you. That's why I asked you. It's never going to tell you your nationality, ethnicity, tribe, language, culture. So that's the limitations of that. The Y group, the E1B1A. It only tells you, hey, it could be Nigerian, Ghanaian, Benin, your ancestry, Cameroon, Congo, Angola, etc. But it can never tell you your nationality, like Nigerian. It could never tell you your ethnic. That's why I was like baiting you. I was okay. Now, what does that mean? Like, what's my nationality? Because I know it can't. I know the limitations of these things. It can't tell you that. It can't tell you my tribe, language, or culture. It can only give a broad geographic origin. That's it. A broad, it's saying one of these your ancestry goes to, but it cannot pinpoint anything and it cannot be specific. But my genealogy, my genealogical records, it can tell my nationality and ethnicity. Okay, so that's why what's stronger than those tests is your genealogy, because your genealogy tells you who your mother is, your direct mother, not some distant 1,000-year-old so-called father. It's telling you my direct mother, and then her mother, then her mother, then her mother, then her mother. That's the most accurate form of tracing who you are. Than my father, his father, his father. That is way more credible and valid than a broad test that says any meaning you're over here somewhere. We don't know where you are. You're over here somewhere. We don't know what language, what tribe, nothing about that, no culture. We know you're over here somewhere. Yeah, so that doesn't say anything. And that's why I brought up the Asian thing about East Indians and Chinese people. Yeah, it's the same thing. Hey, look, you're Asian. You're over here somewhere. You could be Chinese. You could be East Indian. We don't know. You could be Japanese. but you're over here somewhere. Yeah, that's not credible. And that's why I mentioned the, ethnogenesis. Ethnogenesis is way more stronger than those tests, right? Um, because the ethnogenesis actually tell you who you are today, pinpoint accuracy.
Yup. Kind of off subject, man, but it's late night, yo. I don't know if you're an ice cream lover, but if you haven't tried that Baskin Robbins cookies and cream, that pint sauce,
Yeah,
you ain't had no ice cream.
yeah, for
It's
me,
the best, man.
yeah, that's cat. Like for me,
That's cap.
yeah, that's cat. Because of now the brand, bro, I deal with quality over quantity. All right. No, but the brand name, the quality is horrible. It's sweet as crap. Like it's not even like it's like way too sweet. It's like not.
What do you get in?
I get
Something accessible where
I get
I'm in
the
the grocery
I
store.
get the gelato, cookies and cream.
You talking about that Talenty?
Yeah,
Okay, I never tried that. It's hitting?
yeah, I do
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna have to try that.
Yeah, I am quality over quantity all day, man. I would spend more to get because anything super sweet, I'm good. I'm passing on that. And anything I see obese people eat, I'm definitely not touching. You dig? If I'm in line at a store for a food store and I see a whole bunch of big people, I'm out. I'm like, yeah, this ain't for me because I'm not trying to look like that. Okay, so that's why most of my stores go. People are fit. They look like me a little bit when I go out to eat.
Yeah, what's your favorite grocery store? I like Whole Foods. You ever been there?
Yeah, Wegman, Whole Food. So I used to like,
Wegmans?
yeah, yeah, I'm in Jersey.
It's not Wegmans, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just moved to North Carolina, so they got a Wegmans. Like, you ever heard
Or
of like the Raleigh Durham area?
yeah. I'm familiar. I used to live out there, but it was in North Carolina, but it was more towards like it was North Carolina, but more towards the bottom, going towards South Carolina. I went to school.
Charlotte is like more southern North
Yeah.
Carolina. That's
And I was even more southern than that. Put like this. We use wood for our furnace to like cook and get heat. We use wood. Yeah. So I'm like really FBA, and I lived in 5 southern states, so not just one. I went to school in 3 of them. Yeah, so I'm like really like deeply rooted in my and my real ancestry.
I never been to the deep south.
Yeah, man, Mississippi.
Yeah,
Yep,
I never been down there.
been there.
Mississippi
I
before?
lived there, went to school there. Yep, yes, sir.
Yeah, I bet you that's an experience. What was
Oh
that
yeah,
like?
I mean, I don't know if you get more southern than that. I don't know if you get more southern than that. We're talking about the one store. I never, I'd never seen a supermarket in my life there. Never seen it. So we would go to like a local store, like a local like store, and that was like 2 mile walk. It was like a ridiculous walk. Yeah. I don't ever recall a laundry machine or laundry mat at all. I think we washed that stuff through the sink, and we had to burn our trash. Like you forget about it. Ain't nobody coming to get your trash.
That's like the poorest state in the United States, right?
Yeah, so I know it gotta be, and that's why when I talk to the family, I'm like, yeah, we talk about authenticity, and that's me. That's me. Lived it. Went to school there. We're talking about walking down. Yeah, I don't even think I seen a paved street. Yeah, it's dirt roads everywhere. It's dirt road. It's so crazy, man. It's like an experience you'll never get. Um yeah, man. It was crazy, bro. And I think we would have.
Jackson.
Nah, it was Macomb, 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 Mississippi. Yeah, but I'm gonna link you up with my buddy because he be in those rooms cooking. So you're gonna like him too. Yeah, because we used to be no, that's a city in Mississippi.
Now I'm gonna tell you about me. I don't believe in Trinitarianism.
He does. And
So we might disagree with that because I'm a oneness.
yeah, no, he believes in that. And yeah, we got a friend named LJ from the UK. He's a oneness. But he believes in that and he will debate you if you want to.
What you think about the Trinity?
Like I can't I never accepted that, but I can't really tell you that I completely understand it. It's like if for me I got a rule. If I can't understand it in 3 times, I'm good. I'm passing.
Yeah, that's how I am. Like I'm gonna be honest, man. I used to think I was a Trinitarian until somebody told me the real definition of it, and I was like, once they told me, it didn't sit well in my spirit because they was like, what it means is God, because I always thought Jesus the Father and the Holy Spirit just the same God in 3 different manifestations. But he said no. He said God is 3 distinct persons. And I used to be friends with this dude. And he stopped talking to me because he was like, yo, I'm a heretic and all of this. I'm like, but the Bible don't say that 3 persons and all of that. It's weird, man.
Yeah, but like you gotta yeah, that's something like because I try to get into that to debate that because others because I look for challenges, right? And once I think I wipe everybody out, I would go to a different controversial topic to argue that. Like I love to be mentally challenged on arguments and I don't mind taking the losing side because it just brings something out of me. But that's why. Wait, last thing. That's why the coolies they're not better than me, because I'm not. See, when you research is a universal skill. So that means if I got good research methodology in Bible, I'ma have it in history. I'ma have it in science. It follows wherever you go, right? That's why, right? So that's why when I debate, I'm pretty much solid and thorough in all things I touch on. Like, cause I used to debate Big Bang versus creation theory. I used to cook people arguing for the Big Bang on yeah. So
Funny you said it because that's what I was about to say. Like, you say you're a good debater. Check out this. I think I came up with the best argument ever to defeat atheism. Now check this out. I'm gonna say it real quick. It's something called the law of inheritance. Now, what that means is everything is a byproduct of something that came before it. Like me and you, our parents came before us, right? Our parents were conscious beings. Therefore, we inherited our physical makeup and our consciousness from our parents. Now, when you apply the law of inheritance to the very first human, and then you ask the atheist, where did they inherit their consciousness from? Now, if they don't believe in God, they left with 2 options. They can either say, man has always existed, never having a beginning, and always existed in an infinite loop of birth, life, dying, birth, life, dying, which would be unscientific. Or the other option would be to accept that the first humans inherited their consciousness from God. And every time I use that against them, they have no answer.
okay.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, it sounds pretty deep. It's definitely not something you could just can freestyle and say I'm gonna debunk that. Like you got to really sit down and yeah think about that one and really don't make a fool of yourself trying to pick it apart. Like make sure you understand it. Make sure because it might just be right. So yeah, you know what I mean. Like somebody put in the chat, they said there's something where you're trying to be right and you're trying to be correct, right? So people want to be right, they don't want to be correct. So sometimes somebody's argument is just right, and if it's right, you don't argue it. You let it go, right? That's all. Yeah, you let it go. When you'd be a fool trying to debunk something that's actual factual. Um, but okay. So wait, I have to ask this. Wait, no, because I'm gonna forget. I almost forgot it again. When Cooley debated Captain Zariak, what was the topic?
Good topic. Good question. And he did a great job, Cooley. The topic was, do we have a free will?
Hey, bro, that's
So what
corny.
happened
No,
is,
no, wait, hold on, wait. No, that's corny. Why don't you debate? See that topic that favors Cooley. What I'm saying is, I debate their doctrines. That's not his doctrine. He don't teach that in camp. Debate his topics. That's what I do. I go, hey, bro. No, bro. Listen, man. Listen. That's not a core doctrine of theirs. Like they can lose that and don't care. I'm talking about beat them on it. Like now he loves to debate the Trinity. Like debate him on his teachings that they will DEI on, and the virgin birth is one of them. So what I'm saying, bro, I don't use generic topics where it favor me. I go to their strongest arguments, like the virgin birth. That's all the strong. That's where I go. I go to your strongest argument. I say, let's debate that. I don't do the generic stuff where I know about it, you know about it. No, I want to go into your doctrine and debunk it. That's what I do. Yeah, so I'm a different animal than those guys. But just to close this one out.
now I'll give you your props on that. You a beast when it comes to them Black Hebrews, man. And if people haven't seen you, they need to check it out, man. You need to drop your YouTube channel in the TikTok chat, because actually when we get off, I'm actually listening to some of your debates tonight.
Okay. And yeah, what you should do is catch my when you see the evolution, I want you to catch my early art debates where you can see like I really didn't know much, and then look at the last one. You can see how much I learned in a short period of time. You're like, damn, this like you can like this dude see Cooley don't have that type of evolution. Like you can see where I struggled and I didn't know much, and you can see where I ended up at when I retired. Like damn, this dude.
Have you ever listened to Cooley?
Yes, and I'm not impressed. No, I wasn't impressed. Now yeah, he wasn't impressed, but I am. I like the Saint in the center.
Yes,
Yeah,
Saint in the center. Did you see what he did to Zariak?
No, I
interviewed him, ate him up.
Yeah,
Saint is nice.
yeah. I'm more impressed with him. I think when he's right, he is surgical. All right. Right, he's surgical. Yeah. So I
how poised he remains.
yeah, not all the time. I see him. I see him lose it sometimes. But also that's a tactic. That poison that's called passive aggressive. So like that's so you're actually being aggressive, but you're hiding it in your passiveness. So like your argument is aggressive, but your poise and demeanor and voice is passive, but you're actually being aggressive, right? So a lot of white police officers are passive aggressive. Hey, you want to step out the car, please? So he's asking you but telling you, hey, you mind stepping out the car? It's like, yeah, I do mind. But he said it where you got to get out. It's like, so is that a question or a lawful order? I'm confused. Because if it's a question, I'm staying in the car. But if it's a lawful order, I'm getting out. So which one was officer? But they say it passively, but you can sense the aggression that he means. He's really telling you to get out in a question form. So but for those still listening, the Y DNA. It traces, he's right. It traces to West Africa, Central Africa. But that's all it does. It does not tell you your ethnic identity. It does not tell you your ethnogenesis. It doesn't tell you your distinct culture, history, language, patterns, institutions, collective experience over time. It tells you nothing other than a little bit of you, a little tiny bit of you is in his region. That's all it does. So people misrepresent that all the time to like other FBAs, and it confuses them, but not me. I know the limitations. I know it's broad, it's not specific, ethnogenesis is very specific, right? So that is that. Now, the reason why that the reason I won't do, I'm not really interested. Now, my man is nice too, but the reason I'm not interested, uh, I'm gonna link Minister Meach. I'm gonna link you up with him. He's nice, but the reason I'm not interested because you missed it earlier. I said there's a huge education gap with me and a lot of folks I talk to, where I say some deep stuff that's very educational and is not valued because the education can't comprehend it. So it's like I don't get the credit that I'm supposed to get for what I just said. You feel me? So I'm breaking down Bible stuff to these guys, and you're gonna see some of it, and they're just lost. And yo, if you watch a lot of my videos, you're gonna see I converted a lot of guys, by the way. I converted a lot of guys, man.
From the other side.
Yeah, like they left that and they went they went wherever they went. But yeah, you're gonna see it. A bunch of guys like, hey, bro, yes, and yo, they wrote me emails too, praising me like, yo, I'm so glad. Yo, one guy changed, like their whole camp changed. Hey, peace in the chat. I mean, on the panel. Hello. He probably mean to hop on. You meant to hop on?
Sometimes they don't know if they muted or unmuted.
Oh yeah, you gotta mute yourself. You meant to hop on. Yeah. He don't got a name. What's his name?
He just got some symbols like them Louisiana symbols or something.
Yeah, bro. You wanna? Okay, I don't think he meant to hop on because most people when they want to come on, they be like ready to talk. Okay, yeah, I think he made it. I think he was liking the thing. Made a mistake.
Just keep them down because sometimes you got trolls. They'll do stuff to get your channel flagged and everything.
Yeah. When I first came on to TikTok, yeah, I made the mistake where I allow people to self-invite. They just click it and they on. Oh my God, I learned my lesson, man. They was doing the most. Yo, look, I couldn't kick them off. I didn't know how. They felt bad for me. They actually hopped. They actually hopped off. I like damn, because I didn't know how to kick them off, and they was doing the most, man, cussing and making a fool.
Do you debate Muslims?
I used to. They're boring. Yeah, they boring.
What's your experience about them?
Well, I took the hardest debate. Okay, because there's a controversial debate in Islam where they don't know what happened to Jesus. Like they don't know if he was taken to the heavens alive or crucified. Okay. So I took the losing position there on that one. And then a lot of them try to take the are you familiar with Sheikh Ahmed Didat?
He died.
Yeah, but you familiar with him?
Yeah.
Okay, so I used to debate his disciples and cook them all, and actually I got a rebuttal video on that same channel where I debunked all of his toughest points where he cooked most Christians. So like he said that the Messiah never resurrected, never was crucified, like he escaped it, right? And he had some good arguments. Like he cooked a lot of scholars and Christian pastors. So I came up. So my boy is Sunni from Philly. So he the one that brought me that. And he said, yo, if you could debunk this argument, he said, you the man. So it took me a little while, but I got the only video online where I debunked each and every point he made.
Can you send that to me?
Yeah, that's on that same channel though.
You said something about you had some videos that's not that don't show.
Because I felt like I was gonna scare away some particular, you know what I'm saying, some opponents. Like if they see what I did to their leader, like they're not gonna be interested. And that's another thing. Like I had to do the most to get them to debate me. I had to lie and say I'm a Catholic. I had to take a weak position for them like to debate me, right? If I came like I am now, they didn't care. They'll dodge. So I had to say, hey man, I just learned about my nationality and in Hebrewism, I'm a ex-Catholic. So like so now they think I'm timid, they think I'm brand new, and then now they'll accept the challenge. But if I came like I am now, like confident, that none of them would take the challenge. Except for Cesariak and like the other guys. But Hassad and those guys, man, Deacon, they ran from me, man.
I don't know who pumped him up and got him thinking he's such a nice debater. He's not.
Oh, by the way, I got them too. I cooked them both.
Who?
Okay. Yeah,
Hassad and that dude.
I cooked all of them.
What was the topic?
Virgin birth. Yeah. I went on a whole 2-year, 300 debates on virgin birth. Man, like, bro, it was amazing. I was on what's my man name? What's the white boy name be debating him?
David Wood?
No, but I like them because they used to debunk Sheikh Ahmed Deedat as well. No, the guy that actually not like he's more like a real debater.
Vocab.
There you go, Vocab. Yeah, I was on Vocab's show. Yeah, but the virgin birth. Yeah, he tried to bait Captain on that. It wasn't that good. So
it wasn't as
yeah,
good for us. I saw that.
So
and I was thinking the same thing when I seen it. I was like, in my mind, I was comparing his performance with yours, and I was like, you did a way better job.
Yeah, because I attacked their argument. He didn't. He spoke around it. And if you don't attack their arguments, they don't think you won. So I want them to think I won. So I like to attack their arguments head on. So but yo, do you know me and Tazariak had a like before the debate, I came on his channel and we had like a weigh-in where we went at it like like a build up, a hype build up for the show. Do you know I kicked his butt so bad he took it down and privatized it. So I said, yo, where'd it go? He said, yo, you gotta look what he said. He said, yo, you gotta become a member. It's there. I became a member secretly and it wasn't there, bro. He just got rid of he just got rid of it.
What a liar.
Yep. I mean, he got rid of it.
If only his little minions and followers knew that you had did that.
Yeah,
they would look at him different.
I cooked the what's his second in command? What's his name? Captain Kataza?
Over the Spaniard.
Yeah, I cooked him too, bro.
Yeah, him.
I cooked him. I cooked him on video. I got him too. Yeah, I got almost everybody. I cooked almost everybody in that whole thing. I got. Yes, I cooked them too.
Where can I find that at?
I think I got it unlisted.
Can you please list that? Come on, man. That's classic. You debated Cartezal on that virgin birth.
Yeah, I cooked them.
I want to see that tonight. Can you unlist it just for me tonight when I'm falling asleep? It's 4:36 a.m. where I'm at. We both East Coast, so it should be the same time.
Yeah,
Sound like you're driving or something.
Yeah, I got in the car. I told the